The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
Welcome back. It's another night and another episode. I believe, according to my watch, it's the 15th of July, 1845. Wait, what? I think you got that a little wrong. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have bought a smart watch that sets itself from Timo. Yeah, sounds like it was a bad idea, but at least it got the date right. So let's get on with this day in history. In 1099, city of Jerusalem is captured and plundered by Christian forces during the First Crusade. In 1381, John Ball, a leader of the Peasants' Revolt, is hung, drawn, and quartered in the presence of Richard II of England. What people would do for entertainment before they had Nintendo. In 1410, Battle of Grunwald, First Battle of Tannenberg, Battle of Zagros. Good night, could this battle get any more names? One of medieval Europe's largest battles during the Poland-Lithuanian-Teutonic War, Polish King Władysław Jagiellon and Lithuanian Grand Duke Vostavakis defeat Teutonic Ulrich von Jungelgen. Ugh. I know, I'm thoroughly ashamed of myself, but that's the best I can do. My tongue doesn't do well with your Eastern European names. Or even English names, come to that. Blech. In 1799, the Rosetta Stone is found in the Egyptian village of Rosetta by French captain Pierre Francesco Bouchard during Napoleon's Egyptian campaign. In 1955, 18 Nobel laureates signed Mainanu Declaration against nuclear weapons, later co-signed by 34 more laureates. Kinda rich, considering I'm sure some of them had something to do with building the bombs in the first place. In 1988, Die Hard, directed by John McIntyre and starring Bruce Willis and Alan Rickman, is released in the U.S. It goes on to become the greatest Christmas movie of all time. In 1968, Fantasy Records released the self-titled debut album, Creedence Clearwater Revival. It features their cover of Dale Hawkins' Susie Q. In 1972, Honky Chateau becomes Elton John's first #1 album in the U.S., includes hit Rocket Man. Although this song was not perfected until William Shatner performed it at the World Science Fiction Awards. In 1978 British Open men's golf, St. Andrews, Jack Nicklaus completes third career Grand Slam, wins by 2 strokes from Ben Crenshaw and Ray Floyd. That was this day in history. Now we'll get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's 8 o'clock, Costello. We're on the air for PDQ Gasoline, here in Hollywood. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello show.
Yes, it's the new transcribed Abbott and Costello show with their new singing discovery, Susan Miller and Matty Melnick's orchestra, and yours truly, Michael Roy. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello. Well, you're late again.
Oh, I couldn't help it, Abbott. I jumped in my car, drove down to Long Beach, over to Santa Ana, up to Las Vegas, down through the mountains, and here I am.
Well, why didn't you come straight here?
Abbott, did you ever try to drive through Los Angeles?
Never mind that. Who was that girl I saw you talking to outside the studio?
Oh, she's a French war bride. She just came from France to join her husband. She has quintuplets.
By Jump?
No, by private first-class Carl Schwartz of Madison, New Jersey.
Costello, you're the world's biggest idiot.
You're only saying that because everybody else does.
Oh, what are you studying that broken-down night school of yours?
Detective work.
Detective work. All right. Let's see what you know about crime detection. Now, I'm a beautiful woman spy. I was an international figure in the last World War. I have soft blonde hair, shapely legs, and a seductive figure. Now, what's my name?
Who cares? What's your phone number?
No. You and your whole family are a bunch of morons.
Oh, yeah? Uncle Mike is smart. He's got a new job up on top of Lookout Mountain.
Job on Lookout Mountain. What does he do?
Well, he sits there all day, and when another mountain comes along, he yells, "Look out! Look out!"
I'll never know what your Aunt May ever saw in him.
Oh, it was wonderful, Abbott. When Uncle Mike proposed Aunt May, you should have seen him. He got up on one knee.
Wait a minute. You mean he got down on one knee?
No, up. He was in a saloon at the time.
What?
He is collecting antiques as a hobby. He's got a wheel off a Roman chariot, an axle from an old ox cart, a chassis from a covered wagon, and the first motor from a Stanley steamer.
Where does he keep all this stuff?
Keep it. He drives it.
Now, wait, Costello, wait. Relax and listen a minute. My friend here has got something interesting to say.
Once a month on every oil executive's desk is a scientific analysis of many, many brands of gasoline. The findings of an independent testing laboratory outfit reported to all the industry. And any petroleum engineer would have to admit that this PDQ gasoline looks mighty, mighty good in the hard light of scientific analysis. We get a kick out of this at PDQ because it reminds the big boys that when we talk seriously of PDQ quality, PDQ power, PDQ speed, we're giving you straight facts, not just making up pretty words. PDQ makes its own gas at its own PDQ refinery. Shucks, we even have our own oil well. And so our gasoline is our own product. And the PDQ gasoline you use in your car is the first and finest product we make. What this means in extra mileage, more power, and quick performance in your car is something that will please you mightily. So, shall we plan on filling you up next time with PDQ? While you ponder this, here's the Abbott and Costello gas station gang. I know that you know Abbott and Costello are the funniest guys on ABC. But here's Matty Melnick and his orchestra to repeat that phrase for 1 musical minute.
family you come from, Costello?
We're a happy family, Abbott. The Costello girls married the Bozzos, the Fayellos, the Murphys, the Mulligans.
Wait a minute. Mulligan is a stew.
My sister knew it, but she married him anyway.
Did you drop in at Susan Miller's house New Year's Eve?
Yes, but her mother didn't treat me very nice. She wanted me to help her do the housework.
She did?
Yep, she said, step into the kitchen. I'll mop up the floor with you.
And what did you do?
I stuck my tongue out at her.
Oh, wait a minute, that's not nice.
I couldn't help it. I always do that when she's choking me.
Why do you continually run after Susan? Before I was married, I didn't run after my wife.
Abbott, a mousetrap doesn't run after a mouse, but it catches him just the same.
All right, forget it, Costello. This year, why don't you get married and settle down?
Well, I did ask Susan Miller to marry me, and she said she would in a certain place.
In a certain place?
Yes, I never heard of it. It's called In a Pig's Eye. Must be near Pismo Beach.
You dummy. You let Susan push you around. You let everybody push you around. Why don't you stand up to people and tell them what you think?
I do. I stood up to Truman.
What happened?
Nothing. She went right on singing.
Don't let me down. Please don't let me down. You just can't let me down.
Who are you?
Oh, just an old short skirt.
That was Abbott's nephew, folks.
Oh, now quit picking on him, Costello. Why don't you be nice to him?
Yes, I'll invite him over to my house some night and open up a gas jet.
Now, look. He's a lot of help to us, Costello. He's a good actor. In our new picture, The Noose Hangs High, he played a bit. In our last picture, he played a bit.
Yes, he's a two-bit actor.
All right, now listen.
Pardon me for interrupting.
He's back again. What do you want?
Mr. Costello, you're one of the funniest comedians and one of the finest stars in the entire motion picture industry.
Oh, Norman, you're just saying that.
No, I'm not. I'm reading it.
Abbott, I'd like to take him for a long walk on a short pier.
Now, wait. You're just jealous because he's a better actor than you.
Is that so? I'll have you know that I played with Lauren Bacall in Dark Passage.
I saw that picture, and I didn't see you with Lauren Bacall.
Well, who do you think turned out the light in the passage?
Look, the director didn't think so much of you at Eagle Lion.
He did so. I heard him say that my performance was very educational.
He said your performance was educational?
Well, not exactly. But when he saw me on the screen in Noose Hangs High, he said, well, this ought to teach us a lesson.
How did you happen to get in pictures anyway?
Listen, ever since I was a little boy, I want to be a dramatic actor. You know, Abbott, I started off in life as a little boy.
Well, everybody starts off in life as a little boy.
My sister didn't.
Hello, boy.
Well, it's Susan Miller.
Why, Susan, isn't that a pretty dress you're wearing?
It's nothing. It's just an old Mother Hubbard.
Well, don't look now, but your cupboard is bare.
Costello, that's no way to talk to Susan. Be sweet to her. Say something nice.
Susan, you are the very quintessence of feminine pulchritude, and your devastating beauty overshadows any other beauty, and surfeits my very soul with scintillating palpitations, ostentatious trepidation.
Oh, Costello, when you know me better, you want to take that all back.
Oh, no, I won't. I had tough enough time trying to get it out.
Don't pay any attention to H-I-M. Let's you and I go out on a D-A-T-E.
How about T-O-N-I-G-H-T?
Now, wait a minute. That ain't fair. You're using words with letters in them. Susan, you're supposed to be my girl.
It's no need to pursue me, Costello. I want a man who has lived.
Well, I've lived.
I mean recently.
Very funny. Keep it up, Susan, and you'll be back in a child's window flipping pancakes.
Oh, Costello, don't you know that women only use men as tools?
Do you use men for tools?
Certainly.
Yeah, well. Let me know, Susan, if you ever need a vice.
Here, Abbott, you take the derby. I'll go out and sit in the audience.
No. Don't get sore, Costello. I've got to get off a joke here once in a while, you know.
Oh, yes. Better get off that one before it hatches.
Susan, if I was a single man, I'd ask you to marry me.
Well, that would be wonderful, Bud. And if we had children, you'd be the father.
Yes, the man is always the father, and the woman is always the mother.
If it was any different, you'd be on People Are Funny.
Don't mind him, Susan. He's decided to be a big dramatic actor.
Oh, a big dramatic actor, huh?
Yes,
Well, Costello, I might be able to get you a part in the new picture, The Iceman Cometh.
they need an actor like me to be the leading man.
No, they need a drip like you to empty the pan under the icebox. So long, Fatso.
You know, there's only one thing wrong with Susan. She don't believe in give and take.
What do you mean?
She don't believe I've got anything to give, and she wouldn't take it anyway. She'll be sorry when I'm a big dramatic actor.
So you insist on being a dramatic actor, eh?
Yep.
Well, let's see how you'd play a dramatic scene with a girl. Now, let's pretend that I'm the first girl you ever met in your life.
I sure start out with a dog. What kind of a girl am I?
Oh.
Am I pretty?
Well, what difference does it make? I don't care if you're bull-legged, cross-eyed, just as long as you're a girl.
Oh, you men are all alike.
All right. You're a 23-year-old girl, and you're living on the floor playing with your dog.
How do you like that? I'm a girl, 23 years old, and I'm playing with my feet?
Oh, come on. Now, remember, you're the girl, and I'm coming in to call on you. Now, here I come. Costello, why don't you answer the door?
I'm just showing you that I'm hard to get.
Oh, that's dope. Well, I'm coming in anyway. Wait a minute. What are you screaming for?
Oh, my, I'm taking a bath.
You're taking a bath?
Yes, and I'm having dinner.
You eat dinner in the bathtub?
Sure, it saves time. I can wash myself in the dishes both together.
I give up. I'm through.
Oh, no, Abbott. Please, give me one more chance.
Well, all right. Now, here I come again. I'm going to teach you how to play a dramatic love scene with a girl. Now, come into my arms.
No, Abbott.
Costello, stop pushing me. Do you hear? Ah! Costello, you idiot. Why did you push me out the window?
I had to, Abbott. I thought I heard my husband coming.
We'll be back with the nonsense in the flick of an eyelash, folks, after a few comments on this subject.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please, at this phase of the exhibition. For within the confines of these walls, you're about to hear, for perhaps the first time, a revolutionary new idea in motoring. Over the broad highways of this great nation, we of PDQ, which I have the honor to represent, are determined that word shall spread among the alert, the intelligent, the leaders, please move in a little closer here, of a great new discovery in California. Not gold, not Grable, not sunshine, but, and this is a historic moment, the clean windshield. The clean, bright, unsullied, sparkling windshield, courtesy of your neighborhood PDQ dealer. I tell you, friends, that somewhere tonight on this broad land, the rain is falling. The mud, the dirt, the grime, the tawdry byproducts of our civilization are clouding windshields of every make and model, paid for or not. Better check the oil, too, Lou. And if you, and you, and you will join me in a vast, driving, unbeatable, forward-moving parade of determined American men and women into your neighborhood PDQ station to get your windshield wiped, this will be a happier world. Abbott and Costello will carry on.
Susan Miller sings the Leo Robin lyrics approved by the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. It's June in January.
White
are bare, but I can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January, because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love with you. The night is cold, the trees are bare, but I can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January, because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love with you.
Costello, what are you doing with that old scrapbook?
I'm going to prove to you that I'm a great dramatic actor. This book is full of clippings and parts from dramatic shows. Here's one of my big successes, The Man Who Came to Dinner.
What did you do in The Man Who Came to Dinner?
I put the sugar in the coffee. That was a stirring performance.
What other parts did you play?
Well, I played Napoleon. My greatest scene was when I was Napoleon and I lost the battle of,
Waterloo?
No, thanks, Bud. I'm not thirsty.
If you're such a great actor, why aren't you in demand at the studios?
I am. Universal Studios have been calling me every day.
Why don't you go there?
I don't like what they're calling me.
Now, look. Costello, great actors have a certain touch. Why, when I kiss a girl on the stage, I kiss her hand.
Yes.
That's the Abbott touch.
Mm-hmm.
I'd speak lines with my back to the audience. That's the Abbott touch.
Would you loan me $10?
Why?
That's the Costello touch.
Oh. Costello, you should study the great actors. Go to the theaters more often.
I go every night, Abbott. I take a bag of gumdrops and sit in the balcony.
Well, I take chocolates and sit in the box.
Don't that squash the chocolate?
No, never mind. Never mind that, Costello. There's a lot of money in dramatic acting. Do you really think you could do it?
It's a cinch. Them actors don't know what they're doing. Last night I saw Peter Lorre do a scene. It went like this. Did you get the information, Mr. Myers? You didn't get the information, Mr. Myers? But you were supposed to get the information, Mr. Myers. There's a guy getting $3,000 a week, and he can't even get the information.
All right, Costello, look. I'll be a regular fellow. If you want to be a dramatic actor, you'll need an agent. I'll take you to the best agent in town. Come on.
Sit right down, gentlemen. Mr. Whitney will be with you in a moment.
Thank you.
Abbott, do you know this guy? Is he really a good agent?
Well, he carries a lot of weight. He gets steamed up. He pushes his way into the studio, flattens the opposition, and paves the way for you. I call that an agent.
I call that a steamroller.
Well, Mr. Whitney is a great agent. He's got his foot in the door at MGM, his finger in the pie at Paramount, his ear to the ground at Eagle Eye, and he keeps one eye on Universal Lot.
If he's going to handle me, he's got to do one thing.
What's that?
Pull himself together.
We'll see you gentlemen now. Go right in.
I'll be with you in a moment, gentlemen. I'm talking to a client on the phone. What's that? You're tired of playing the same parts all the time? But you're not a romantic lead. I'm sorry, but you'll have to just keep playing the same kind of parts. Goodbye.
Who is that?
Trigger. He's tired of playing the part of a horse. I'd drop him as a client, but he owes me $500 I loaned him for gambling.
Trigger the horse gambles?
Sure, I see him at the track every day. He bets on the jockey.
Mr. Whitney, Costello wants to be a dramatic actor.
Costello, have you had any acting experience?
Well, once I was with a traveling troupe, a road company.
Did you spend much time on the road?
I was on the road so much I had a white line down the middle of my back.
Talk sense, Costello. Mr. Whitney, could you get Costello a dramatic part in pictures?
Well, let's see. They need an actor to fight Humphrey Bogart in his new picture. How much salary would you want for that, Costello?
$10,000.
Uh-huh. Well, here's another job. You'd have to hold up a stagecoach. How much would you want for that?
$10,000.
Here's another job. You'd have to make love to Ann Sheridan. She smothers you with kisses. How much would you want for that job?
Would $3 be asking too much?
Costello, if I get you a job in pictures, you'll have to develop finesse. You'll have to act with poise.
I gotta act with boys?
Certainly.
Why can't I act with girls?
Costello, you do act with girls, but you act with poise.
How can I act with girls if I'm gonna act with boys?
Costello, whenever you act with girls, they expect you to act with poise.
Not the girls I go out with.
You don't understand. We're talking about poise. Poise is important. Suppose you were asked to dance with a girl in a picture. You would dance with poise.
Now he's got me dancing with boys.
Now, all fellows do not dance with poise, but they should.
If they do, it'll close down the Palladium.
Costello, you're a little mixed up. Forget about poise. Let's put it this way. I want you to look well. Be debonair. Wear your clothes with grace.
Oh, you want me to take and could I have that again?
Look, he wants you to wear your clothes with grace.
Now, ain't that a pretty picture? Grace and me walking down the street in my clothes. I can hardly get into the suit myself.
Forget about grace, Costello. I'm concerned with your appearance. I insist that you dress nattily.
I'll be glad to. Where does Natalie live?
Natalie doesn't live anywhere. Natalie is not a girl.
Must be one of those boys we were talking about.
Oh, listen, you dummy. We're talking about appearance. Every actor in pictures dresses Natalie.
Abbott, do you dress Natalie?
Certainly.
Wait till your wife finds out about this.
Mr. Costello, we're not discussing a woman. We're discussing clothes. Now, before I take you to the studio for a job, I want you to go to a good men's shop and get some decent attire.
Good. I'll go right away. And what should I get?
Attire. Something to wear. Attire.
You want me to wear attire?
Certainly.
How do you like that? Now he's got me walking down the street dressed in attire.
What are you talking about, Costello?
Well, Abbott, I didn't mind it when you told me that I had to dance with boys. And I didn't object when you asked me to wear my clothes with Grace. And then you made me get Grace out of my clothes and put them on Natalie. But when you asked me to wear attire so that I will have to go to a filling station every time I want to get dressed, I don't like that. You have not only impugned on my good name, but you have cast contumely on the good name of the two-pan suit makers of America and besmirched the dignity of the Amalgamated Confederation of Needleworkers, and you have degraded the fair city of Los Angeles, style center of the USA, and of New Jersey of all.
I'm taking you to the studios to get a job. Oh, hello, AK. I brought over my new clients. They're loaded with TNT.
Who are they, D.W.?
A&C.
A&C-P-U.
You see, AK, Costello's anxious to play a dramatic part in pictures.
Well, I'm making a picture called The Life of Sidney Greenstreet. Costello, you might play the part of Sidney Greenstreet. You both have the same shape.
Hey, I spoke to Sidney Greenstreet on the phone last night, long distance.
Person to person?
No, stomach to stomach.
Tell me this, Costello. Have you ever had any experience as a screen lover?
Well, in my last picture, I hugged and kissed Ingrid Bergman. She was very happy.
Ingrid Bergman was not in our last picture, Lou.
That's why she was so happy.
Just step out on the soundstage, Costello, and I'll give you a screen test.
What's that?
We are shooting a picture.
I'm going to take my brother to see that picture.
Oh, but the picture won't be out for 6 months.
Neither will my brother.
How about this screen test for Costello?
Now, if you want to make money in pictures, Costello, you've got to have polish. Every star needs polish. Our stars can't get enough polish. Now, do you know how to make money in pictures?
Sure, sell polish to the stars.
Costello, by polish, he means work, hard work. Take Clark Gable. When he makes love to Hetty Lamar, it becomes work, just like selling newspapers. Any questions?
I wonder if Gable will sell me his newsstand.
Well, we are ready for your test now, Costello. Now, remember, you are supposed to be Sidney Greenstreet. Now, give it everything you've got. Lights, camera, action!
Come to my arms, Olivia. At last we are alone, Olivia. I'm over here, Olivia. Kiss me.
Oh, you are so brave. Press your lips to mine.
Aha! So it's you rat, making love to my girl. I've known about this all the time, but today I set a trap for you, and I left her here as a bait, and I caught you.
If you set a trap with stuff like that, you'll catch me every time.
Come. Now let's go to the projection room and run the test.
Well, what do you think of that test, A.K.? Doesn't Costello remind you of Sydney Green Street?
That's it. What an idea. It's wonderful.
You mean I get the job?
No, send for Sydney Green Street. Why don't I think of ideas like that? The Life of Sydney Green Street, starring Sydney Green Street.
Abbott, get me out of here.
Don't go away, folks. Our stars will be back. But first, they'd like you to listen to this.
Let's roll out the old PDQ welcome mat for a few new typical dealers. Guys who have recently joined the PDQ team of independent dealers. There's R.C. and R.W. Hardine down in Long Beach, M.C. Miller in Chino, Theodore H. Smith out in Banning, Charles R. Stevens in Pomona, and Irving Fontaine and Melvin Silvera up in San Jose. Then, too, there's Albert J. Wyatt, Santa Monica, and Richard L. Berkemeyer of San Bernardino. All new PDQ dealers, typical of the many, many automotive experts who are men in business for themselves. Substantial citizens of their own communities who, by their very act of selecting PDQ gasoline and other PDQ products to sell when they could be selling most any brand, have put their expert stamp of approval on the quality, the reputation, and the acceptance of PDQ automotive products. I'd like to have you get acquainted with the PDQ dealer in your neighborhood. You will find he has a sincere interest and the know-how to take much better care of your car. And now the PDQ gas station gang fill her up Abbott and check the oil Costello.
And now here are Abbott and Costello with the final word.
I'll take it, Abbott. Hello? Yes? Is that so? That's terrible. Goodbye.
What's the matter, Costello?
Oh, my cousin Peter went to the license bureau at the city hall for a marriage license. He got shoved into the wrong line.
What happened?
He is now Cocker Spaniel 1765433.
Oh, good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Don't forget to listen next Sunday morning to our new kitty show. Goodbye. Night, everybody in Patterson.
Listen each Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Banda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is Michael Roy saying goodbye until this same time next Wednesday.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Hey, come to a Sheraton showplace. You're gonna love every inch of the place. We've got taste the Sheraton showplace style. We've got style. Come for a visit and stay for a while. You're sure to leave with a smile on your face. We've got taste. We've got taste.
It's away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everybody.
Will you fire the opening gun, Rosie?
I'll be glad to, Bing. Heaven, I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak, and I seem to find the happiness I see when we're out together dancing. lucky street. When we're out together dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I love to climb a mountain and to reach the highest peak, but it doesn't thrill me half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I love to go out fishing in a river or a creek, but I don't enjoy it half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Dance with me, I want my arms around you. The charm about you will carry me through to heaven. I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak, and I seem to find the happiness I see when we're out together romancing, when we're out together dancing cheek to cheek.
Oh, that was just dandy, Rosemary. I like that one very much.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you indeed.
We're going to round up, Del Monte Roundup.
Time to keep an eye out for values at your grocery store.
'Cause Roundup time is value time, Del Monte Roundup time.
Your grocers featuring Del Monte fruits and vegetables especially for you. Fresh tasting juices too.
Roundup time is value time, Del Monte Roundup time. You'll discover canned food values that you don't often see. So it's time to fill your pantry shelf with Del Monte quality.
Come on to a Roundup, Del Monte Roundup.
'Cause Roundup time is value time, Del Monte Roundup time. Right now at your grocers, right now at your grocers. Roundup time is value time, Del Monte Roundup time.
I'm conducting a poll, Bing.
Is that so? Well, now you have a question for me?
Yes, I'd like to know what your mood is at this very moment.
My mood?
Yes.
Well, Rosie, if you must know, my mood is romantic.
Would you care to explain further?
Not at all. It's like this. I'd like to love you every day, if I may, and dream dreams of you every night, if I might. And if I may, I'd like to say, I wish that you were mine. If I had you, all I would do is adore you all of the time. I'd like to tell you of your charms every day, if I may. I'd like to hold you in my arms every night, if I might. You're the object of my affections, and if you have no objections, I'd like to love you night and day, if I may. To tell you of
your charms every day. If I may, I'd like to hold you in my arms every night. If I might, you're the object of my affections, and if you have no objections, I'd like to love you night and day, if I may.
Say, neighbors, how are you feeling today? Hope you're fine. But you know, lots of folks this time of year suffer from cold, so if you're feeling down in the dumps from those miseries and you want really fast relief, listen.
Movie stars can't let cold and sinus congestion spoil their performance, so what do? Listen to Rod Cameron's answer.
When my head gets stopped up from cold and sinus trouble, I take the new medicine for those miseries. New 4-Way cold tablets. Today's 4-Way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress. Then you feel better fast.
Tests show 4-Way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-Way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, no trace with other brands. Only 4-Way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-Way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing, too. Right, Rod Cameron?
It sure is. With 4-Way, I start to feel better right away.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-Way. Fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package. Only 39 cents.
The snow is snowing, the wind is blowing, but I can weather the storm. Why do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm. I can't remember a worse December. Just watch those icicles fall. What do I care if icicles fall? I've got my love to keep me warm. Off with my overcoat, off with my gloves. I need no overcoat, I'm burning with love. My heart's on fire, the flame grows higher, so I will weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm. Off with my overcoat, off with my glove. I need no overcoat, I'm burning with love. My heart's on fire, the flame grows higher, so I will weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me
Tum-tum-dee-dee, tum-tum-dee-dee.
Hey, you're in a merry mood today, Bing?
I should say. Rosie and I are going to a wedding.
And there's nothing we like more than a good old-fashioned knot tying.
I knew something was in the air by Bing's getup. Hey, pretty fancy. By the way, Bing, what are the shoes for?
Well, to tie on the newlyweds car along with the just married sign.
Well, that's really old-fashioned, Bing, and wasteful, too. There's lots of good service left in those shoes if you call on the good services of your shoe repairer. The happy wedding of his expert craftsmanship and modern equipment turns old shoes into spanking new ones.
Okay. We'll switch to tin cans instead and run these shoes right down to be fixed.
Recommend a shop to us, Ken.
Well, just look for the famous Cat's Paw Cat in the window, and you can be sure you're not only getting top-notch service, but the finest products as well. Quality products like famous Cat's Paw twin-grip, soft, resilient heels and soles. And lighter than leather, lighter than rubber, microlite soles by Cat's Paw. The best underfoot.
Now, folks, don't make the same mistake we did. Don't discard shoes that still have many miles of walking comfort left. See your shoe repairer today.
Look for the Cat's Paw sign, a sign of quality and service for more than 57 years. Ask for famous Cat's Paw products by name, and look for Cat's Paw heels and soles on new shoes, too.
You like a ukulele lady like you. If you like to linger where it's shady, ukulele lady linger too. If you kiss a ukulele lady while you promise ever to be true, she see another ukulele lady fool around with you. Maybe she'll sigh, maybe she'll cry, maybe she'll find somebody else by and by to sing to, where it's cool and shady, where the tricky wicky wackies woo. If you like a ukulele lady like you. I saw the splendor of the moonlight on Honolulu Bay. Something tender in the moonlight down Honolulu Bay. And all the beaches are full of peaches who bring their ukes along. And in the glimmer of the moonlight they love to sing this song. If you like a ukulele lady like you. If you like to linger where it's shady, ukulele lady lingers too. If you kiss a ukulele lady while you promise ever to be true, she see another ukulele lady fool around with you. Maybe she'll sigh, maybe she'll cry, maybe she'll find somebody else by and by. Sing to where it's cool and shady, where the tricky wicky wackies woo. If you like a ukulele lady like you.
What do you do when the doorbell rings and you're faced by a little man from outer space, a scowling pirate, or a fierce lion, like might happen in your neighborhood on Halloween night? Well, a new good answer for this emergency is to give these friendly monsters their favorite treat, Sara Lee all-butter chocolate brownies. There's no trick to this treat, because Sara Lee brownies are completely baked and iced, ready to serve. No work at all for you. And perfect for Halloween parties, too, because they're so chewy and delicious, everyone enjoys them. You see, Sara Lee all-butter brownies are made with only the finest ingredients: imported Dutch chocolate, grade AA creamery butter, and lots of pecans. Sara Lee brownies are a treat anytime, so be sure you have plenty on hand. You'll find Sara Lee brownies at your grocer's, completely baked and iced, ready to serve and enjoy.
You got anything special you'd like to sing now, Rosie?
Yes, let's do one of the songs from the How the West Was Won album. Huh?
Oh, I'm glad you thought of that.
I once had a sweetheart, but now I have none. He's gone off and left me to live here alone. He's gone off and left me contented to be, for he loves another girl better than me.
so does the rue. 'Tis lonely, my darling, since parting from you. And at our next meeting, I hope you'll prove true and change the green lilacs for the red, white, and blue. She passed by my window both early and late. The looks that she gave me made my heart break. For the looks that she gave me 10,000 would kill. For loving another would make me quite ill. Then green grow the lilacs and so does the rue. 'Tis lonely, my darling, since parting from you. And at our next meeting, I hope you'll prove true and change the green lilacs for the Oregon blue.
I wrote him a letter in fancy fine line. He sent me an answer all tangled in twine, saying keep your love letters and I will keep mine. Just you write your true love and I'll write to mine.
Then green grow the lilacs and so does the rue.
'Tis lonely, my darling, since parting from you.
And at our next meeting, I hope you'll prove true and change the green lilacs for the red, white, and blue.
Well, Rosie, I guess that's about all for this fine day.
We got it made, huh?
We run clean out of time. That's what we did. See you tomorrow, folks.
A word of welcome now from all of us here on the Bing Crosby, Rosemary Clooney program to radio station KGA, Spokane, Washington. KGA is one of the oldest stations in the Northwest, and this week joined the CBS radio network. 50,000-watt station KGA thus becomes the 26th full-power station in the CBS radio family of broadcasters. Welcome, KGA, and all its listeners.
No doubt about it. When you say Budweiser, you've said it
all. A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Bob Hope Show, transcribed with Les Brown and his band of renown, and yours truly, Hy Averback. Our special guests, Jack Kirkwood, Peggy Lee, Corinne Calvé. And here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Well, here I am. Relatives everywhere. Well, here I am. Never before in history have Americans had so many different forms of entertainment. Radio, television, movies. And everybody's so smart about entertainment now. I told my kids a bedtime story the other night. When I was through, they said, Daddy, why don't you fix up the ending and try it on us again tomorrow night? When the kids aren't listening to radio and TV, they're reading comic books. Comic books are having an effect on my family. My little nephew runs around the house with a big cigar in his mouth, a hat pulled down over his eyes, and his diapers pulled up under his chin. But the comic books are demoralizing the kids. The other day, a 2-year-old put a gun to his nurse's back and grunted, "Who you buying your pablum from?" And, of course, one of the greatest mediums of entertainment is the drive-in movies. The wonderful thing about them is you're never disappointed. If you don't like the movie and you don't like the girl you're with, you can still have a fascinating evening just by looking in the other cars. Oh, you've all been there, huh? I asked the manager of one drive-in theater, when a heavy fog comes in, do you have to give a refund to the people who leave? He said, "Who leaves?" Just proves there's all kinds of entertainment. Say, according to the latest figures, the fastest-growing area in the world is a place right here in Los Angeles called the San Fernando Valley. In 1920, the population in the valley was 20,000. Today, it's over 500,000. Population has grown so that people in the valley go past pet shops just to sneer at the rabbits. No, the growth is phenomenal. Where yesterday there was nothing but a farm with a little house out and back, today there's a family living in the little house out and back. Of course, most people want to move to the valley on account of its amazing climate. No matter how hot it is in the daytime, at night you can always get pneumonia. And the real estate people are selling houses like hotcakes. They have to. That's what they're made of. Of course, no home in the valley. Are you through with that? No home in the valley is complete without a patio with a barbecue. For you Easterners, I'd better explain that a barbecue is an incinerator with a press agent. But there's nothing like the satisfaction of owning your own home in the valley. As you stroll through your house and around your lands, you get a strange feeling. It's almost as though you hear music. You are. It's the collector from the Bank of America singing, "I'm Walking Behind You." A lot of the Hollywood stars have homes in the valley. Gene Autry has a big ranch. In fact, I met Gene just the other day at the general store. He was in buying some hubcaps for his horse. Frank Sinatra has a lovely place. You can tell it was built especially for him. He's got the only bathtub with built-in water wings and a soup strainer over the drain. But you know, the San Fernando Valley has been written about in songs and books. I'd like to close with this poem written by the poet laureate of Burbank. He writes, "O San Fernando Valley, O San Fernando Valley, the whole world stands agog. Where else do the earthquakes rock you to sleep, tucked in a blanket of smog?" And here's one of the really great stylists of song, the lovely Peggy Lee.
I've got an invite for everyone. Climb up the mountain. Climb up the mountain. Climb up the mountain. Yes, climb up the mountain and lay your burden down. Yes, 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 here in this lovely land, Cupid and Whoopi go hand in hand. So climb up the mountain and lay your burden down. Yes, 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 here on the heights above, even a mule train can fall in love. So climb up the mountain and lay your burden down, lay it down. Instead of beginning to beef and bawl, instead of frequenting the Wailing Wall, just climb up the mountain and pay a call, yes. Climb up the mountain, oh, climb up the mountain. Climb up the mountain, yes. Climb up the mountain and lay your burden down. Yes, 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 here in this lovely land, Cupid and Whoopi go hand in hand. So climb up the mountain and lay your burden down. Yes, 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 here on the heights above, even a mule train can fall in love. So climb up the mountain and lay your burden, lay your burden
Hey, what's going on here at your house?
Well, you know, I bought this place 15 years ago. Some real estate man really took me. I just found out the whole place is built on a swamp.
On a swamp? Are you sure?
Yeah, every night a guy walks through my bedroom looking for Chloe.
Oh, you're kidding.
Well, aside from that, I want to modernize the whole place. I'm even putting in continuous air conditioning.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Well, the old method wasn't too bad.
Oh, Bob, walking around with ice cubes in your mouth, breathing on people.
Incidentally, on your way in, did you notice that 9-hole golf course I'm having put in?
Yes, it looks beautiful.
Well, I know it's going to improve my game. When it's finished, I'll really be able to sink that ball.
I know. I saw the men putting the magnets in each hole.
Well, we just use those when I play for money. But let me show you around, Peggy.
Oh, I love it, Bob. Bob, what's all this over here?
Oh, those are some new souvenirs from my trophy case. I've collected all kinds of things on my travels.
Gosh, look at this. A Japanese kimono, an Alaskan totem pole, and a baseball autographed by the Cleveland Indians.
No comment.
Well, they did better than Pittsburgh, didn't they?
Pittsburgh? Are you kidding? They finished so far down, the last team they played were 9 Gophers. And they lost 8-5.
What's this, Bob?
This is priceless. The only one of its kind in the world, and there won't be any more produced. Museums all over the country want this.
What is it?
Well, here, you read the card.
Well, let's see. A lock of Bing Crosby's hair. Oh, Bob. You're always picking on Bing. I think you're jealous.
Me, jealous of Porky? Don't be silly. Why should I be jealous? I can do anything he can do except collect old age compensation.
Well, Bob, I think I'd better go over the number I'm going to do on the show tonight.
Okay, let's find the band. They're here someplace rehearsing.
All right.
Now, there's the new kitchen, and there's the den.
Very nice.
And this is the bedroom. See what I mean?
You know, Bob, I always enjoy singing with Les Brown.
Oh, yeah, he's got a fine band. They're such hard workers, always rehearsing to get that wonderful music. I think they're in this room.
I raise you $5. I raise you $5. Okay, I call. What have you got?
I got 5 jacks.
What have you got? I got 3 jacks.
That makes 8 jacks. Something's wrong.
Why?
There are only supposed to be 6.
Somebody deal.
Now, wait a minute. This poker game's been going on for a month. It's disrupting the whole show.
How do you figure, Dad? What?
Oh, no, this couldn't happen to me. Look, every time I look at you, you're playing poker. Not only that, you drag people into your game.
That's a lie. This is a private game. No strangers allowed.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Well, okay.
I raise you $5, General Harkins.
And I raise you 5. Oh. Say, Peggy.
This is a man who thinks with his heart. His heart is not always wise. This is a man who stumbles and falls, but this is a man who tries. This is a man you forgive and forgive and help and protect as long as you
Oh, Bob.
Yeah, hi.
Truck just delivered these packages for you.
Oh, it must be the stuff I ordered for the house. Let's see.
What's in the other package, Bob?
Oh, those are the new draperies. It's a brand new idea. The colors match the human skin. Here, I'll wrap them around myself and hold them up to my skin. You can see. There.
I beg your pardon. Well, as I live and breathe, Gloria Swanson.
you?
I'm the building inspector for the Contractors Association, boy. Jack C. Kirkwood's my name.
Kirkwood? Kirkwood? Didn't I read that a Jack Kirkwood was arrested for swindling this week?
Oh, no. That's Jack P. Kirkwood. I'm Jack C. Kirkwood. People have been making that mistake all week long, thinking I was a swindler.
But you're not, eh?
No. I wonder how they caught Dad.
So you're the building inspector, eh?
That's right, boy. I work for the Happy Homes Contractors Association. Every day I get in my Cadillac and I take...
Oh, now, wait a minute, wait. You're just a building inspector and you drive a Cadillac, you must be loaded.
What?
Loaded?
Yeah, but I'll try not to breathe on you. Well, I better get started.
Not so fast. I don't know whether I can trust you around my home.
Oh, boy. What a vulgar allegation. Why, I've inspected the homes of many stars, sitting in front of the fireplace, serving subpoenas on each other.
Well, I guess you're okay.
Why, of course I am. Now, first of all, boy, who's your contractor?
Well, I don't know whether you've heard of him, Jerry Colonna.
Oh, yes, Colonna. Know him well. We have the same probation officer. Is he around?
No, he had a nasty accident yesterday. He was installing the sink, and his mustache got caught in the garbage disposal unit.
Oh, that's terrible.
No, it isn't. No, a fishing boat picked him up off Santa Monica.
Fishing boat. Oh, that's champion.
But he'll be here next week.
Fine. Now, the main thing I'll do today is to check for fire hazards, and I'll spend the rest of the month on the other things.
A month? Can't you do it any quicker?
Well, there is one thing that would speed me up. You think about it for a minute. I'll just look out the window.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Oh, why, there's a fine-looking garden. It's so green. What a spot to grow lettuce. I just love lettuce. And look at those birds in your garden. What large bills they have.
Oh, I get it. You want money.
My, but you're bright. I can see the sun shining right through the hole in your head.
Say, Fatty, you can go to jail for taking... You can go to jail for taking money.
How much am I offered?
$10.
Hardly worth going to jail for $10, boy.
50?
No.
100?
Cash?
Yeah.
Warden, I'd like a cell with running water, please. See you later, boy. I'm going to start checking for fire.
What a pest he's going to be. Come in.
Hello, Bob.
Well, Corrine Calvé. Look at this. See, you look wonderful, Corrine.
Well, thank you, Bob. I see they're still fixing your house. Golly, it's so upside down.
You look just great, honey.
The whole house is in need of repair. Bob, do you have trouble with your plumbing?
That was me.
I think you're wonderful.
Welcome to the club. By the way, Corrine, how'd you know I was having this work done on my house?
Well, I live only 1 block from here, and when I go out to take a sand bath, I hear the noise.
You live a block from here and you go out to take sunbaths?
That's right.
No wonder. Yesterday, 3 of the workmen quit and started digging a tunnel.
Yes, I saw you with a shovel.
Well, the house will be finished soon, and I think it'll appeal to you. It's going to have that continental flavor, you know, très charmant, très magnifique,
tray Hildegard and a tray of hors d'oeuvres.
I didn't know you could talk French.
Just enough to get myself arrested.
Were you not recently in Paris?
As a matter of fact, I were. And France is really all they say it was.
Yes, la belle France. Oh, my country suffered a great deal. You know what I mean. But now it is all right.
Want to try it over? Or you just want to leave it there? Go ahead, have another go, girl. Go ahead.
Ah, yes, la belle France. My country suffered a great deal.
How you doing?
But now it is all right.
Well, I want to tell you, we had a wonderful time over there. You know, I entertained in France. I did quite a few shows there.
You did?
Yes.
Oh, my country still suffers.
I saw it. But I don't care what you say, Corinne.
Say, boy, I was just checking for fire hazards and... Oh! French pastry.
Kirkwood.
Now, wait a minute, boy. Say, aren't you the lady who takes the sun baths down the street?
Yes, I am. Do you know me?
Oh, oui. Avez-vous le français qui est d'humour dans les maisons blanches?
Oui, c'est moi. Pourquoi me demandez-vous?
Je vous pense bien jolie si vous voudriez faire notre connaissance.
Well, bien sûr. Peut-être pourrions-nous devenir amis.
Ah, merci, madame.
Merci.
Corinne, what's he saying to you?
He, too, is digging a tunnel.
Look, Kirkwood, stick to business, will you?
I am, boy. And I want to tell you all your doors must be removed. They're fire hazards.
Well, you leave those doors alone. They're specially built out of pickled pine.
What'd you say?
I said pickled.
Yes, I am. I found your liquor closet.
Kirkwood, get lost, will you? We got to rehearse the radio show. Please don't bother us anymore.
Okay, boy.
Bob, is Peggy Lee here yet?
Yes, she's somewhere around here. Peggy!
Yes, Bob? Oh, hello, Corinne. Hello, Peggy. How have you been, Corinne? Fine. Oh, I love your dress. It's so cute.
Say, girls, why don't we...
Thank you. It's a new net skirt that can be worn with a tight bodice or sheer wool turtleneck. I've got the cutest new nylon tulle apron skirt that's worn with a waist cincher.
I got a new Captain Video Space Patrol suit.
And I
just won't quit, that's all.
I love the new padded hip line with just tons of petticoats.
Say, girls, let's break it up, huh?
Sorry, Bob.
I think we better start rehearsing for the show.
Oh, are we going to do a sketch, Bob?
Yeah, I thought we'd do a scene from My Favorite Spy.
Don't you play the lead in that, Bob?
Well, it's really a double lead. I play the part of a real baggy pants burlesque comic, and then I also play the part of an international spy who is suave, intelligent, dashing, reckless, and very handsome.
Well, you must be great as a burlesque comic.
Thank you. Now, let's rehearse the scene where I've just stolen some secret plans from you, Peggy, and you, Corinne, are making love to me in order to get the plans. Okay, let's get started, Corinne.
Oh, Eric, darling, I just had to see you tonight.
Say, boy, I got to talk to you about
Kirkwood, sit down, will you? We're having a very important rehearsal. Please keep quiet. All right, Corinne.
Oh, Eric, darling, I just had to see you tonight.
Control yourself, you mad young senor.
I waited for you, darling, needed you. Your eyes, your lips, to feel your strong arms around me once again. Kiss me, darling. Let the spark of my love inflame me.
Oh, my love. Kirkwood, put Miss Calvey down. Kirkwood, what are you doing?
I got to remove her, boy. This girl's a fire hazard.
Reminding you to be tuned in next week for another visit with Bob Hope.
Long ago, I learned that all engineering is a matter of designing machines to solve problems. I'm Neil Armstrong. In the Apollo program, I acquired a respect for the ability of Chrysler Corporation engineering to help solve some of the incredible problems of space travel. Now I've seen what they've done for cars, and I'm convinced Chrysler engineering has solved many of the problems that concern all drivers. By pioneering the use of front-wheel drive in small American-built cars, they've given them a new kind of control and handling. The bigger cars, they have engines and transmissions that are right for the times. Sport coupes have been given clean, aerodynamic designs that slice through the wind. As an engineer, I find the cars from Chrysler Corporation exciting, innovative approaches to the needs we all have today. I think you will, too.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield is best for you. First cigarette with premium quality in both regular and king size. Chesterfield brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. You get a call from the San Diego Police Department that 3 hold-up men are thought to be heading for your city. You know they're armed. You know they're dangerous. Your job, get them.
Years ahead of them all.
Chesterfield is years ahead of them all.
The quality contrast between Chesterfield and other leading brands is a revealing story.
Recent chemical analyses give an index of good quality for the country's 6 leading cigarette brands. The index of good quality table, which is a ratio of high sugar to low nicotine, shows Chesterfield quality highest.
Chesterfield quality highest.
15% higher than its nearest competitor.
Chesterfield quality highest.
31% higher than the average of the 5 other leading brands.
Yes, Chesterfield is first, with premium quality in both regular and king size.
Don't you want to try a cigarette with a record like this? Chesterfield.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, October 5th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. I was on my way into the office, and it was 4:58 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery. Hi, Murph. Seen Frank?
Yeah, he was here a couple of minutes ago. I think he went down the hall, said he'd be right back.
Thanks. How the kids?
We're in the cycle again.
What do you mean?
The cold cycle.
Oh, yeah.
Oldest boy brings one home with him, gives it to his sister. Then it goes to the baby, then to the wife, and then to me. By the time I got it, the oldest boy's ready to catch it again from me. Doesn't seem to be any end to it.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Reading the other day where if you take care of a cold, take a lot of pills, stay in bed, you can shake it in a week.
All right.
Don't do anything special for it, and it'll take 7 days to get rid of it.
Joe?
Hi.
Got an APB here from San Diego. Boys down there really drew themselves a gem.
Yeah, can I take a look?
Yeah, here it is.
Wow. I can hear him moan all the way from here.
What is it?
Well, I had a jewel robbery at a hotel on the coast. 3 men took $135,000 in jewels and at least $15,000 in cash.
$150,000, huh? Any leads on them?
No, APB gives a description, list of the stolen jewelry. That's about all.
When did it happen?
It says 1:30 this morning.
Yeah, it's going to keep him busy for a while. That Mort's screaming like an eagle, Joe.
Why?
Well, I talked to him last week. Said he was going down to Mexico to do some fishing. Been saving days off for the last 3 months. Won't get to go now.
Yeah, I get it. Robbery, Friday. Yeah, go ahead. San Diego.
Huh?
Yeah, hi, Mort. Yeah, we got the APB. How's it going? Yeah. Uh-huh. When do you figure they left? Yeah. Okay, Mort, yeah. All right, we'll keep an eye open. Right. Bye.
What's he got?
Well, Davis, Walk, and Hewen are coming up.
They're driving?
Yeah, they figure the hold-up men are heading this way. The early editions of the afternoon papers came out, and they carried the complete story. 3 men had entered the Carlton Surf Hotel at 1:30 a.m. All 3 were armed, and they forced the manager to open the safe. Inside the vault were the jewels and the other valuables that had been deposited with the management for safekeeping by the guests. After looting the safe, the 3 men had robbed 5 of the guests who had entered the lobby during the time that they'd been going through the safe. After taking all the money and valuables they could find, the 3 men forced the manager and the guests into a back storeroom of the hotel, and they locked them in. None of the victims could tell the San Diego officers what kind of a car had been used, but all of them were able to give good descriptions of the 3 men. The San Diego Police Department had been called, and the men from the Detective Bureau had begun an immediate investigation. From the phone conversation I'd had with Lieutenant Mort Gear, they had evidence to believe that the 3 men were heading up for Los Angeles. While the 3 detectives from the San Diego Department came to L.A., Lieutenant Gear, Sergeant Tony McGuire would continue the investigation down in their city. 11:12 p.m. Sergeants Carl Davis, Jerry Walk, and Pappy Hewen arrived at the city hall. They filled us in on what had happened.
The way the thing looked, it figured that someone who had either worked for the hotel or was working for it had engineered it.
How'd that check out?
The identification we got?
Yeah.
Virgil Russell worked for the hotel a year ago as a busboy in the dining room. All the victims gave a positive identification on him.
How about the other 2, Carl?
Nothing on him yet.
What made you figure they might be coming up here?
Well, Russell's got a record, checked his package, and found that he has a sister in San Diego. Checked her, and she gave us the lead.
Yeah.
Said her brother and 2 men came by the house early this morning. Her brother's been staying with her the past few weeks. Anyway, he came by this morning, packed his clothes, said he had to come up to L.A. on business.
Well, she have an address up here for him, Carl?
Not good. Said he told her he'd get in touch with her. He was staying with a friend in a place out on Olympic Boulevard.
Anything on that address?
Yeah, our package gave an address out there. Russell had listed a friend of his when he was arrested. We figured he might be out there. Got a good description of the car. One thing is going to help.
Yeah.
Sister told us that she asked her brother about the other 2 men. Wanted to know if they didn't want to come to the house. Mm-hmm. Russell said no, they were waiting for him. If the 3 of them were in a hurry, she couldn't give us a description of the other 2.
Well, what time this happened?
About 5:30 this morning.
Well, they came right up here. They'd get in about 8 then, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
You're pretty sure that these are the right ones now?
Looks like that. Identification of the mugs. Russell's sister told us when he was packing, a brooch fell out of his grip. She picked it up for him.
Give a description of it?
Yeah, matches one that was taken from the hotel in the theft. Large diamond with 4 rubies in the setting. Looked real good for the job.
Did you get a broadcast out on the car?
Yeah, Russell's sister told us it's a 53 Nash, red and black Continental hookup. She said Russell just got back from a trip through Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico. Said that he had the rear window covered with those stickers. You know, the ones they get from gas stations.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Window's supposed to be covered with them. Shouldn't be hard to spot.
Well, maybe he figures that, too. Might have him taken off, huh?
Possible. It's a lead, though. Something else to look out for.
Any chance he might have gotten across the border into Mexico?
Yeah, it's possible, but it isn't likely. As soon as we got word on the car, we got out a supplemental APB on it and got in touch with the authorities down the border. They said they hadn't seen a car that matched the description across the border.
Well, if they'd gotten to the border, the officers down there'd know about it anyway.
Yeah, I talked to Al Gayton from our office. He said they'd be on the lookout for him.
Our pawn shop detail got right on it, Carl. They got the description of the jewelry out all over town. We haven't had any reports on it yet, though.
They aren't going to try to sell it piece by piece. There's too many of those pieces are easy to recognize.
Yeah.
They'll probably try to peddle through a fence and have it broken up.
Well, we'll get the word out to our informants. Ask them to watch out for it.
Yeah. Heist that big can't be kept quiet for long. Bound to be rumbles on it someplace.
I'd like to check out the place on Olympic. It looks like it's the best lead we got.
Okay. We're walking here, you know.
Went down the hall with Murphy. Wanted to check some things at R&I.
Well, might as well get on out to Olympic, huh? You got the address?
Yeah, you better check the place first. Could be rough.
What do you mean?
Well, all 3 of them are armed. Russell served time twice before at the joint.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to want to go back.
We checked the name of Russell's friend through our files. We found that he had no record. We drove out to the address on Olympic and we talked with the neighbors. From them, we found out that it was not a private residence. We talked to the woman who lived next door. We asked her about the man listed in the San Diego package as a friend of the suspects. She told us she hadn't seen him. Directly in front of the rooming house, we found a car answering the description given us by the sister. There were no lights on in the rooming house. Walk and Hewen covered the rear of the place. Frank, Carl Davis, and I went up to the front door.
Pretty dark. I can't see anybody in there, can you?
No, I can't.
Check the window, see if I can spot anything.
Right, Carl.
Well, let's try the door.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Come on, open up.
Beat it. Nobody gets in here.
All right, Frank, let's hit it. All right, stand right where you are. Hold
I'm
on.
not doing anything. What are you doing breaking in
Get
here
your
like
hands out
this?
in front of you.
Sure.
I'll shake him, Joe. He's clean.
Everything okay?
Yeah, Carl.
I'll get walking you in.
Who else in the house?
Nobody but the landlady. She's upstairs. Her and her daughter. Nobody else here.
What's your name?
Pete Ellis.
Where's Russell?
I don't know any Russell.
All right, we'll look around. Come on. What's in there?
Dining room. There ain't nothing in there.
Open it up.
See? Nobody here.
Yeah. All right, we'll check the other rooms. Where's this door go?
Bedroom. Ain't nobody in there.
Open it up.
Joe, nobody in the kitchen. Check the back porch. Walk and Davis are upstairs.
All right, we'll try this one here. Come on, you open it up.
It's locked. I can't get in.
There's a key in the door over here. Let's see if it fits.
Virgil! Virgil! Get out! Virgil, it's the cops! Get out!
All right, get out of the way, you. Come on, let's hit it. Get out.
On the bed, Joe.
I see him. All right, come on, you out of that bed.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
There's a bottle of sleeping pills on the table here.
Yeah, an empty bottle of whiskey. I guess he's dead drunk.
Upstairs is clean, Joe. Russell, huh?
Yeah, he's drunk. I guess we're pretty lucky. Under his pillow there?
Yeah.
3 guns. With the suspects in custody, we searched the house. In the back bedroom, where we'd found Virgil Russell, we found a folder with all of the newspaper stories of the hotel robbery. In each instance, that portion of the story which referred to the thieves themselves was outlined in pencil, and there were small notations along the margins of the newspaper. A complete search of the house netted us nothing. There was no sign of the loot from the robbery, although each of the suspects had a large amount of money in their possession. We talked to the landlady, but she was unable to tell us anything about the suspects. She said that she had rented a room to Peter Ellis over a year before, and that the suspect had moved out after living in the house for only 2 months. She said that she hadn't seen them again since that night when they arrived at the house and asked for rooms. We called the office and arranged for a stakeout on the place, and we took the 2 suspects back to the office. We ran Peter Ellis through R&I, and we found that he had 1 previous conviction on a robbery charge. 2:15 a.m. We talked to Virgil Russell in the interrogation room.
All right. I ain't trying to con you into anything. I was in on the heist, I'll admit it, but I ain't gonna be no fink. You ain't gonna get any other names out of me.
You got the money we found on you from that hotel robbery, is that right?
I don't know where else it'd come from. I got no reason to con you about the hotel job. I pulled it. I ain't afraid to admit it. I'm just not turning think, that's all.
Maybe we can get it out of Ellis.
He won't tell you anything.
You're pretty sure about that. He admits he was in on the robbery.
Well, so what? We all had a deal. If any of us got caught, they wouldn't tell about the others.
You think Ellis and that other guy'd go that route, standing the arrest alone?
Sure. We had an agreement.
Oh, come on now. Tell us how much you got for the jewels. You can tell us that and not tell us who the other man is, can't you?
Yeah, I suppose so. Isn't there any way you could tell if I told you how much we got?
How much?
7,000.
How much?
7,000.
Who set up the deal to sell the stuff? Your partner?
Yeah, he handled all that.
He fixed it for you to get $7,000 for all the jewelry?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you made a good deal, all right. 7,000 for $135,000 worth of jewelry.
Wasn't worth 135. That's just the papers, making it sound big.
No, Russell, you're wrong. That's what the stuff is worth.
Are you kidding?
You got that report, Frank?
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute. That's maybe what they claim the stuff is worth. But you know how people are always jacking things up on the insurance companies. The stuff was worth, maybe 15,000, not a cent more.
Yeah, Joe, here it is.
This is the report you got from the insurance company, Carl.
That's it.
Would you like to read it yourself, Russell, or do you want me to read it to you?
Well, let me see.
All right.
What a lousy bum. Oh, no good. He's a thief, that's what he is. A thieving thief.
That's the kind of a guy you say you had a deal with, huh? Let you think he was doing you a big favor. Some deal, $7,000.
If we'd picked him up, he'd have screamed like an eagle.
He's your pal, all right.
What a no good thief. I can't believe it.
Who'd he sell the stuff to, do you know?
No, I don't, and that's the truth. I saw the guy, but I don't know who it was.
How'd the deal work?
Well, earlier tonight, we got together out in Westwood. He called the fellow who was going to handle the deal, told him to meet us there.
Who's he?
A lousy Fink.
What's his name?
Payne, Al Payne.
I spell it. Last name.
P-A-Y-N-E.
You got a record?
No, I don't think so. I never heard him talk about it.
You give us a description?
Yeah. That stuff was really worth 135 grand. He said it was a lot of talk, newspaper talk, he said. Oh, brother, what a laugh.
What's his Payne look like?
Oh, he's about 37, maybe 150, 60 pounds. Bald. A little bit of hair on the edge of his head.
I'll check the name through R&I, Joe.
Right. You want to bring the mugs back here?
Yeah. Russell?
Yeah?
That first name, is it Alfred or Albert?
I think it's Albert. He's some kind of a promoter. I don't know what he promotes. I think it's just a dodge, kind of a front.
I'll be right back, Joe.
All right. Let's go ahead with the story about the buy, huh?
All right. Where was I?
You said you went out to Westwood.
Oh, yeah. Well, we were supposed to meet out in the parking lot by the ice rink. Big place out there. Well, we met this guy, the fellow Payne called it. He looked at the stuff, said it was worth maybe $15,000 the way it was. But he said it had to be broken down before it could be sold. That it wouldn't bring that much when it was all broken down.
What'd Al say to that?
Well, he agreed to it, said it was true. He went right along with it. Lousy deal. He was probably in on the whole thing.
Wouldn't be surprised.
I just can't get over it. We had all that stuff and didn't know what it was worth.
You got any idea who this guy is?
No, I told you I didn't know.
You said this Payne had an office here in town. You know where it is?
Yeah, I can show you. We were up there this afternoon while I was setting up the deal. It's in a building over on 6th.
You'd be willing to go over there with us?
So you can nail him?
That's right. We want to get the jewels back.
Sure, I'll go. So what that bum did to me, nothing too bad for him.
How you going to work it, Joe?
Well, Russell here will have to introduce me as somebody who wants to buy this stuff. He'll have to tell Payne that I'm willing to pay, say, $50,000 for the jewelry. That way, Payne will have to get in touch with the other man. I don't think he'll pass up a deal like that.
Maybe he figures to make more than that this was.
Yeah, but suppose he thinks that Russell here wants to do business with me. He'll get the stuff back. I don't think he'll want to cross Russell.
Might work.
No, we haven't got much choice. We got to get the stuff back before it's broken up.
Joe, I got some pictures here. None of them match the description.
What was that?
None of them match the description.
Oh. You want to look at these?
Yeah.
Joe's going to go see this Payne with Russell and Ellis, try to get a lead on where the stuff is.
How are you going to work it?
Well, I'll tell Payne I'm interested in buying the jewels, offer him maybe $50,000.
Picture's not here. None of these is Payne.
You go along with this plan, Russell?
Sure. I'd like to see you get him and get him good.
It's pretty risky.
It doesn't look like there's any other way.
Suppose not. Russell?
Yeah?
We know Payne carries a gun. I'm going to tell you something. I want you to remember it.
All right.
You get any bright ideas about tipping Payne off about Joe, remember, we'll have men all through the building.
All right.
We're not going to start any shooting.
Yeah.
But we'll finish it.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Chesterfield is best for you. Just listen to the record.
For a full year and 2 months, a doctor has been making regular examinations of a group of Chesterfield smokers, and he reports no adverse effects to the nose, throat, and sinuses from smoking Chesterfields.
Don't you want to try a cigarette with a record like this? Chesterfield. First with premium quality in both regular and king size. Chesterfield. First choice with Young America. And that's from a survey of 274 colleges and universities. Try Chesterfields today. Remember, Chesterfield is America's best cigarette buy.
The two suspects, Peter Ellis and Virgil Russell, were taken to the main jail and booked in for violation of Section 211 of the California Penal Code. After that, the officers from San Diego, Frank and I, discussed the plan for finding the stolen jewels. It was agreed that I would go into the office building with the suspect, Virgil Russell. To lessen the chances of discovery, I would carry no gun or any police identification. We were unable to make contact that night, so the following morning, we checked over the physical layout of the building. It was 6 stories high and had one elevator. There were 2 entrances to the building, one in the front and one that opened off an alley in the rear. Officers were planted at both entrances. Additional men were stationed on each floor. 2 men were on the roof to cut off any possible escape to one of the adjoining buildings. 11:30 a.m. Tuesday, October 6th. Russell called Payne and said that he wanted to see him. Payne told him to come right over to the office. Russell and I got into a car and we drove over. It had been arranged that from the time we entered the building, no one would be permitted to leave until we returned to the main entrance. 11:58 a.m. We got to the office building. We went up to the 4th floor. The sign on Payne's door read, Albert Payne Investments. Russell opened the door and we walked in.
Hi, Verge. What's the bet?
Al, like you to meet Joe Ferguson.
Joe, glad to meet you.
Yeah, same here, Al.
Well, sit down, boys. Now, what's this all about?
It's about the stuff, Al. We got to get it back.
Now, what's the pitch? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, come off it, Payne. Joe here's willing to up the ante for the jewels.
How much?
I'll go as high as $50,000. I got to see it first.
For $15,000 worth of jewels?
Papers say it's worth $135.
I explained that to you. They up the value. It's all insured. People up the price of the insurance companies. Papers up the price. They sell more papers. I told you.
Yeah, and I ain't buying it. I want the stuff back. I never even got my cut of the $7,000. Ellis feels the same way.
I told you the money'd be coming.
Oh, it ain't coming anymore. I want the stuff back.
I don't think we can do that. Most of it's already broken up.
No, not much of it could be broken up in the time that he's had it.
The guy that bought it isn't going to like it.
Well, it's tough. You just tell him to stop breaking it up. Tell him we want it back.
Where do you figure to sell the jewels?
I don't see where that concerns you. I'm offering you $50,000 for them. That's all you need to know.
Come on, Al. Come on. Quit playing games. Let's get on it. You get in touch with the guy you gave them to and get the jewels back.
Wait a minute. I got something to say about this. I was in on the job with you. Don't you forget it.
I'm only going to say this once more, Payne. You get on that phone and get in touch with your contact. Tell him to stop breaking them up. You set up a meet to get the stuff back.
I'll call him. I don't think it's going to do any good. He's probably got all the mountings melted down by this time. Got it all broken up.
You call him. Let's see what happens.
All right. Now, let me talk to Fred. Fred, this is Al. Yeah. Listen, something's come up. We can't go through with the deal. What? Yeah, I know. I told him. Doesn't make any difference. They want it all back. Yeah, I told him that, too. Doesn't make any difference. You want the jewels back that have been broken down, too?
I told you, Al. I want all of it back.
Yeah. Yeah, Freddie says all of it. Okay. And when can you make it? Yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll see you then, right. Okay, bye. They'll have the stuff for you tomorrow night.
Why does he have to wait that long?
How do I know? He just said he couldn't get it to you any sooner.
You should have let me talk to him. I'd have told him.
Yeah, sure.
How much of it's been broken up?
Well, hardly any. Just got started. Fred says almost all whole.
Who is this Fred?
That's none of your business.
I asked you a question, Al.
You got your answer. Doesn't make any difference who he is. You and your friends loused up the deal. Be happy. You fixed it fine.
Well, I'll come out better.
Yeah, you better be right. Now, remember, I got a piece of this.
I won't forget. What time tomorrow we're going to meet Fred?
He said he'd call. Let me know where and when.
Well, I can't be any later than tomorrow. I got to be leaving then.
You're going to have the money with you when you pick up the stuff,
I'll
aren't you?
have it.
All of it. I don't want any of this down payment.
I told you I'd have it.
All right, you call me tomorrow about 10, Verge. I'll let you know the details then.
Okay.
I hope you're right about this, Verge.
What do you mean?
Well, this deal, I don't like it. I hope nothing happens to louse it up.
Yeah, so do I. Virgil, Russell, and I left the office and went downstairs. We checked with Frank, Carl Davis, and the other officers from San Diego. Al Payne was taken into custody and booked in at the main jail on suspicion of violation of Section 211 PC. Then we returned to the office.
You find out who has the stuff?
Yeah, a fellow named Fred.
You know who he is?
No, not yet, but we will.
How'd you figure that? Payne didn't tell you.
Well, I saw the number he dialed when he called Fred. It was a Hollywood prefix. That narrows down the area. I can try the number, see who answers. Oh, I'm sorry. I got the wrong number. Excuse me.
So you get it?
Yeah. It's the Kingery Trophy Company. You want to check the books?
Right. K-I, King, Kincaid. Here it is, Joe. Kingery Trophy Company. It's on Las Palmas.
Trophy Company. That'd give him a chance to melt the mountings down to metal, wouldn't it? Be easier to get rid of it that way.
Makes sense. What do you figure to move in on?
Right now. We can drive out and check the place now, look it over, then we'll go in and get them.
What happens with me?
We got to take you back to main jail.
After the help I gave
That's
you?
the way it's got to be. You knew that going in.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, you tell the DA I helped, though, huh?
Yeah, we'll see he knows about it.
Sure, a bad deal all the way around. Real bad deal. I should have known I couldn't win. Right from the start, I should have known. Nobody can win.
Well, still a lot of people trying. We returned Virgil Russell to his cell, and then we drove out to the Kingery Trophy Company. It was a two-story building on Las Palmas Avenue in Hollywood. They made trophies and fraternity pins. A large sign on the front of the building advertised that they could duplicate anything in metal. We checked with the neighborhood merchants and found that there was a permanent staff of 4 employees. The company was owned by a Roger Kingery, and none of the neighborhood people could tell us anything about an employee by the name of Fred. 5 p.m. The employees of the plant left the building. 1 man remained. From the description we'd gotten from Russell, we figured that he was the person Payne had called Fred. 6:03 p.m. The lights in the rear of the factory went on, and through the windows we could see the suspect working over a small furnace. On a table off to one side, we could see a quantity of jewelry. Frank, Carl, and I went to the side door of the plant while the other officers covered the remaining doors.
All right, you ready? Yeah, let's go.
Carl?
Yeah.
I'll hit the door and grab him before he's got the chance to throw the jewelry into the furnace.
Right.
Grab him, Carl. He's making a break for it.
I got it. Hey, what are you guys doing breaking in here like this?
Look at that, Joe. Jewelry matches the description of the stolen stuff.
Yeah, looks like it.
All right, mister, stand still.
I'll shake it. It's clean.
I don't know what you guys are doing. I don't know what this is all about.
All right, save it. What's this jewelry doing here?
That isn't mine.
I didn't ask you whose it was. I asked you what it was doing here.
Fella said give me $2,500 if I break it down for him.
What's the fellow's name?
Guy named Payne said he'd pay me to melt it down for him.
You know the stuff was stolen?
No, I didn't. He just made the deal to melt it down.
Didn't he call you this afternoon and tell you to stop breaking it up?
Yeah, and then he called back and told me not to pay attention to what he said. Go ahead with the job. I did like he said.
Who else is in this with you?
What do you mean?
Who else here at the factory?
Nobody. I'm the only one. I only did it because I needed the money. I didn't know where the jewels came from. I didn't care. It didn't make no difference to me. As long as I got mine, I was happy. I didn't know what it was all about.
Looks like most of it's here, Joe.
How many pieces did you break down?
Took a couple of the pins apart. Didn't have the time to melt any of the mounting down. It's all there. All the Payne gave me.
What's your name?
Fred Michelson.
All right, let's go.
Well, I didn't know they were stolen. I didn't know anything about it. I just did a job. That's all. Just a job.
Yeah.
I didn't even get paid for it.
Don't worry about it. You will.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent. On February 18th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of San Diego. In a moment, the results of that trial. And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. I want to thank all of you for your interest in Dragnet. Thanks very much for your letters. We really appreciate them, and we'll try to keep right on giving you the kind of a show that you like. I want to thank all of you, too, who have switched to Chesterfield. I know you're going to like them, and I know you'll find they're best for you. Now, you folks who haven't tried Chesterfields, I'd like you to pick up a carton tomorrow. Chesterfield. It's a great smoke.
Virgil Nathan Russell, Peter Howard Ellis, and Albert Franklin Payne were tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree. They received sentence as prescribed by law. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of from 5 years to life. Fred George Michelson was tried and found guilty of receiving stolen property. He received sentence as prescribed by law. Receiving stolen property is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not more than 10 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant Jack Allen, Los Angeles Police Department.
Thank you. On behalf of the Detroit Police Officers Association, I'd like to present this award to Dragnet. I wonder if you'd read it, Mr. Fenneman.
Yes, sir. Whereas the radio and television show Dragnet and its writers, producers, and actors most accurately portray the American police officers and their work. And whereas the result of this portrayal has been to give the people of this country a new insight into their police departments, bringing with it understanding, sympathy, and an aroused public opinion. And whereas Dragnet brings credit to the men and women of the police forces throughout America, therefore we, the Detroit Police Officers Association, representing the patrolmen, detectives, and policewomen of Detroit, hereby cite and commend the show Dragnet and its star Jack Webb, who plays the part of Detective Sergeant Friday, as the finest and most accurate police program both on television and radio. Signed this date, March 31st, 1953, in behalf of the association by Thomas Duffy, President, Bruce Finney, Vice President, Francis Klein, Secretary-Treasurer.
All of us on Dragnet want to thank the Detroit Police Officers Association, and our thanks to you, Lieutenant Allen.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Eddie Firestone, Art Gilmore. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
For a million laughs, tune in Chesterfield's Martin and Lewis show Tuesday on this same NBC station. And sound off for Chesterfield's. Either regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfield's much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now, new Fatima has the tip for your lips. Fatima tips of perfect cork. King size for natural filtering. Fatima quality for a much better flavor and aroma. So remember, new Fatima has the tip for your lips. Fatima. See how smooth they are.
Remember, Fatima is made by the makers of Chesterfield, Liggett and Myers, one of tobacco's most respected names.
Tonight, it's Adventure with Barry Craig on NBC.
Golf's best follow the sun, surf, and a $300,000 pot of gold to the spectacular Wailea Country Club in the Hawaiian Open, February 10th and 11th on NBC.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Not much new. Oh, yeah, you remember Skinny Gardner? His wife just had a baby. Yeah, a boy. Yeah, we all chipped in and sent him a cute little blue cuspidor. Yeah, with a little blue tassel on it. Yeah, huh? Who's coming down here tonight? Dennis Day. Dennis Day, Duffy, the kid that's always trying to get Jack out of Benny. Well, he's leaving the Benny show to go into the Navy. Well, you can't blame the kid. What would you do if you had a chance to make more dough? Well, look, Duffy, I gotta go now. I'm taking Dennis out for one last big evening, and I gotta go out and choy-choy a couple of femmes. Huh? Choy-choy, Duffy. It's French for, Huh? You got a girl for him? Your wife's niece, huh? How ugly is she? She looks like your wife, huh? Well, thanks for the warning, Duffy, but this dame ain't for Red Skelton. It's for Dennis Day. Besides, I got my own little address book. I'll call you back. Now, let's see here. Under the A's here, Anna Diefendorfer, Plaza 3997. What you doing, Mr. Archer? I gotta get a couple of dames for me and Dennis Day for tonight. Hello? Eagle Wet Wash Laundry? Could you please call Anna Diefendorfer to the phone? Yeah. She's number 5 on the Mango. Yeah, thank you. I get no kick from champagne. Eddie, I don't like to bother at the laundry, but she ain't got no phone at home.
Don't worry, them gals of yours don't need no phone.
What do you mean?
They're the kind for whom the bell never tolls.
Oh, yeah? Well, Eddie, it's so... Oh, just a minute. Hello? Anna? Guess who this is? No? 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 Yes. Hello? How do you like that, Eddie? Acting like she don't remember me. And she washed this very shirt that I'm wearing.
Well, after all, that was a long time ago.
Let's see. I'll look up some more numbers here. I gotta get Dennis Day a girl.
One of your girls?
Yeah.
I got a feeling that day is done.
Don't be so skeptical, Eddie. Now, let's see here. Agnes, Audrey. Oh, here's one that's a doll. Beautiful.
In that book?
Eddie, they don't get in this book unless they're beautiful. This is the Dun and Broad Street of dames. You ought to see this, Audrey. What a luscious hunk of lusciousness. Oh, hello? Audrey? Hiya, gorgeous. That's swell. Listen, beautiful, a couple of us is going out tonight, and we thought... What? Oh, I hope you'll be very happy. How does a dame with a kisser like that ever get a husband? Now, let's see. Bertha, Beulah, and Brenda. I've been meaning to call them three dames for weeks.
Why didn't you?
I don't know them.
Now, how'd they get in your book?
I won them in a crap game.
That's the closest you'll ever get to making a pass at them.
Now, stop annoying me, Eddie. It ain't a feat. Let's see. The C's here. Catherine Murphy, Cleo Patrick, Choo Choo Schmidt, Carrie, Clara. Oh, Camille. Oh, there's Camille. This is really a high-class dame. Hello? Oh, Stuyvesant residence? To whom am I speaking to, please? Oh, Mrs. Stuyvesant, would you mind calling Camille the upstairs maid? What? Oh, thank you. Nobody home upstairs.
Arch.
Well, hiya, Finnegan.
Say, Arch, what's in that little green book?
Dame's phone numbers.
Dame's phone numbers?
Yeah, so I can call them up.
So you can call them up. Arch, can't you whistle no more?
Finnegan, I never...
Oh, don't be modest, Arch. You know as well as I do, you have whistled at some beautiful dames in your time.
Well, did any of them ever stop?
Huh? For what?
Finnegan, that whistling was in the dumb, dark past, you know, when I was just a little trite.
Oh, but Arch, you was the master. Remember, it was you that taught me to whistle at dames.
Yeah, I guess I did at that. Did it ever come in handy, Finnegan?
Once. I whistled at a dame and she stopped and began to talk to me.
Oh, what did you do?
What could I do? You only taught me up to the whistle.
Poor Finnegan.
Arch, do you think love will ever find me?
Oh, I think so. Sure, Finnegan, I think someday the right one will come along.
Do you think so, Arch?
Yeah.
Gee, I hope it's a girl.
Oh, Finnegan, you know, some guys is born handsome, some guys is born intelligent. Why were you?
I don't know. I guess it was just nature.
Yeah.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy.
How do I look?
Same as usual.
Insults don't bother me tonight. It's love, love,
Miss Duffy, how come you're so full of joy de vivre?
I'm going stepping tonight.
Whom with?
Breckenridge Hartsenfellow, the battleship painter.
Oh. Out with that rowboat Rembrandt again, huh? What's the big occasion tonight?
Well, they just launched a new battleship at his Navy Yard, and we're going to celebrate tonight. Champagne and everything.
Champagne, huh?
Yes. Say, Archie, is it dangerous to drink champagne with broken glass in it?
Not if you chew it properly. Look, Miss Duffy, you gotta excuse me. I gotta make a few phone calls here. Dennis Day is going to the Navy, and I'm throwing a party for him, so I gotta get him a dame.
How about my girlfriend, Katrinka Yarbots?
That monstrosity? Girl Mountain Yarbots? Big, fat, ugly Katrinka?
So what if she has a few muscles?
A few? Even the muscles has got muscles.
Well, that's good. Her strength comes in very handy, especially when she's out alone on a dark night.
What do you mean?
Many's a fellowship's forced to pick her up.
Yeah, maybe Dennis and me could take a drinker. No. We better have individual dames. Let me see. Who else could we get?
How about Vera Fogarty?
Oh, no, not that. You think I would introduce Dennis Day to that man-crazy Vera?
Why not? If he's going to be a sailor, he's going to meet her eventually.
Yeah, that's true. Vera is kind of official with the Navy, ain't she?
Sure she is.
Yeah, chief petting officer. Look, Miss Duffy, leave me alone. I'll get me own dames. Now, let's see. The D's here. Daisy, Daphne, Dora.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Toby.
Look what I found on the tablecloth.
Well, kill it.
If you're lazy, hazy, kind of crazy, it's love. Imagine you imagining that you love me and starting on a family tree. Imagine starting on a family tree. The papa is you and the mama is me. Imagine you imagining a cozy flat, complete with running dog and cat. Imagine having running dog and cat. We will have welcome all over the mat. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, love, love. If your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. If your knees go knockity knock, it's love, love, love. If you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, it's love, love, love. Imagine you imagining a man and wife will go and buy a fork and a knife. Imagine eating with a fork and a knife. How rich he will be for the rest of our life. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, just love. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, oh love. If your knees go knockity knock, it's love, love. If you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, it's love, love, love. So if your knees go knockity knock, and you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, and if your heart goes bump, bump, bumpity bump, it's love, just love.
Let's see, there's nothing here in the L's. Let's get down to the M's. Oh. Emily? Emma? Mary? How did that get in there? Here's one. Here's one. Emma. Hello? Oh, hello, Em. How are you? How you been? Seen any of the old gang lately? Still living at the same old place? How's your sister Edith? Your sister's name is Peggy. What number is this? Oh, wrong number.
Where'd you win that one, in the poker game?
Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir?
Waiter, will you take an order?
Oh, sure. What you want?
4 fingers of root beer, no chaser.
Well, Dennis Day. Well, Dennis, greetings to our establishment. What do you think of the joint here?
Gee, Arch, I think it's wonderful. It's super.
You really mean it? Gee, that's the first time. Honest, I feel like kissing you.
Go ahead. I only promised my mother about girls.
Dennis, I just meant hypotheatrically speaking. You see, it's at this joint that's called a dump by every jerk that comes in.
You won't hear it from this one. Gosh, I think this is a very interesting place. You know, I've never been in a dive before.
A dive.
That's what my mother called it. When I told her I was coming here, she locked me in my room. She can't get away with that, the old...
Dennis, just a second. This is your mother you're talking about. A blood relation. Remember, Dennis, a guy has only one mother. You shouldn't really talk like that about the old battle axe.
Well, I'm not a baby anymore. And besides, this morning she said I could go any place I wanted if I made all gone with my oatmeal.
Well, so what did you do? Did you sneak out?
Yeah, I tied sheets together and climbed out the window. It's a trick I learned from Mr. Benny in a hotel.
You mean Benny would... To beat a hotel bill? What a cheap trick.
Oh, Mr. Benny isn't cheap.
No, huh?
No, he only seems that way because other people spend money.
I see.
Introduce me, huh?
Oh, Dennis, shake heads with Clifton Finnegan.
How do you do?
Mr. Dave, you're really as dumb as you sound on the radio.
No, that's just acting. In real life, I'm just as intelligent as you are.
That's what I thought. I had a feeling you and me had a lot in common. You a Harvard man?
No, are you a Harvard man?
No. Small world, ain't it? Did you go to Princeton?
What's a Princeton?
That's a college.
It can't be. Harvard is a college.
Right. You're a very observant lad. I never went to Yale neither. Did you?
No.
Funny we never ran into each other.
What do you think of literature?
I never went there neither.
Two thoughts without a single mind. Look, Dennis, I got to make a couple of phone calls. I got a surprise for you tonight. In the meantime, why don't you sing a song for the gang here, huh?
Oh, sure. What's the surprise, Arch?
Well, I might as well tell you now. Dennis, I'm going to take you out for a real big evening tonight.
Really?
Yeah, before you go in the Navy, we're going to see that you have one last fling. I'm going to go out and get us a couple of tomatoes.
Tomatoes? What fun. Who are we going to fling them at?
Dennis, I mean girls. Go ahead and sing. I'll worry about dames. Now, let's see. Polly, Peggy, Penelope.
3 years ago this very night, I left the port of Cork, and on a ship from Old Erin's Isle, I landed in New York, without a friend to meet me there and a stranger on the shore. But I wore an honest Irish heart and fortune came galore. So here I am back again in dear Old Erin's Isle. Oh, the friends, they meet me on the quay and they greet me with a smile. There were faces there that I surely forgot, for I was so long away. But my mother, she introduced them all, and this to me did say, shake hand with your Uncle Mike, me boy, shake hand with your sister Kate. And here is the girl you used to swing down on the garden gate. Shake hands with all the neighbors and kiss the colleens all. You're as welcome as the flowers are made to dear old Donegal. Oh, they gave a party when I came back, and they came from near and far. And the road was lined for near a mile with Irish jaunting cars. And the spirits flew like buttermilk to fill our hearts with joy. And the piper played an Irish reel to greet the Yankee boy. But tomorrow off to the church I'll go, and wedded I will be to me pretty little Colleen Vaughan, sweet Biddy McGee. For Biddy was true and faithful to her Dinny or the sea, and we'll join the harp and shamrocks to the stars of liberty. There came Brannigan, Flanagan, Milligan, Gilligan, Duffy, McCuffy, Malarkey, Mahone, Rafferty, Lafferty, Donnelly, Connolly, Dooley, O'Dooley, Muldowney, Malone, Madigan, Cadigan, Lanahan, Flanahan, Fagan, O'Hagan, O'Houlihan, Flynn, Janahan, Lanahan, Hogarty, Fogarty, Kelly, O'Kelly, Shapiro, McGinn. Then I'll shake the hand of me Uncle Mike and the hand of me sister Kate. I'll hug and squeeze as much as I please the girl in the garden gate. I'll invite all the neighbors to me wedding great and small. And I'll live content and pay no rent in dear old Donegal.
great, Dennis. You could smell the shillelagh in it. Well, now we'll get going as soon as I get us a couple of dames here.
Gee, I hope my mother don't find out I went out with a girl.
Oh, how would she find out if we don't tell her?
Well, every night when I come home, she takes my pulse.
Dennis, how long are you going to be tied to your mother's pulse strings? You ain't no baby no more. Today you're a man, ready for senility. Let's get back to the book here. Pauline, Patricia, Petrushka.
Gee, Arch, I bet you got a whole flock of girls.
Flock of girls? I don't know. No more than any other handsome, attractive fella.
Come here, Arch. Could I ask you something intimate?
What?
Did you ever kiss one of them?
Like to have $1 million for everyone I kissed.
What does it feel like to kiss a girl?
Oh, I don't know. Not unlike getting smacked in the face with a wet bar rag.
Gee, it sounds wonderful. Hurry up and call some girls. Quick, Arch.
Okay.
Meantime, can I borrow that bar rag?
Now, please, keep your horses on, Denis. We'll get a girl. Let's see here. Ruth, Rita. Didn't have many of them, Mars. Sally, Susie. Oh, here's one. A dream dame. This is the one I really go for. Hello? Is Simone there? Oh, hello, Simone. This is Archie. You busy tonight? You gotta what? You gotta wash diapers, huh? Goodbye, Simone. Boy, this has been a busy year. Bristle. Let's see here. Valerie, Virginia. Oh, that's the number. Hey, Denis.
Yes, please?
Denis, I got you all set. One I forgot about. A model. A beautiful cover girl.
Cover girl? I hope it isn't Rita Hayworth. Orson would never forgive me.
No, Denis, this is a different cover girl. A dame named Virginia. Her picture's on all of the magazines. Hello? Is Virginia there? Oh, she's down posing at a magazine, huh? Which magazine? Weird Stories, huh? Weird Stories! Yeah, now that I think it over, it was a pretty dark night.
Mr. Archie, that lady over there looking for Mr. Day.
What lady?
Archie, quick, hide me.
Why?
That's no lady, that's my mother.
Oh, Eddie, quick, take Denis into that back room where we keep the pig's feet. Try to make him feel at home.
Okay.
Denis! Oh, Denis!
Madame, may I be of some service to it?
I'm looking for my son, Denis Day. I heard he was in this rat hole.
Madame is in error. Perhaps some other rat hole? If Madame would...
Denis! Oh, Denis! Dennis!
Madam, would you please kindly desist that big yap of yours? I don't know where he is.
Who's in this back room? Dennis, are you in there?
No, nobody in here but us pig's feet.
Come out here, Denis.
Gee, pig's feet are hard to imitate.
Denis, what are you doing in this low dive?
What are you doing here?
I came to get you.
A likely story.
Don't let her bluff you, Dennis.
Who is this big-mouth beanpole?
Dennis, your mother wishes to meet me.
Oh, Mother. Mother, this is my friend Archie. He's taking me out tonight with 2 tomatoes.
Dennis!
But, Mother, you've always told me vegetables were good for me.
Dennis, do you think I'd let you go off with this horrible creature? This half-man, half-ogre? This grimy crumb?
Look, Mrs. Day, don't think you're fooling nobody with them subtle innuendos. Now, you'll excuse me, and despite of you, I'm going to make some more phone calls now. Let's see, the X's here. No, I don't know no X's. Let's see, Y. Oh, yeah. Hello? Is Yvette there? Oh, hello? This is Archie. Why? Are you doing anything special tonight? Yeah, huh? Well, look, have you got a friend? You have? Right there? Well, put your friend on. Oh, hiya, Toots. My name's Archie. What's your name? What? This sounds like a boy's name. Oh. I'm sorry, mister. The old badger game.
Archie, will you hurry up and get a girl? I'm getting older every minute.
Okay, Dennis, give me a chance. I'm only down to the Y's.
Dennis, are you coming home with me or not?
Please, Mrs. Day, calm yourself. Sit down. Have a pig's foot. Finnegan, come here. Talk to the battle axe, will you?
Certainly, Arch. Good evening, battle axe.
Well, Mr. Finnegan, that's the first time a man has ever dared call me that. And I like it.
Wow, it's mutual. Mrs. Day, may I say that you are a fine buxom of a woman? How's about us going steady, huh?
Well, Mr. Finnegan, I'm afraid you've talked me into it. Well?
Well? Hey, Arch, I'm up to the whistle again. Arch, what do I do?
Oh, take her down to Schimmelbacher's and buy her an ice cream soda.
Just a second, Finnegan. You're going to take my mother out?
Why not?
Does your mother let you go out with girls?
No, but your mother does. Come on, baby.
Good night, Dennis.
Good night, Mother. Gee, Archie, even Finnegan's got a girl. Hurry up and get one for me.
All right, I'm hurrying. Now, let's see. No more Y's. We're down to the Z's. Oh, here's one.
8 to 5. He winds up with a zebra.
Quiet, Eddie. Hello? Is Zoe there? What? When? Oh, that's too bad. Well, we all gotta go sometime. Well...
What comes after the Z's, Arch?
After the Z's. Look, Dennis, I promised you a big fling tonight, and I ain't gonna let you down, kid. Dennis, do you like to go dancing?
Oh, boy, I love it.
Good. Joe, play something. Dennis, shall we waltz? Duffy's where you leave me to eat, Archie the manager speaking. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week out off Magee. Yeah, the fop. Oh, yeah, great dresser, Duffy. Looks like he just stepped out of Courier and Ives.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Do you know me? Even though I wrote a best-selling book on running, with most people I need something to jog their memory. So I carry the American Express card. It's the only card with hundreds of travel offices all around the world to help you if you're lost, need traveler's checks, or emergency money. It's nice to know that if you ever run into trouble, you've got a place to run into.
To apply for a card, look for this display wherever the card is welcomed.
The American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day. Every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two. Denis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Here's Denis to sing, Look Up. Look up, look up, when everything's looking down. Whenever you're low, let everything go. Come out of that gloomy frown. Look up, whenever those clouds are gray. It's gonna be fun whenever that sun starts chasing those clouds away. There's no room for old man gloom, so shake him. You're bound to take him. Just try a smile or two, but whatever you do, look up. Look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up. Look up, look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up. Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive Shave Cream comes both ways, and whichever method you use, you'll find the new Palmolive Shave Cream way to shave means more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves, the Palmolive Shave Cream way.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards cut easier, 75% less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 80% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
Just get Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, and do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Then soap face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Work Palmolive Shave Cream upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But remember, Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, offers proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4. figure out whether you're worth the salary he pays you. Whereas if you're employed by a partnership, it takes a little longer to be fired because you have to convince two people you're no good. But if you're working for the government and your salary comes from millions of taxpayers, it might take years for them all to get wise to you, which is the logic that convinced our young hero Dennis Day he belongs in a civil service job. So, when this morning's paper announced that examinations were being held at the City Hall today, he immediately decided to talk it over with his girlfriend, Mildred.
A civil service job, Dennis? Well, I don't know.
Oh, I tell you, it's the only kind of a job to have, Mildred. Something steady. Take old man Clancy down the street. He was a technician with the Department of Sanitation for over 20 years.
Oh, really? Well, he must have been a pretty valuable technician.
Oh, I'll say he was. Believe me, it was goodbye dirt when Clancy lowered the broom.
But, Dennis, would you want that sort of job?
Well, why not? I want the people of this town to look at me and say, by George, there's no flies on that boy, and if I get a job... Gee, a job like that might not do it, huh?
I hardly think so.
Well, there's plenty of other good civil service jobs open. Here, just look at that list in the paper, and you'll find that...
Oh, hi, Daddy.
Good morning, children. Say, what's so interesting in the paper there?
Oh, we're looking at the civil service list, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Dennis wants to go down and take an examination.
Really?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, when I was a young man, I too thought I'd become a servant of the people.
Yeah?
But then I married Poopsie and became hers instead.
But, Daddy, Dennis hasn't done any studying or anything, and those examinations are usually pretty difficult.
Oh, he'll get by, especially if he mentions his war record. They're very partial to ex-servicemen, and Dennis was in the Navy.
Oh, gee, that's right. And, Dennis, didn't you tell me yourself the Admiral took a shine to you?
Oh, I think you misunderstood me, Mildred. I said whenever he wanted one, he took his shoes to me.
My, that wasn't a very important war job, was it?
All I know is 4Fs used to sneer at me.
Well, you wouldn't necessarily have to stick to the exact truth. Now, if the subject of your place in the war effort comes up, you can exaggerate a little.
Okay, I'll tell him the Admiral shined my shoes.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Well, don't worry, I'll think of something. See you later. I'm off for the City Hall.
I'll go at the front door with you, Dennis.
Auf Wiedersehen, my boy.
Thanks. I got a feeling I'm going to need it, too.
Let's see now. I better get to my own work. Well, what'll I do first? Sew the ruffles on the bedroom curtains or put the wash in the bender? Oh, well,
Herbert!
Hi, Bunny Fur. What is it?
The newspaper's right there on the table. Didn't you see page 1?
Huh? Well, no, Oh, my goodness gracious. Mrs. Clara Anderson nominated to run for state assemblywoman on reform ticket. Poopsie!
Yes. And look, there's my picture right on the front page.
Isn't that rather daring if you're after votes?
What?
Well, I mean, newspaper pictures are so bad, Poopsie. They don't bring out your true beauty.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Oh, sure. I know how to handle myself.
Well, of course, I'm not elected yet, but I'm going to try awfully hard, and that's what I want to talk to you about. You see, you're the husband of a public figure now, and you've got to behave accordingly.
Oh, yes, of course, Poopsie, yes.
You're not to be seen smoking or drinking. No gambling of any kind. No poker games. No burlesque shows. You understand the impression I want to create.
Oh, sure. You want people to think I died, but you love me too much to bury me.
Herbert, I want no levity. I am going to be an assemblywoman. Understand?
Yes, little gravy train.
I tell you, I'm worried, Frank. Did you see who that darn Reform Party's running for state assembly? Here's a picture of their candidate on the front page.
This? I thought they were going to run a woman.
That is a woman. Mrs. Clara Anderson. And she's got plenty of backing.
Yes, it takes up practically the whole picture.
Who are we picking to run against him? Oh, that's the problem. We gotta find a candidate to beat this Anderson woman. We need someone who won't catch on to what we're pulling in that assembly. Somebody really honest and really stupid.
Well, if he's the first, naturally he's the second. I'll help you figure somebody out in a minute, Chief. There's a young fellow in my office waiting to take a civil service exam.
Well, get rid of him in a hurry, will you? I'm expecting a call from the governor. And he'll want to know who our man is.
You're right. Well, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, young man.
Oh, I didn't mind.
Good. I'm a little pressed for time, so I'll have to give you an oral or verbal examination.
Oh, that's okay. Either one's all right with me.
Thank you. Name, please?
Denis Day.
State of birth?
Naked.
I mean, what state of the Union were you born in?
Oh, New York and New Jersey.
New York and New Jersey?
Yeah, Daddy's car ran out of gas in the middle of the Harlem Tunnel.
That's very interesting. What party are you affiliated with at present?
Mildred Anderson.
Ooh, I just knew if I kept wading through the normal ones, I'd finally find one like you. And to think I nearly took today off to play golf. What's your occupation, Mr. Day?
Looking for work.
No. When you are working, what do you do?
Stop looking.
You don't say.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Day, all I'm trying to find out is what sort of work you think you may be qualified for here.
Oh, well, what kind of jobs do you have open?
Well, I have the alphabetical list right here. Let's see. Here's agriculturist. Have you ever done any growing, Mr. Day?
Oh, naturally, I wasn't always this size.
Oh, you doll, you.
Pardon?
We also have an opening for an aviation mechanic. You know anything about airplanes, Mr. Day?
Oh, sure. I flew my own plane for a long time, but then I gave it up.
This time, let me guess. The rubber band broke, huh?
Gee, how did you know?
You think I don't know a pattern when I see one? Now then, here's another.
Oh, Frank, the governor's on the phone. He's fuming because we don't have a candidate. What do I say?
Well, how do I... Wait a minute. What am I talking about? There's your candidate.
Where?
Right there.
Huh?
Remember what we said we needed? He's it in spades.
Him? But can he get both?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. Young man, were you in the war?
Oh, you bet. And what's more, I was on our side.
Well, bully for us. But did you do anything really big in the service? You know, heroic.
Oh, no, sir. I was just... sure. I once captured a whole German submarine single-handed.
You what?
Sure. There I was on my PT-boat, see? I could hear the U-boat commander talking on my radar. Achtung, Kriegsstation, machen Sie fertig, Torpedo Nummer 1, 1 Minuten, 1 Minuten, Torpedo los,
1, will you please calm down? Now, what do you mean, politics?
Well, it's true, Mildred. It's like a dream. I'm going to run for state assemblyman.
What?
Sure. And I got a wonderful chance, too. My opponent is just some frowsy old bat who... Oh, hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Hello.
Hey, did you hear the news? Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it just marvelous?
I have some news for you, too, Denis.
Yeah?
Your opponent happens to be me.
You?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh, I didn't know, Mrs. Anderson. Honest, they just said it was an old bat. They didn't say which one. Gee, I'll resign right away. I'll just drop right out of the race.
You'll do nothing of the kind.
Huh?
I just had the world's most brilliant idea.
How's that for a speech, huh, Mildred? When your mother tells me to go out and lose votes or else, I really lose them, don't I?
Well, you actually told the affiliated labor union you were in favor of the 24-hour day and the 7-day week?
Sure. And then I got him really mad. I told him John L. Lewis's eyebrows were falsies.
That should certainly take care of the labor vote.
Oh, wait till you hear how I got rid of the women's vote. I said, members of the Weaverville Ladies Club, if I am elected, I will outlaw girdles, fake eyelashes, lipstick, powder, and rouge. It's about time us men can see what we're getting before we got it.
Good golly.
Next, I took care of the men. Gentlemen, I said, we men have had the upper hand long enough. For years, we've made the women do the housework and have the babies. When I'm elected, we men will take over the housework immediately. The other problem, of course, may take a little working out.
Mother ought to be very happy with those speeches.
Oh, I'll say. If this election were being held in Texas, your mother could beat me now without a single guitar lesson. She's a cinch. I haven't got a chance to...
You, Denis Day, you.
Huh?
Look at this paper.
Oh, my goodness. Denis Day bandwagon rolls towards certain victory.
But I don't understand. Those speeches I made...
That's just the trouble. They printed your speech to the men on the women's page. Your speech to the women in the sports section. And your speech to labor in the Wall Street Journal. Now everybody's behind you.
Holy smoke.
And that isn't the worst of it. Not one public opinion poll has picked you to win.
I'm a cinch.
This is my last warning, young man. If you win this election, so help me, you'll be the most disassembled assemblyman ever assembled in an assembly. And I mean every word of it.
Oh, Mildred, what do I do now?
You're going to lose that election, and today.
What? But how?
Look, you're supposed to make a speech at the Civic Auditorium this afternoon, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, you're going to get up and pretend you're so drunk you can't see straight. Then they'll never elect you.
But, Mildred, I don't know how to act like a drunk. The strongest drink I ever had in my life was one glass of half and half.
Half and half?
Yeah, half Coke and half yummy yogurt.
But people would think you drank if they found the evidence on the stand right in front of you, wouldn't they?
Huh?
Listen, we'll go out and get some hard cider,
Yeah?
slice some lemons in it, and it'll look just like iced tea. And everybody will think you fixed it that way to avoid suspicion.
Oh, my gosh.
When they find out what it really is, goodbye election.
Yeah, and my reputation, too. Gee, imagine hereafter I'll be known as the Phil Harris of Weaverville. Oh, well, it's my only chance. Come on. Gee, it does look like iced tea, doesn't it?
Sure. When they find out it's really hard cider, you won't get a vote in the whole...
Oh, I'll get it. Yes?
Hello, I'm Katz on the bugle.
Oh, really? I'm pretty solid on the ukulele.
I mean, I'm a reporter, Bud. Mrs. Anderson home?
Oh, I don't know.
Here she is, Mr. Katz.
Oh, are you the reporter from the Bugle?
Why, yes, ma'am. My editor says you have a new slant for an interview.
I certainly have. This is my opponent, Denis Day. I want you to ask us both questions on the same subject and publish our answers. I think it should just about settle the election.
But, Mrs. Anderson, I got to get over to the auditorium
This will only take a minute. We'll sit right here at the table, and then we'll... Oh, how nice. A pitcher of iced tea.
Oh, wait, Mrs. Anderson.
Just mind your business, Mr. Day. All right, Mr. Katz, you may proceed with the interview. Oh, do have some iced tea first, though. It's delicious.
No, thank you. All right, we'll start with you, Mr. Day.
Mrs. Anderson, you better stop drinking that iced
Pay
tea.
attention to the man, Mr. Day. You're being interviewed.
Yes, and do try to relax a little, Mr. Day. I've never seen a candidate so stiff.
Just stick around, brother.
Now, tell me, Mr. Day, what do you think of the recent proposal to have parking meters in the downtown shopping area?
I think it's ridiculous.
You do? Why?
Why let meters park there when there isn't even enough room for the cars?
You sure said something that time, and I wish I knew what. Well, let's hear what you have to say on the subject, Mrs. Anderson. I see you've been sitting there quietly, sipping your iced tea and smiling to yourself. Well, Mrs. Anderson, what's your opinion? How's that?
I beg your pardon. Did you ask me something?
Yes, about the proposal to install parking meters on Main Street.
Oh, yes. Well, as you would find by examining my record, it was I who first proposed to install marking cedars on pain meat. That is of strain markers on Peter's Peak.
I beg your pardon?
I'm so sorry. I meant to say I'm strongly in Maine of parking at installations. I mean stalling at Peter's. Peter's. I think it's a crummy idea.
What?
Better have some more iced tea. Got a frog in my throat.
Mr. Anderson, quick, grab that tea away from her.
Huh?
Hurry, one more, and that frog is going to be able to lick its weight in wildcats.
What on earth are you
Just grab it, that's all. Good, that's it.
You'll have to be quieter, Mr. Day. Or I warn you, I shall put you and your twin brother out of this house.
Twin brother, are you crazy?
Naturally, you defend him. There are two of you, too.
Huh?
That's the trouble with this town. Too many sneaky people. Can't trust them. They come in the middle of the night and move your house down to the carnival.
They don't do anything like that, Mrs. Anderson.
Don't lie to me. This house is on a merry-go-round right now.
Holy Jehoshaphat, this dame can't.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
Boy, what a story for the late edition.
Hey, Mr. Wait, you
Some election. One candidate an alcoholic, and the other one anonymous. You're both washed up, and I'm getting out of here. So long.
Oh, my head. What happened?
I tried to stop you from drinking that tea, Mrs. Anderson. Boy, you're orange pico to the ears.
Huh?
Those tea leaves were 86 proof.
You mean... Yeah. Oh, when I sober up, Denis Day, will I give you a hangover?
Oh, Mrs. Anderson, no, please.
My chances for the election ruined. A splitting headache. Herbert, bring me a glass of water. Herbert, didn't you hear me? I said bring me a glass of water.
Oh, go soak your head.
What?
You heard me. Brother, this is what I call iced tea. Yoo-hoo! Let's roll out the barrel.
Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous beauty lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous beauty lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance for new allure, new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive Soap the way doctors advise for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive Soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. And then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's beauty lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-size palm olive in tub or shower.
And now, in observance of the coming Easter morning, here's Denis to sing The Holy City.
Last night I lay a-sleeping, there came a dream so fair. I stood in old Jerusalem, beside the temple there. I heard the children singing, and ever as they sang, methought the voice of angels from heaven in answer rang. Methought the voice of angels from heaven in answer rang. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, lift up your gates and sing. Glad hosannas, little children sang. The sun grew dark with mystery, the morn was cold and chill, as the shadow of a cross arose upon a lonely hill, as the shadow is
Ladies and gentlemen, National Sunday School Week is being observed from April 11th to the 17th. There's a Sunday school in every neighborhood in our country. Why not permit your child to enjoy the great American privilege of an early religious education by sending him there? Good night, everybody, and happy Easter.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's raining, Ollie. I can see that. The wipers sure are making a mess. Well, why don't you do something to help me? Oh!
Once a year, it makes sense to get yourself a new set of Anco wiper blades. It's simple, quick, and an inexpensive way to see your way clear again.
But that's much better, Ollie. Why, thank you, Stanley.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. When you apply wax in your home to wood, leather, or metal surfaces, you do so because wax gives those surfaces protection. It also gives them beauty, but its primary purpose is to protect them against wear, dirt, moisture, and corrosion. And because you can reapply wax whenever it's needed, you give these surfaces nearly permanent protection. It was very natural that your experience with Johnson's Wax should lead directly to the use of special wax finishes for many kinds of war materials. I won't try to tell you what they all are, but they include many surfaces made of metal, wood, leather, and rubber. And here again, the wax is used for protection of vital materials. You might be interested to know that even paints were developed that actually contain wax, called Johnson's Wax Fortified Paints. During the war, these have been greatly restricted, but they will again be available for industry, institutions, and products after the war. It's partly your use of Johnson's Wax on floors, furniture, and woodwork that has led to this increased usefulness of wax in war. When Pop was a kid and had a yen for some ice cream, he could jolly well spend the afternoon turning the crank of the freezer. And now with the drugstores so short of congealed cow juice, we find history repeating itself in the kitchen of 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
I'll be glad when that ice cream is frozen, Magee. That thing makes too much noise.
What?
I say that thing makes too much noise, dearie.
Wait a minute, I can't hear you. What'd you say?
I say that thing makes too much noise.
Oh.
Don't you think it ought to be about done?
What day?
I say, don't you think it's about frozen?
Wait a minute, I can't hear you. What'd you say?
I say, don't you think it's nearly frozen by now?
My gosh, it ought to be. I've been cranking this thing for 3 hours.
I know, dearie. You must be. What are you waving your hand at me for?
I'm not waving it. It's doing that by itself. That
been turning that freezer so long, even my wristwatch has got a dizzy look on its face.
Well, you're the one who wanted the ice cream, sweetheart.
Why can't I control my appetites? Must be the beast in me. Boy, am I tired.
Well, I didn't make you turn that freezer, Magee. You wanted some ice cream, and the drugstore's always out of it, so I just said, why don't you make some?
Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't get hungry for some Roquefort cheese. You'd have suggested I go out and milk a goat.
Now, look, dearie, don't blame me now.
I know. I brought it on myself. I know. I just got a sudden urge for a chocolate sundae or something. Gee whiz, I don't know what... Hey, what are you going to do?
I'm going to put on my apron and turn that freezer for a while. I'm getting hungry for some ice cream myself.
Oh, no. I'll do it, Molly, huh? I'm rested now.
Well, I just assumed...
No. This is man's work. I wonder where I could get a man.
You know, it should have been frozen long ago. Are you sure you followed the instructions?
Sure I did.
Well, you got me all puckered up for a chocolate sundae now. Are you sure the drugstore hasn't got any ice cream?
Practically certain.
Well, I wish you'd call them and see, just on the off chance, you know.
Okay. And if they haven't got any, I can go back to cranking this doggone blister factory. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Kramer's drugstore on the corner of 14th and... Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Busy. What's that, Mert? Oh, my gosh. That was tough luck, wasn't it?
Oh, dear.
Went flat right in front of the post office, eh?
Mert's tire?
No, Mert's sister. She was singing at a bond rally. What's that, Mert? Okay, I'll try again later. Well, thanks anyway, Mert. Drugstore don't answer.
Say, let's go down there and see if they have any ice cream.
Now you're talking. That's a deal, Tootsie. Maybe when this darn thing finds itself all alone in the house, it'll get the cold chills or something.
Well, I'll go get my hat and purse now. You lock the back door.
Okay. There goes a good kid. Just going to the drugstore because she knows I want some ice cream. Well, looks like it's my duty to get my cutie patootie some tutti frutti. Personally, I don't see why... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi there, little girl. How do you do it?
Do what, mister?
How do you figure out just when the most inconvenient time will be to drop in here?
Why?
Huh? What?
Sure.
Sure what? Doggone it, sis. Make it snappy, will you? Mrs. Magee and I are going down to the drugstore. What was it you wanted?
You know what, mister?
No, what?
I just joined the Boy Scouts a little while ago.
You what?
I just joined the Boy Scouts, I bet you. Gee, they're swell.
Yeah, but now, wait a minute.
Did you know that this is their 34th anniversary, mister? Did you?
Is it really? 34th. But you're a girl. How did they ever manage
Well, I've always wanted to join the Boy Scouts because my brother was a Boy Scout, and now he's in the Marines, and I bet you he'd be glad to know I joined the Boy Scouts on their 34th anniversary, I bet you.
Doggone it, sis, don't talk nonsense. I said don't talk nonsense. The Boy Scouts only include boys. You couldn't join.
I bet you I did, though, I bet you.
Now, wait a minute, sis.
They were on a hike, and they went past our house, and I joined them for 10 or 12 blocks, I bet you. And I said, what patrol are you boys? And one of them said, we're badgers. And I said, merit badgers, and that just laid there, so. And then the scoutmaster sent me home.
Yeah. None too soon, either. Seeing as I used to be a scoutmaster myself, I'm going to send you home. Go on, sis, beat it, will you?
You got time to hear my poem first, mister, that I wrote for school?
Is it short?
Sure.
Shoot.
Okay. I call it, There Was an Old Lady Who Lived in a Shoe.
Oh, let's hear that. I always get a honk out of Mother Goose.
What'd you say?
Go ahead.
Okay. There was an old lady who lived in a shoe. With the housing situation, she was very lucky, too. So you can just imagine how her blood ran cold when she heard some nasty gossip that the place was half sold.
Billy Mills and the orchestra playing Sunday.
drugstore doesn't seem to be very busy, McGee. Nobody at the soda fountain.
That's wonderful. I'll get Kramer to whip us up something special. Hi, Bud. Kramer here?
No, sir. He's out of town, and he won't be back till maybe Thursday. Who's Kramer?
Who's Kramer? Why, he's the man who owns this drugstore. Didn't he hire you?
No, I answered an ad.
Oh. Well, who'd you talk to after you answered the ad? Somebody must have handed you an apron and said, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, maybe is this Kramer a narrow-sighted man with glasses that he overlooks itches with?
Yeah, that's him. Is he here?
No. If you want to see him, you'll have to wait.
What was that, Bud?
I said if you want to see Kramer, you'll have to wait.
Yizzle?
Yeah. Youwill. Yizzle. You'll have to wait, see?
Well, if we don't see him, tell him Mr. and Mrs. McGee were in.
Signing.
What?
I said signing, I'll tell him.
What do you mean, signing?
I mean Certainly, signing. Hey, what's the matter? Don't I articulate the stink?
Why, of course you do, lad.
Sure. Now, if yours will be so good, Weasel will have some ice cream.
Make mine a chocolate fudge sundae with some marshmallow and a couple of cherries. No, just one cherry. Two would be fattening.
I want a double banana split with strawberry and pineapple, crushed pecans, a dab of whipped cream, and a Nabisco.
Well?
Lady, let me bring you up to date, huh? On December 7, 1941... on that date, we was assaulted and battered at Pearl Harbor. Now, since that time, we would be set with priorities and shortages of many commodities, among which is ice cream.
Well, sure, but...
Yeah, sure, but yeah, well, that's different. You can have that
whole Well, what flavors have you got, lad?
Lemon. And you'll have to wait for that.
Why?
Well, because the sherbet company had not yet arrived with our daily allotment. He might even bring some ice cream. If you'll stick around a while, I'll see you took care of it.
You'll what?
See you took care of it. Careos. Carrot.
Oh, okay, Bud. Well, come on, Molly. Let's look around till the ice cream man gets here.
All right, I want to see if I can get some bobby pins and facial tissues and some...
Hello there, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, hello there, Alice.
Hello, Alice. Are you shopping? Yes. I always come to Kramer's drugstore because they carry my favorite perfume.
Now, what is your favorite boy bait, Alice?
Well, it's a French perfume called Embrassez-moi, ma fou.
Oh, meaning what?
Kiss me, my fool.
Who, me?
No, that's the perfume, dearie.
Oh.
Don't be so self-conscious.
Of course, if I can't get Embrassez-moi, ma fou, I try to get C'est tout, frère.
Say, what does that mean?
That's all, brother.
Hey, I hear Bob Hope was putting up the dough for a new brand of men's shaving lotion.
Really, McGee? What's it called?
Jerry Cologne. You get it, kids? It's a play on words. Cologne and Kelowna. You know, the joke is that when you say Kelowna...
Ain't funny, McGee.
All right, well, don't rub it in. With cologne, you just pat it on.
Oh, dear.
You have a soda with us, Alice?
No, thank you. I got out of the habit of ice cream because my boyfriend hated it so much.
Oh. He did, Alice? Why?
Well, he was a newspaper columnist, and he said he simply couldn't sit there and see other people getting scoop after scoop.
Oh.
Well, bye now.
Great kid, but I wish she'd carry an umbrella.
Why?
I don't think she knows enough to come in out of... Hey, here's a weighing machine. I'm going to get weighed.
I am too, McGee.
You got a penny? Smallest I got's a nickel.
Well, I've just got one penny.
Well, we'll get weighed together. Then subtract my weight from the total, and we'll have your weight.
Say, that's a wonderful idea. Get on.
Okay. Penny?
Well, 317. Heavenly days. Now, what's your weight so we can deduct it?
My gosh, I got no idea.
You mean you're going to leave me standing here with a weight of 317 and not know how much of it is mine?
Well, I'm in a liberal mood. Let's say I weigh 235.
Well, let's see now. That'd make my weight 82 pounds.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that wonderful? Now I'll have to get all new clothes.
Hey, wait a minute. I merely... Oh, There's Wilcox. Hi, Junior.
Hello, pal. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Say, I'm glad I ran into you folks. Will you, one of you loan me a nickel? I've got to make a phone call, and I haven't got anything smaller than a 5.
Oh, here you are, Junior. Let me take your fountain pen, Molly.
What for?
Well, Wilcox can write me an IOU on the back of his business card.
Oh, for goodness sakes, can't you trust a friend like Mr. Wilcox for 5 cents?
Well, gee whiz.
Wait a minute. He's right, Molly. Business is business.
You betcha.
Will 6% interest compounded semi-annually be okay, chum?
Oh, make it 5%. Let's keep it friendly.
Make it 5.5. I don't want you to lose anything.
No. Make it 5 even. I'm no loan shark. It's just a personal thing.
Isn't he a sweet guy, Molly? Give you the shirt off his back.
Yes, and all he asks in return is your coat and pants.
Oh, yeah, well, if business-like methods don't appeal to you
Be
guys...
quiet now. Mr. Wilcox wants to telephone.
Excuse me a minute.
Let's see, what's wrong about me? I never loaned me anything about these things.
Hello? Hello, honey horsey. This is Sugar Doggy.
Oh, get a load of the...
Quiet.
Yes. Sugar Doggy will be home to have din-din with his little honey horsey boojum.
Ain't that nauseating?
I think it's wonderful. I wish my husband would talk to me like quiet, McGee.
Well, I wasn't talking.
What? What was that, cookie face? Yes, Lolly Mama. I called on Mrs. McClure. Yes, and she was delighted when she saw what Johnson's self-polishing glow coat did for her linoleum.
That's the first sensible remark.
Yes, and when she saw how it brought out the original colors and took away the dusty, faded appearance, she was awfully pleased. Yes, and when I told her you don't have to rub or buff Johnson's glow coat, that it shines as it dries, you should have seen her face. Though I couldn't see it myself because all I can ever see before me is your face, Star Eyes. Mm-hmm. Well... don't do dead overtired now. Oh. Dead plenty of West. Goodbye, Elsie Pie. Ah, what a woman. Sometimes I wish she weren't so sentimental.
Get to be kind of a strain, does it, Moffat?
Yeah. I don't mind it when I talk to my wife, but to go through that just to keep the cook happy, oh, brother. Thanks for the nickel.
Heavenly days, what a line to hand the cook.
Is help that hard to get?
Well, I wouldn't know, dearie. We just have a small domestic staff named Mrs. McGee, remember?
Well, Hey, I wonder if the ice cream is here now. Hey, Bud, the ice cream come yet?
Not that. You'll have to be patient.
Yezzle. The longer I wait for that ice cream, the hungrier I get for it.
Me too. I think I'll play the pinball machine till it gets here. Let me know when it comes.
All right. I'll go see if they have any bobby pins. Oh, pardon me.
Oh, that's all right, ma'am. I guess I was just... Oh, for goodness sakes, it's Mrs. McGee.
Why, hello, Beulah. McGee, here's Beulah.
Oh, hi, Beulah.
Good day, sir. Does you mind if I ask you a question, ma'am?
Why, sure. What is the question, Beulah?
What's a perkle?
A perkle?
Mm-hmm.
Why, I don't know. Where'd you hear of it?
Well, ma'am, the clerk over there, he mentioned it. Miss Toop sent me over here to see can I get us a new coffee pot, and the man tell me no, but later we can get us a perkle.
Didn't he say you can get a percolator?
Yes, sir, but I ain't spend Mr. money for nothing. I don't know what it is. And I sure don't know from perkle.
Oh, it's a percolator, Beulah. That's just a coffee pot where the coffee bubbles up and percolates down through.
Well, for goodness sake. Oh, they sure do throw a lot of eggshells out of work, don't it?
Well, there can't be any complaint about coffee made in a percolator, Beulah.
Why not, McGee?
No ground.
Oh, no ground. Oh, he's real amusing, ain't he, man?
Well, there are them as think so, including him.
Well, that all you got to get here, Beulah, a coffee pot?
No, sir. Little Willie asked me to get him some art gum.
Art gum, huh?
Yes, sir. Though I don't know how that child can stand that stuff. I tried to chew some up and it tastes terrible. Tastes just like rubber.
Well, you're not supposed to chew it, Beulah. Art gum is used to rub things out. It's an eraser.
Yes. That sure is all it's good for till it get a little flavor into it. Excuse me now, folks. I gotta go get Mr. Toops a bottle of something.
A bottle of what, Beulah?
Well, if you excuse me, ma'am, I'd rather not say. I never gossips about my people.
Oh.
All I can say is that when Mr. Toops puts this in his pocket, he can sure sing a song of sixpence.
You mean a pocket full of...
Yes, sir.
men sing Billy Boy.
Where have you been, Billy Boy, Billy Boy? Oh, where have you been, charming Billy? I have been to seek a wife, she's the joy of my life. She's a young thing and cannot leave her mother. Did she bid you to come in, Billy Boy, Billy Boy? Did she bid you to come in, charming Billy? Yes, she bade me to come in, there's a dimple in her chin. She's a young thing and cannot leave her mother. Can she bake a cherry pie, Billy Boy, Billy Boy? Can she bake a cherry pie, charming Billy? She can bake a cherry pie quick as a cat can wink its eye. She's a young thing and cannot leave her mother. Charming Billy, why do you wait? Why don't you ask her ere it's too late? You'd better make haste, Billy, time's a-wasting. Does she ever disobey, Billy Boy, Billy Boy? Does she ever disobey, charming Billy? She will never disobey if you beat her once a day. She's a young thing and cannot leave her mother. Just how very young is she, Billy Boy, Billy Boy? Just how very young is she, charming Billy? Well, she's all of 47, but her IQ is 11. She's a young thing and cannot leave her mother. Charming Billy, I see a flaw. What will you do with your mother-in-law? You better take care, Billy, beware. Oh, her mother's very smart. She can read and write and cook, and she's more beautiful by far than any other. So as long as I know now, I must support her anyhow. Why don't I say goodbye to the young thing and marry her mother?
McGee, I just asked the boy, and the ice cream hasn't arrived yet. Shall we wait? McGee, I said the ice cream hasn't...
Shh, hold everything, Molly. I got one more shot to go in this pinball machine. I got a chance to hit 50,000.
50,000 what?
Just 50,000. Look, I got 39.5 right now and one ball to go. Now, don't jar me. This is pretty delicate.
Well, go ahead and shoot.
Okay, here she goes. Shucks, I missed.
Miss, heavenly days, the way those lights were flashing, I thought you won $1,000, been elected president, and got a pound of butter.
Look at that score. Miss getting 50,000 by 75 points. Now I can't play another game free. That's disgusting. Gee,
Oh, there. Good day, my friends, and how are you this fine January day?
Hello, Mr. Wellington. And it isn't January.
It's February.
Yes, I know. But according to my morning's mail, comprised of notes from several creditors, I seem to be a month behind. And what, may I ask, are you doing in this apothecary? I might even say apothecash and carry. Shop?
Well, we got hungry for some ice cream, Mr. Wellington. We're waiting for the next delivery.
We saw an ad in the magazine for a chocolate soda, and we decided...
Excuse me, McGee, but you dropped your hat there.
Oh, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gathered here this evening in the best interests of our charming community, Westful Vista. It has been said, and with some justice...
Hey, cut it out. Stop it. Where am I? Oh, thank you very much, my good fellow.
What on earth was all that about?
Oh, didn't you know? Wellington makes a speech at the drop of a hat. Pick a line up, that's all. Well, how are you otherwise, Wellington, old man?
Oh, splendid, my dear fellow, splendid. I missed you at the Chamber of Commerce luncheon last Wednesday.
Well, he was there, Mr. Wellington.
Oh, I know, my dear, I know. But in the festive spirit which prevails on those occasions, I was throwing breadcrumbs at my fellow members, and I missed your husband.
I think we ought to have more dignity at those meetings, Sig.
Yes, McGee thinks everybody acts pretty childish, Mr. Wellington.
Oh, really? To me, the boyish exuberance displayed at those affairs is delightful and charming. Remember what the poet said, roll me some corn silk, give me a light, make me a child again, just for good night.
What a cracker.
Hey,
Hey, look. Look at all the people at the soda fountain. Is the ice cream here yet?
Heavenly days, I hope so. We'll ask the man.
Hey, Bud, is it here yet?
No, sir. You'll have to be patient.
Oh, okay. Good old Yizzle. He's watching out for us. Although if the ice cream... Oh, hi, Doc.
Hello, Magee. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Dr. Gamble. My goodness, we're meeting everybody we know in here today.
Yeah, what did you want to see the druggist for, Arrowsmith? Want to get some hair tonic for a rundown rabbit?
Don't reach for 'em, Pudgy. Remember, brevity is the soul of wit, and brevity means short, and short means not long, and that's how I can take your alleged humor. Not long.
Will you join us in a soda or sundae, Dr. Gamble? We're just waiting for the ice cream to be delivered.
Doc probably won't like to eat sodas, Molly. He's so recently off a load of hay, he hates to be seen with a straw in his teeth.
Frankly, I don't care much for ice cream, folks. And as a doctor, I have to be careful, you know. Can't have people nudging each other and saying, there goes Doc Gamble under the influence of a raspberry soda.
You know, Magee tried to make some ice cream at home, Doctor, but it wouldn't freeze.
Yeah, you know, I love ice cream, Doc. You know what I'm going to have when it gets here? I'm going to have 2 scoops of ice cream, 1 chocolate and 1 vanilla, with a sliced banana, a heap of crushed walnuts, strawberry and pineapple sauce, some marshmallow, and whipped cream, and a cherry on top.
Now I understand.
You understand what, Doctor?
Why the top of a soda fountain is usually a marble slab. What's the matter with you, Magee?
What you mean?
At your age, you ought to have more sense than to cram that adolescent junk into your middle-aged middle. Remember, you're no longer a high school athlete, if you ever were, which I doubt.
Oh, don't be such an old fuddy-duddy, you big tummy tapper. Trouble with you medical nervous Nellies is you don't think anybody ought to eat anything but eggs and milk. If we left it to you, the human race would be mooing and cackling in 2 generations.
Oh, now,
Well,
boys,
you'll be
please.
mooing in your own generation, you bull-headed little maverick. Well, you've got less sense than change for a nickel. And if you call me up in the middle of the night tonight and tell me you're dying,
Okay, folks, the ice cream is here. If you'll take seats at the fountain...
Magee is here, he's here.
Come on, Doc.
No, thanks, I don't want any.
Come on, dearie. Oh, my.
Take it easy.
Here, Molly, here's a stool. Where's Doc?
I don't know, dearie. I lost him in this
Hey,
truck.
Doc, where are you? Hey, Doc. Well, come on, Molly, squeeze in here.
Heavenly days, what a rush.
Ah, well, we made it anyway. Now, hey, Bud, give me 2 scoops of ice cream with chocolate and pineapple.
Sorry, mister, you're too late.
Too late?
Yeah, you just sold the last 2 scoops to the fat guy at the end of the counter.
What the... My gosh, Doc Gamble, the guy that don't like ice cream. Why, that dirty chiseling... Let me get my...
The other day, I had a letter from a listener who asked me why I'm always talking about kitchen floors. Don't you realize, she asked, that we have linoleum in lots of places besides kitchens, like the bathroom, entrance hall, playrooms, even bedrooms? Well, of course, I do realize that. And everything I've ever said about the value of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat for kitchen floors applies equally well to every linoleum surface. Linoleum in the bathroom or entrance hall actually gets almost as much hard use as it does in the kitchen. It's exposed to moisture and wear and dirt, so it needs continual protection. You want it to look its best, to be easy to clean, and you certainly want to save yourself work. So there you have 1, 2, 3 good reasons for using Johnson's Glow Coat on all these floor surfaces. Glow Coat takes practically no work because it needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat itself does the rest. And the regular use of Glow Coat will make your linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer.
Magee, have you got that ice cream done yet?
What's that?
I say, isn't the ice cream done yet?
Wait a minute, I can't hear you. What's that?
I said, isn't the ice... I say, isn't the ice cream frozen yet?
No, I guess this just ain't my day to have ice cream. I followed all the directions, too. I don't know what's the matter with it. Put in the eggs, milk, cream, sugar, vanilla, and... Oh, my gosh.
What'd you forget?
The ice.
Oh, dear.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Mr. Wellington heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
His listeners listen. His teenage daughters don't.
He's got a band?
He calls it his Rassel Castle.
Hello, Trouble. Hello, Larry. Fridays on the new NBC.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Dr. Rockwell, Maine's Ambassador of Goodwill. Win Murray and Al Goodman's Orchestra. Took time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you that popular author, that man about the Book of the Month Club, that new bum that burst on the literary horizon, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, what was that literary bum in your introduction? You meant bomb, of course, didn't you?
Oh, yes, Fred. You know,
Now, wait a minute. I don't like the way... No, there's a way of saying yes, and that isn't it, the way you said.
Yes, Fred, you know, I understand you wrote a book.
No, Jimmy, I merely wrote the introduction to a book. It's called Low Man on a Totem Pole. I wish I could write a whole book. A man who writes a book, Jimmy, leaves something for posterity.
Oh, Fred, what's a book?
Well...
Just something you put under a baby until it's big enough to reach the table.
Why, a book is a wonderful thing, Mr. Wallington. Did you ever stop to think what happens when an author writes a book? Why, printers are put to work printing the book, bookbinders go to work binding the book comes out, bookstores put on extra salesmen, newspapers hire reviewers to pan the book, thousands of bookends are sold, people read the book, their eyes get bad, Oculus business booms, Pince-Nez factories open all over the country. Why, if enough books were written, prosperity would be permanent.
Yes, I know, Fred, but what does the author get out of his book?
Chronic malnutrition and an offer to go to Hollywood one way.
Right. Well, you'd better stick to radio.
Well, perhaps you're correct, Jimmy. I'll get back to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. Chicago, Illinois, prominent psychologist says that every woman of marriageable age in America can lure a husband into matrimony if she will follow the simple psychological principle of moral dominance. To check on the important role psychology plays in modern courtship, Texaco News questions covey of marital victims to get their opinions. First, Dr. Rolton Swab. Now, what about psychology in marriages, Dr. Swab?
Psychology proves a woman can be 40, fat, and frowsy.
Yes?
If she will follow certain psychological principles, she will snare her man every time.
What is the most effective procedure?
Well, the spinster must create a situation.
Uh-huh.
The man is led to make a statement or indulge in a harmless gesture that she interprets as compromising.
Well, how does the spinster create a situation?
Well, let us say they are sitting in the parlor, jousting psychologically.
Jousting psychologically, yes.
The spinster says, "Oh, dear, my gaiter is unbuttoned."
Yes.
He goes down on his knees to button her gaiter.
Yes.
She says, "Bogart, while you're down on your knees, if you want to propose, it'll save you getting down again another time."
Diabolically clever. Bogart's goose is cooked.
And ready to be served.
Well, is it difficult to create a situation, Doctor?
No, it's simple, really.
Yeah?
The spinster can say, "Oh, dear, I have something in my eye."
Yes.
He looks. If he is nearsighted and she has thick lips, they kiss. She faints, touche.
Another triumph for psychology.
Yes. It is as I say.
Yes?
A woman can be 40, fat, and frowsy. While there's psychology, there's hope.
Well, tell me, Dr. Swab, there seem to be more marriages out in Hollywood than anyplace else. Do the girls use psychology out there?
Well, they don't need psychology in Hollywood.
Why not?
Sweaters.
Thank you very much. A man with his own opinion on matters marital is Urquhart Pollen. Did psychology involve... I mean, you haven't got anything against barbers as a whole. I mean, I just wanted to know, Urquhart. Well, tell me, did psychology involve you in matrimony, Urquhart?
Psychology? What's that?
Well, I mean, how did you get married?
Oh, well, at first, I and the wife had lots of things in common.
Well, haven't you anything in common today?
Only one thing. We got a mutual loathing for each other that's nauseating to behold.
You share that among you. Well, then how did you come to get married?
That was a radio romance.
Really?
Yeah. My pleasure is going to radio shows and sitting in the audience.
Oh, it is, really?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, that's what I often ask myself, but I keep on going.
You get no answer, obviously. Well, that is all you do. You say you go to these radio shows?
Yeah. I start at 6 o'clock in the morning. All day long, I'm running from studio to studio. I ain't through till 12 o'clock at night.
You're not?
Oh.
But with this busy schedule, how did you find time to get married, Urquhart?
Well, I was going to all these radio shows.
Yeah?
And every time I come out of a broadcast, this same dame is waiting outside to get autographed.
Uh-huh.
Well, one morning, she dropped her Kleenex. I picked it up. I see. We got something in common.
You mean going to these radio shows day and night?
Uh-huh.
So you got married?
Yeah. For 2 years, we was in heaven.
Really?
Getting up early, packing our lunches, going from studio to studio.
Well, what broke up this lovely romance, Urquhart?
A violent display of extemporaneous temper.
What happened?
Last Saturday night, we come out of the Green Hornet. She refuses to go to Truth and Consequences.
Well, why?
She wanted to go to Duffy's Tavern.
You quarreled?
It was a shambles. She's kicking me. I'm giving it to her, but good.
You took your hat off while you were hitting her, I hope. A gentleman would have. Well, tell me, how did the rumpus end?
I let her up. I says to her, I says, "All right, Mrs. Pollen, you go your way, and I'll go to Truth and Consequences."
Well, are you through taking your wife to radio programs?
We're going to one more show together. It's the blow-off.
And your farewell program is?
The Goodwill Court. I'm getting a divorce. Over 63 stations.
Well, I hope you get more laughs on the Goodwill Court than you got here tonight. Thank you. And now, Mrs. Tupper Shank, and your home, Mrs. Shank.
I'm proud to say I'm from St. Paul, Georgia. Arkansas.
You say you're from Ferret Falls, Arkansas?
Well, it's really Upper Ferret Falls. It's the swanky section.
Oh, swanky.
The swanky section has doors on the cabin.
Doors on the well. You're married, of course, Mrs. Shank.
I sure am, and I got a husband laying out in the sun to prove it.
Well, did psychology help you to get your man?
Psychology down our way don't mean nothing.
Doesn't mean anything.
Most girls who get a man has got to have stamina.
Oh, the girls do the courting, do they?
Most times. If a gal's pretty, she spills some catalog perfume on her calico and walks through the hills.
This is courting?
Yeah. The men stick their heads out for cabins to see what smells.
Yeah.
Then the girl picks the best-looking head. He's hers.
Oh, that's how... That is how the pretty girls get their husband.
Yeah. The other kind, like me, has got to have stamina.
Well, how...
Seeing this Tupper Shank had to pass his cabin going to the well.
Yeah?
I cottoned to him. I said to myself, Fawn, if he cottons to you, you're as good as Tooken did for her.
And did he cotton to you?
Not right way. I kept passing, going to the well, but Tupper kept paying me no mind.
Tupper was playing hard to get, eh?
There was my heart roasted on Cupid's spit, and Tupper warned Amy to give it a turn.
Well, didn't you try to get Tupper to notice you?
I tried everything. One day I come by, Tupper was sleeping by the woodpile.
Yes?
I took the axe, split and stacked 4 cords of hickory, stole away and left Tupper sleeping there.
Did he say anything?
Nothing.
Didn't, huh?
Next day I come by, Tupper's trying to fix a flat on his Model T. He didn't have no jack.
And you?
I lifted up the rear end so Tupper could get at him.
Yeah. Did he say anything?
Nothing.
Well, when did Tupper propose?
Not till 2 weeks later.
What happened?
I come by, Tupper was standing there behind the plow. His horse was laying on the ground.
Yes?
Curtsying first, I says, Horse ailing, Mr. Shank?
Did Tupper answer?
He says she's dead, and I was aiming to plow the lower 40. I seen this was my chance.
This was your chance, huh? Well, what did you do?
I slipped into the horse's harness and said, Let's go, Mr. Shank.
Is that when he popped the question?
No, not yet. Long toward sundown, we'd finished plowing about 4 acres.
Yes?
Tupper unharnessed me.
Yes?
And says, Take the bit out of your mouth, you're mine.
Then psychology didn't help you. Psychology didn't help you win your man.
No, sir. It wasn't psychology. It was stamina. I worked like a horse to get him.
And after you were married?
I've been working like a horse ever since.
Well, no wonder you came in on all fours, and thank you, Mrs. Tupper Shank. So, from Typicology, we turn to the realm of song and Kenny Baker. Kenny's first song tonight is Maria Elena.
Maria Elena, you're the answer to a prayer. Maria Elena, can't you see how much I care? To me, your voice is like the echo of a sigh, and when you're near, my heart can speak above a sigh. Maria Elena, say that we will never part. Maria Elena, take me to your heart. A love like mine is great enough for two. To share this love is really all I am. now. Oh, like the shore to the sea, like Minotaur to an hour, darling, so you are to me. This I can never disguise, here in my heart or my eyes. Maria Elena, say that we will never part. Maria Elena, take me to your heart. Our love like mine is great, enough for two. To share this love is really all I ask for.
Thank you, Kenny. That was very nice. I enjoyed
Say,
that.
Mr. Allen, is it all right if I leave now? I got to take a flying lesson.
Well, it's night, Kenny. You can't learn to fly a plane in the dark.
Oh, we don't use planes at the Analyc Fly-by-Night Aviation School.
You mean that guy without a plane?
Sure. He does it with a barber chair and a broomstick.
You can't learn to fly that way.
Mr. Analyc says I can. He says flying is as easy as driving a car.
Oh, a fig to that stratospheric imposter. If you want the word of a man who knows something about flying, ask Larry Elliott. How about it, Larry?
As easy to learn to fly as to drive a car. But whatever your opinion on that subject may be, here's a way to combine some of the thrills of flying with all of the thrills of driving.
And that is?
Just stop at a Texaco dealer for a tank full of Sky Chief gasoline and get acquainted with the nearest thing to flying power in ground travel. This Texaco premium gasoline gives you driving luxury with responsive power. Power to get you off when you say contact, lifts you quickly to cruising speed, yet throttles down powerfully to a smooth glide in traffic. And you climb the hills as if your car had wings. So let Sky Chief make you air-minded about driving. Fly the highway with Texaco Sky Chief, the premium gasoline for those who want the best.
Maestro Goodman and 25 men who have walked with Stokowski, not with him, but right behind him, have just finished coming through the ride. And now, ladies and gentlemen, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well, now look. Now, look, I'm very busy, Portland, unless you have something important.
I just want to show you my new dress.
It's very pretty. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
But you didn't look at it.
Well, so it's a dress. If I were a moth, I might be interested.
But it's all cotton.
Well, so what?
You don't understand. This is National Cotton Week.
Oh, it's National Cotton Week.
Aren't you going to celebrate?
Why, I am celebrating, Portland. I've got cotton in my ears, so I can't hear these jokes I'm telling. I've got on cotton stockings to get even with a silkworm who double-crossed me years ago. And I can't get my vest off because my suspenders are cotton the lining. It's not good, but it fits. How smoothly it fits in there.
You're observing Cotton Week, all right.
Yes, and if you stick... it's better if I had a good joke that didn't fit in there instead of a bad one that goes right in there. Yes, I'm observing Cotton Week, Portland. If you'll stick around, I'll sing Bail, Bail, the gang's all here in just a minute. Well, so much for hilarity. Now, on with our guest. Show him in, Portland. He's waiting outside.
Oh, there's a man out there, but he can't be our guest.
Well, why not? What does he look like?
Have you seen those pictures? And underneath it says, send this boy to camp.
Yeah?
This man looks like the boy 20 years later.
20 years? You mean after he got back from the camp?
No, after they forgot to send him.
Well, he's our guest, Portland. You have described him to a T. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to present a man who has made an exhaustive study of humanity's ills and is prepared at this very minute to prescribe its cures, the one and only Dr. Rockwell.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Doc, it certainly is a pleasure.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute before we start, Fred. You've got to tell me what I do here. What is this thing here?
Well, this thing here is the microphone.
Oh, I see. And who are all these people sitting out here? These are not your relatives.
No, Doc, they're not. That's the audience. We call that the audience.
Oh, I see. The audience, yes. Now, who are these men over here in that goldfish bowl under glass?
The men under glass there? Well, they're technicians, directors, and vice presidents, you see. We have to keep them under glass like that because they mildew very easily.
Now we're all set. I hope you don't mind me asking so many questions, Fred.
Why, not at all, Doc.
You see, Fred, it's been so long since I've worked in radio, I've forgotten what these things are.
Well, you should have photographed the studio before you left. Well, why haven't you been working, Doc? No sponsor?
No, it's not that. I've just given up work entirely, Fred. I have a new philosophy.
You don't want to work?
No, sir. Work is the curse of this generation. Everybody works too hard. Now, look at you. You're there a nervous wreck. Your face twitching, your hands trembling, those stomachs hanging down under your eyes. And why? Why? Because you work 18 and 20 hours a day putting these radio shows together.
Well, I know, Doc.
Now, look at me on the other hand. Here I stand, the picture of health, rosy cheeks, clear eyes, a firm hand, calm, radiating contentment. And why? Because I refuse to work.
But after all, Doc, everybody can't stop working.
Why not? All you need is a little willpower and no job. Here it is, Fred, boiled down. If you want to lead a full life, there's only one solution.
And what is that?
Join the Rockwell Layoff, Loaf, and Live a Little Longer Guild.
A person who joins your guild doesn't work at all?
No, well, he uses discretion. Most men work so hard they have to have a hobby to take their minds off their jobs. For instance, I know a bank president who collects lint.
Lint as a hobby?
Yes. He has a dark flannel suit. He goes around visiting families that'll let him hold the baby. When he gets home, he picks off the lint. That's his hobby.
Well, don't you have hobbies in the Rockwell layoff, loaf, and live a little longer guild?
Yes, but we reverse the process. When a man loafs and lays around, he's bound to overdo it. So he's got to have a hobby. And what's his hobby? Work. That's why I'm here working tonight. I'm indulging in my hobby.
Well, that is some philosophy. Tell me, Doc, do you think if people stopped working, it would solve their problems?
No, not altogether. There's other things that complicate modern life. People worry too much.
People worry about what?
Money. Today, people are worried about inflation. It's silly.
You have a remedy?
Yes, sir, and the solution is simple. What causes inflation? The government prints a lot of new money. People spend it too fast, and what happens? Inflation.
What is your solution?
You throw away all that old money, and you print up some Rockwell oomph money.
What is Rockwell oomph money?
Well, I'll tell you. You take the money we're using today. Whose pictures are on those bills? Washington, Lincoln, Polk, and Andy Jackson. There's no sentiment attached to that money, and people spend it. They play the horses and pinball machines.
Ah, but with your oomph currency...
Well, on the $1 bill instead of Washington, you have Lana Turner.
Lana Turner on the $1 bill.
On the $5 bill, Hedy Lamarr. And on the $10 bill, Gypsy Rose Lee.
Well, who is on the $100 bill?
Gypsy Rose Lee, but 2 choruses later.
Well, it sounds like a great idea.
You see, men won't spend that oomph money. They'll frame it, treasure it, keep it to look out on rainy days. Inflation is going to be stopped right there in its tracks.
Doc, you are a genius.
Oh, thank you, Fred.
Now tell me, is there anything else wrong with the world?
The world's all right. It's the people in it, Fred.
Well, what would you say is the greatest hazard in this country today?
The greatest? Well, I'd say the great American stomach. People don't know how to eat.
You mean too many people are on diet?
Not only on diets, they're overdoing it. I know a man who went on a parsley diet. For 2 years, he ate nothing but parsley. Today, that man is so full of parsley that every time he sees a salmon, he lays down beside it.
A horrible case, I declare.
Yes, sir. Now, let me give you another case. A man went on a strict spinach diet. He overdid that. Today, he's got so much sand in his system, every time he sits down, he sandpapers the chair.
You don't say.
Yes, sir. Another man I know taking cod liver oil to get phosphorus. He's overdone that.
Are there any ill effects?
Ill effects? He's so full of phosphorus that every time he scratches his nose, it lights up.
In other words, people bring on most of their own trouble.
Exactly. They don't live right. People don't eat properly. One thing they're doing, they're mixing up their vitamins.
Mixing their vitamins? How do you mean?
Well, people don't eat their vitamins in order. A man eats vitamin A and then eats vitamin D. The stomach is down there wondering what's happened to vitamin B and C. See what I mean?
Yes, I do. It's quite clear.
And the stomach gets all bewildered. It spreads to the brain, and the man can't think.
Well, that sounds logical.
Now, you take the average man. Average man will eat raw carrots to get vitamin C and prevent night blindness, and then he'll forget to drink a cup of black coffee.
Well, why the black coffee?
Well, there's no sense in being able to see in the dark if the man doesn't stay awake nights to see what there is to see.
Wait a minute, Doc. How did we ever get involved in this? Now, you started off here a little while ago telling me I ought to quit working.
Oh, yeah. Well, the point is, Fred, why work? You're only going to make more money, and money is the source of all worry.
Oh, that's ridiculous,
No,
Doc.
sir. No, sir. I'll prove it, Fred. A boy leaves the country, comes to the city. He spends 50 years working like a dog so he can save enough money to retire and live in the country again. If he'd stayed in the country in the first place, he'd have saved the wear and tear on his system and the price of a round-trip ticket to New York.
Well, that is true, I must say.
Now, let me tell you a little story. I knew a Mr. X. He lived a quiet life up in Booth Bay Harbor.
Yeah?
He used to fish a lot, but the wind used to blow the tobacco out of his pipe. So finally, he cut the toe off one of his wife's shoes and clamped it over the end of his pipe to keep the tobacco in.
What happened?
What happened? Women tourists saw his wife with her toe sticking out of one shoe. They spread the word around, and women came from near and far to have him cut off the ends of their shoes so their toes would stick out. And the open-toed shoes caught on. Business boom. Mr. X had to move to New York. The mad pace got him. Homes, memos, conferences. He had no time to eat. For breakfast, he grabbed an aspirin. For lunch, he swallowed a bicarbonate. For supper, he had heartburn. He ruined his stomach. Mr. X died at 38 and left $2 million.
A successful man.
Yes, but gone at 38. On the other hand, let's take a man we'll call Mr. Y. He's still up in Booth Bay Harbor.
Yeah?
He never done a day's work in his life. Mr. Y gets up in the morning, eats breakfast, and sits down. He gets up again to eat dinner and sits down. Gets up again to eat supper and sits down. You see, he keeps his stomach in one position. That's prolonged. What's the result? Today, Mr. Y is 87 years old, is cutting his third set of teeth, and he's still sitting down.
But if he doesn't work, Doc, how does Mr. Y live?
Well, once a week he gets a small check from the government.
But where does the government get this money to give to Mr. Y?
From the inheritance tax of that Mr. X who went to the city and worked himself to death. You see, Fred, QED, money is a curse.
Well, thanks, Doc, for this illuminating dissertation on futility.
Perfectly all right, Fred.
Now, we intended to pay you for your appearance here tonight, but after what you said about money bringing worry and unhappiness, I'm not going to jeopardize your utopian status.
Well, that's all right, Fred. Perfectly all right, but I've been doing a little thinking, too. You know, just because I haven't worried doesn't mean that I'm selfish. If I don't that money, you're only to have more to worry about.
You worry, Doc, another day.
No, sir, you've got to suffer.
Now, me bear my
No,
thoughts, Doc.
sir, I'm going to relieve you of some of that trouble, and I insist.
In other words, money may be trouble, but as that trouble goes,
I can take it, Fred.
Something tells me you certainly can, and thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Win is in a new show at Radio City Music tomorrow and gets in a local workout tonight singing Cheer Up. Cheer up, Win.
Don't fret because of rain. You'll get sunshine just the same. Cheer up, for best is yet to come. You miss the boat today, there's that wrong way. Cheer up, for the best is yet to come. Just sing a happy song. Someone may come along. Heads up, can't you see that silver lining shining? You're not a millionaire, but got a mile to share. But what's the big come? So won't you cheer up? The best is yet to come. In old Tibet, the people don't hurry. They live a century right through. They have an antidote for worry. I'll pass the secret on to you. Don't fret because of rain. You'll get sunshine just the same. Cheer up, for the best is yet to come. You missed the boat today, there's another on the way. Cheer up, for the best is yet to come. Sing a happy song, someone may come along. Heads up, can't you see that silver lining shining? You're not a millionaire, but you've got a smile to share. Cheer up, what's the use of being dumb? So won't you cheer up? The best is to come.
And now a special presentation of the Texaco Roundtable.
Mr. Olin is now taking his place at the table. Purely extemporaneous and undiscussed questions of experts. Head, Fred.
Thank you, Jim. Tonight, our experts consist of only an expert. And what is your name, friend?
Jimmy Wallington, Bud.
Oh, all right, Mr. Wallington. Here is the question of the week. If you have a car in your family, a well-behaved little car,
yes,
and you catch that car smoking, should that car be...
No, Miss Allen. If you're smoked, it's been put enough.
You're sure of Mr. Wallington?
Absolutely, Miss Allen. The maker of your car never designed it to be a smoker. For smoke trailing from the exhaust means trouble. It's frequently a sign of excessive engine wear. And all that can be done then to stop the waste of gas, oil, and power is a costly job. But there's something every car owner can now. And that's to change to an insulated oil. Insulated Haviland. Texaco's premium motor oil that helps prevent needless engine wear. Haviland is insulated especially to stand up under the high temperatures developed in warm weather, where ordinary oil can break down and invite wear. Haviland is distilled, too, free from carbon-forming impurities that also induce wear. So if you want to take a big step toward preventing excessive wear in your motor, refill now with insulated Haviland at your nearest Texaco dealer. Texaco Star Theater continues after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbus Broadcast.
WAC, music is in your dial.
Yes, Kenny?
Where's Mr. Allen?
Oh, he's out in the hall, autographing copies of his book.
Well, we don't need F.A. I can keep the show going. Ladies and gentlemen, that last number was Same Old Story, played by Al Goodman and his Pie-Eyed Pipers. Oh, hello, Porty.
Hello.
Well, here comes Mr. Goodman.
Hello, Portia.
Hello, Mr. Goodman.
Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Mr. Goodman.
Hello.
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 Well, Portland.
Well, Kenny?
Well, Portland and Kenny. This is comedy. Even my orchestra is laughing.
Oh, we're a riot. Who says I can't keep this show going? Who needs F.A.?
You do, Junior.
Oh, hello, F.A.
Say, what's going on around here? All those hellos? It sounds like a telephone backfiring.
Oh, I was only trying to fill in till you got back, F.A.
Yes, Mr. Allen. We're waiting to congratulate you on your book.
Well, thanks, Portland. Only I didn't write the book. I wrote the introduction.
Oh, just the introduction.
In music, the introduction is nothing. 4 bars.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. Don't underestimate my introduction to Low Man on a Totem Pole. An introduction is the most important part of a book. If people read the introduction, they can't help reading the book.
Why not, Mr. Allen?
Well, it's curiosity. It's like smelling a package of Limburger cheese. You know what's inside can't be that bad.
In night school, Goodman is learning all about writing. Very interesting.
Yes, it is. And all it takes is a pencil and paper.
In the Stone Age, they're not having on what to write. No pencils, no paper.
Well, they wrote in the Stone Age, didn't they?
What else? They are chiseling letters on big slabs.
Gosh, Mr. Allen, now that you're an author, I guess you'll start smoking a strong pipe, wearing a beret, and letting your hair grow.
Oh, I don't think I'll go that far, Kenny.
You got a part.
Well,
You can get a pretty old attic cheap.
Well, I don't want to bother.
Oh, no bother at all, F.A. I can be out of there by tomorrow morning.
Now, Don't break your leash on my account, Kenny.
Gosh, Mr. Allen, what if you become a famous writer and go to Hollywood and write a picture for Jack Benny? Wouldn't that be funny?
I doubt it, Portland. Not with that female impersonator you mentioned. I hear that Benny moved into the YW this week. He's living the part.
Now that you are mentioning writers, my brother-in-law is a writer.
What did he ever write?
Yesterday, he is writing Little Caporis in the 4th at Belmont.
All right. I'm not starting with you. Now, let's forget about writing.
But, F.A., you can't stop writing now.
Yes, you've got such a good start, Mr. Allen.
You really think so?
Sure, F.A. Now you're ready to write something big. A monumental work. A book the world is waiting for.
For instance?
The Life of Kenny Baker.
Oh, fine. The Life of Kenny Baker. Or The Stoop Who Conquered. Some biography.
I'll take it. Hello? Just a minute. It's long distance, Kenny, for you.
Thanks, Forty. Hello? Oh, it's you. Now, look, brother. You asked me what to do. I told you. It didn't work. And that's your tough luck. Now, don't bother me anymore. That's final.
Gosh, is somebody pesting you, Kenny?
Yeah, you try to do people a favor and there's...
What's the trouble, Kenny?
Oh, it's nothing important. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Why can't you write a book about me, F.A.?
Because you're still an adolescent.
Mr. Allen is right, Kenny.
Certainly.
Books are generally written about a great love.
A great love? Well, why did you say so?
Kenny, you had a great love?
Oh, I can see her now. Together we roamed the countryside, over hill and dale. All the fellows envied me, for in the whole village, she was the most beautiful, and she was mine.
Kenny, I've never heard you mention love before.
One doesn't wear his heart on his sleeve, F.A.
No.
I can see her now, trim, graceful, the kind of fellow likes to be seen out with. Then came the heartbreak.
Kenny, not...
Yes. One night I left her on the porch.
You can't write a book about a scooter. Why, a scooter only rates one paragraph in a Sears Roebuck catalog.
Roebuck, he says.
Yes, I said Roebuck.
A Roebuck is what you're renting in Central Park on the lake.
Mr. Goodman.
Don't encourage him, Portland. Let's not even give any outward sign that he is here.
Outward, you are putting on the Roebuck. A Roebuck with an outward motor.
And now, when we want an encore, we'll ask you.
Naturally. When you're finishing with a boat, you are throwing out the encore.
That's anchor it is. And before you say it, my anchor is aroused to the breaking point. Now go away.
Hello. It's for you again, Kenny.
Thanks, Forty. Hello? Now, look, you. You wanted some advice. I gave it to you. So don't come crying to me because it didn't work. And stop bothering me.
Kenny, who is that?
Oh, he's just a guy. He's nobody. It's nothing important.
Oh, you see, Kenny, that's just why no one can write a book about you. You're not important. The people you associate with are not important. You'll never be a book subject until you are important.
Again? I'm going to tell that guy off once and for all. Now listen, buddy. You had an idea. You asked my opinion. I told you what to do, and it didn't work. So you got yourself in a spot. Now, don't expect me to pull you out of it. And once and for all, stop pestering me.
Kenny, for Pete's sake, who is that calling you on the long-distance phone?
Oh, it's that guy, Hess. Hess?
Why, of Hess, of all of you.
Yes, and he better quit calling me up, too.
Why, Kenny, I apologize. You're no nobody. You're a celebrity. I'll write a book about you. You know Hess.
Sure. I told him not to take that jump.
The jump? You told Hess to jump?
If he'd listened to me, he wouldn't be lying with that broken ankle over in Jersey.
Jersey? What is Hess doing in Jersey?
He's working at the Palisades. I told him not to jump off that high springboard in the swimming pool.
Kenny, what Hess are you talking about?
My cousin Seymour. Seymour Hess.
Seymour Hess. Music myself.
Your attention I asked for a while to a song I'm going to sing you. It's about a pretty yeller gal I met while I was walking, and she threw such a glance at me. She was pretty and as sweet as a flower, such clothes you never did see. She'd a darling little bonnet with a flower garden on it, had the yeller gal that winked at me. Oh my, she looked so sweet, and she dressed so neat, with her kilting hoops and pretty little feet, as she went skipping along. The pretty little yeller gal I met while I was walking, and she threw such a glance at me. As she skipped across the gutter, my heart went in a flutter for the yeller gal that winked at me. I cannot sing the old songs I sung long years ago, for heart and voice would fail me, and foolish tears would flow, for bygone hours come o'er my heart with each familiar strain. I cannot sing the old songs or dream those dreams again. Those dreams again. I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. I'm a glad Louisiana, my good out for the sea. It rained all night the day I left. The sun so hot I froze it. Susanna, don't you cry. Oh, Susanna, oh, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. Oh, Susanna, oh, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. Oh, Susanna.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that my sponsor, the Texas Company, has donated to the United States government the radio time it has purchased for the period from July 1st to October 1st. The Texas Company will donate this hour on this coast-to-coast network to the government to be used in any way it sees fit in behalf of national defense. In accepting this gift of time, Mr. Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury, wired to Mr. W.S.S. Rogers, President of the Texas Company. I quote, "The Treasury Department accepts with pleasure your gracious offer of the use of your radio time over the Columbia Broadcasting System beginning July 2nd. Your government sincerely believes that through such cooperation and helpfulness as you have shown, the plan of saving for defense will become a reality to all Americans. Active participation by all of our citizens will assure for America a more solid economy and a more secure future. We will make good use of these radio facilities by bringing the radio audience a program of wholesome entertainment and of messages that concern every American home." Signed, Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury, unquote. Today, Secretary Morgenthau announced the $257,646,000 worth of defense savings bonds were sold in the first 17 days of the month of May. Don't forget that every defense bond you buy is an investment in your country. And now, the Texaco Workshop players, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight they present a blood-curdling mystery, the great Rumba Dancer Murder, or Who Killed Carmen Feitelbaum. The scene? The famous New York nightclub, the El Clipo. Her rousing rumba just completed. At a small table sits the flaming Latin dancer, Carmen Feitelbaum. Her dark eyes brood as the waiter serves Carmen a borscht Cuba Libre. Idly she toys with the boiled potato in her Cuba Libre, when suddenly the lights go out. A shot is heard. The lights go on. The beautiful queen of the rumba lies flat on her tambourine. Dead. Who killed La Flemme, Carmen Feitelbaum?
Okay.
Quiet. Quiet, please. I repeat. Who killed Carmen Feitelbaum?
I repeat, who killed?
Now, just a minute, Heckler. Who is fomenting that verbal sabotage?
I am.
Well, come up here just a minute, you.
I'll come up. Come on, man.
Okay, Luther.
Now, just a second. Who are you two?
How do you like that? He don't even recognize us, Lou.
Quit stalling, Ellen. We're Mr. and Mrs. Luther Snell.
Snell?
With an M.
That's what you think.
The same joke he told the last time, Lute, remember?
Yeah, if you can remember them stale jokes, you ought to remember us.
Say, that's right. You two were here last fall squawking about radio.
Yeah, and we're still squawking.
Radio ain't getting no place. It's in a rut.
Well, how do you mean?
The programs is always the same. There's never nothing new.
Well, that's radio, sort
That's what they all say. That's radio. Can't nothing different happen?
Well, I'm sorry. I've got to find out who killed Carmen Feitelbaum.
Okay, let's go, Mel.
Now, wait a minute, folks. Don't go away mad. Just what shows in radio upsets you?
Well, them guys that come on at 6 o'clock in the morning with off-key singing and setting up exercises.
Oh, you mean those Cheerio chaps, those early birds who sound like this?
It's 6 a.m. Happy Harry time, folks. Upsy daisy, sleepyhead. Let's hop out of that little old bed and start our little old setting up exercises, huh? Now take a deep breath. Exhale. Well, here's our first exercise. Ready? Let's go. 1, 2, touch the floor. 3, 4, up one more. 5, 6, 4 high kicks. We're having fun this morning. 7, 8, stand up straight. 9, 10, and down again. 11, 12, rest yourself. And now we stop to inhale. Oh, very good, class. Some fun, eh?
There you are, folks. Is that the chap who gets your goat?
Yeah, he ain't human.
Nobody can beat that cheerful at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, always laughing. If only once that guy would say what's really on his mind.
All right, now let's see how Happy Harry might sound some morning if he really said what was on his mind.
Hiya, dopes. This is Happy Harry. Happy I'm saying I'm nuts. Ooh, have I got a hangover. My mouth tastes like a meat just checked out. Any cluck who's up this early ought to have his head examined. Well, here's your first exercise, you saps. Don't open your windows. Take a deep breath of that same air you've been breathing all night. Ooh. Okay, here's your first exercise. Put both hands firmly around your windpipe. Now, as I count, you start squeezing. Well, let's go. 1, 2, give a squeeze. 3, 4, squeeze and squeeze. 5, 6, squeeze and squeeze until you drop down dead. Now let that be a good lesson to you.
There you are. There you are, folks. How was that?
Well, that's more like it.
A pleasure.
Well, if that's all you wanted...
Hey, wait a minute. We ain't through yet. What about them commercials?
What commercial?
Where they're always telling you what they do to the product.
Yeah, what they do in the factory.
Oh, you mean this sort of message?
The housewives. Have you tried Sweeney's Secret? The new scientific ketchup that is the talk of hamburger eaters everywhere? Each tomato used in Sweeney's Secret is scientifically ripened.
Each tomato is scientifically picked.
Each tomato is scientifically blended. Each tomato is fired from a cannon in a factory. Other ketchups tried to duplicate the superb flavor of Sweeney's Secret. They have failed. Why? Because Sweeney's Secret is made by a special patented secret process. Sweeney takes each tomato personally. Sweeney goes into a dark closet. When Sweeney comes out, that tomato is ketchup. What Sweeney does to each tomato in that closet, no one knows. That is Sweeney's Secret. Buy a bottle tonight.
That is what you had in mind.
Yeah, who knows what's going on?
Who cares what Sweeney is doing in his closet?
Sure. Ketchup is ketchup, ain't it?
Yeah, give us commercials we can understand.
Oh, you mean something plain and simple like this.
Housewives, have you tried Chadwick's chutney, the new tomato relish? There's no mystery about Chadwick's chutney. Here's how it's made. Chadwick takes a tomato in his two bare hands. He wrings the tomato out into a bottle. It's Chadwick's chutney. That's all there is to it. May I drop dead at this microphone. Chadwick wrings out a tomato. Housewives, if you want a chutney that's handmade, try Chadwick's.
That is what you mean.
Right. With Chadwick's chutney, you know what you're getting.
Yeah, Chadwick comes right out with it. He ain't going into no dark closets doing things to tomatoes like that Sweeney guy.
Well, maybe you're right, but I've got to get back to my murder mystery.
Wait a minute. How about them double-up quiz programs?
Well, what's wrong with them? The prize money just keeps doubling.
Yeah, but why are the first 4 questions always pushovers?
Nobody can miss the first 4 questions if he tries.
What bothers you is this.
And now, radio's most popular quiz show, Take It or Leave It. And here is your master of ceremonies, Bob Craven.
Yes, sir, folks. Our Take It or Nothing quiz is off to a flying start. For each question the contestant answers correctly, his money doubles. Now, here's our first contestant. And the first question for $1, sir. What is your name?
Hyman Sherman.
Herman Sherman is your name. That is correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have won $1. You want to try for $2?
Yes, sir.
Fine. Now, here's your second question. How are you feeling?
Dopey.
You feel like your look. That's $2. How are your folks?
Oh, they're fine.
$4. Have you got a match?
Yeah.
$8. How was the weather outside?
I didn't notice.
$16. Now, for $32, are you nervous?
Yeah.
You certainly are, and that wins you $32. Now, Herman Sherman, do you want to try for $64?
Okay.
All right. For $64, what was the middle name of the fireman who was in the engine with Casey Jones the night Casey Jones made his last run?
Who is Casey Jones?
That is close. Casey Jones was standing right next to the fireman right there in that there engine cab. What was that man's name? It was Aloysius. Well, you lose the $64, Herman, but thank you for a grand try. That is what you resent.
Yeah, they horse around with them easy questions.
Yeah, when they get to the $64, they give you a brain buster.
And they're polite to the dope, a grand try.
You mean you'd rather...
If a contestant dunce?
This. And Johnny, for $1, who wrote the Greek comedy Lysistrata?
Lysistrata?
That's right. Who wrote Lysistrata?
I don't know.
You don't?
No, honest, I don't.
Why, you chowder head, of all the cretins I've ever had on the program, your head looks like a skin popover.
I ain't getting no dollar.
There's only one thing you're getting. You're getting out of here. Beat it, jerk. Well, how was that?
Okay, that guy was a sap. He got told off.
Yeah, there ought to be more telling off in radio.
Well, if that's
Look,
all...
have you got time for one more peep, Mr. Rollins?
Well,
It's them theme songs.
Which theme song?
You know them musical jingles that advertise stuff telling how good the product is? How about hearing a theme song that says how bad the stuff is for a change?
All right, I'll have our house quartet, 3 clucks and a yuck, Renda, reverse theme song. Give us that Shapiro noodle theme, boys. 1, 2.
Don't buy Shapiro's noodles. They're not fit for poodles. They're cheesy and sleazy. They'll make you feel punk. They cook limp as jelly. They'll ruin your stomach. So take our advice, folks, and don't buy this junk. Don't be a chump.
Well, folks, are you satisfied?
You bet. Thanks a lot, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with radio that television won't fix.
Well, thank you for spoiling my program. Now, I won't have time to finish that mystery I started.
Hey, what's the solution? Who killed Carmen Feitelbaum?
Well, confidentially, Carmen heard our quartet rehearsing and committed suicide. Well, that's radio. And now, here is a news item on defense. Today in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the American Petroleum Institute, holding its 11th mid-year meeting, made an announcement of real importance. And if Larry Elliott will read this telegram received tonight, we'll have the news firsthand.
Quote, tonight the American Petroleum Institute is happy to report at this meeting in Tulsa a full state of preparedness on the part of petroleum. America has over half the world's total supply of oil. Our reserve supply is the greatest in history. We have all the oil needed for the manufacturing stages of our defense program. We have all the aviation fuel we need, all the oil for the tanks, trucks, and armored cars, for the fighting ships we have today, or those planned for our defense in the future. End of quotation. Our nation again finds the petroleum industry ready, willing, and able to defend the American way.
Thank you, Larry, and good night, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wherever you may roam, you'll find our name is known. You can trust a Delco. Thanks, Delco. Delco Freedom Battery. When things are getting thick and you want to start real quick, you can trust a Delco. Thanks, Delco. Delco Freedom Battery. They've got the stuff when the starting's tough. You can trust a Delco. Thanks, Delco. Delco Freedom Battery. Delco Freedom. Thanks, Delco.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Not up there, Mr. Dillon. He's just plain vanished.
There's no note anywhere? You sure of that, Chester?
Nothing, sir. I looked again, all over.
Well, it's 2 days now. This isn't like Doc.
Well, I still think he's just gone off on an emergency. Out in the country somewhere.
Maybe, but he's always left word before.
Well, what'll we do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Might start asking people, Chester.
Try the saloons and the store and maybe the depot, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon, I'll go right now.
All right.
Well, I do declare.
What?
Riding right up Front Street as big as life.
Why, that old rascal getting us all worried about it.
For the land's sake, you sure are a sight for sore eyes, Doc. Where in the world have you been at, anyway?
Here. Hello, Chester. Matt.
Hey, you had us worried, Doc.
That's so?
You've been gone 2 days.
I know.
Next time, leave word, Doc.
I will. I surely will. If I can.
Well, it'd sure save us a lot of
No,
fretting.
wait a minute. What do you mean, Doc, if you can?
Just that. If they let me, I'll leave word.
Come on inside, Doc. Well, all right, I'm curious, Doc. You want to tell me about it?
I can tell you part of it. Least important part. I made a promise about the rest. You know how it is, Matt.
No, but you tell me.
Well, the other night, Wednesday it was, I was peacefully asleep on my couch when a couple of riders tromped right into my office. They said a man was hurt somewhere out past Fort Dodge. So naturally, I got up and I went along with them.
Well, then why didn't you leave a note and say so?
They didn't tell me exactly where we was going, Chester. But they sure told me not to leave any note.
They told you what?
Let him talk, Chester.
Now, of course, I figured then there must have been a shooting, but my job's to take care of everybody. Sinner and saved alike. And so, when finally we got to this place the next day...
What place?
That's part of what I promised not to tell, Chester. But like I was saying, there was a young man there who'd got himself shot in the back. The bullet lodged right in his spine. And I dug it out, and I did all I could for him. And then I just sat there for quite a spell. And then I put my things away. And I walked out into the other room.
So, Doc, how is it?
I did what I could.
What do you mean?
He's dead. The shock of extracting that bullet was too much for him. It's a bad place, the spine there.
You killed him, huh, Doc?
No, I didn't kill him.
He's dead, ain't he?
Look, mister, doctors don't kill people. Murderers
Watch
do.
your mouth, Doc.
That boy wouldn't have lived more than a couple of days with that bullet where it was. And whoever put it there murdered him.
You want me to shut him up?
Not yet. Doc, tell me something. You know that boy in there?
I do.
Sure. And the three of us here, you know any of us?
Him. I've seen him around somewheres. Dodge, I guess.
Well, that settles it. He ain't walking out of here.
Shut up. Know his name, Doc?
No, I don't. Of course, it might come to me. Let me think now.
You don't understand, Doc. He wants to kill you already. Now you're trying to remember his name. That's just going to make it worse.
You can't kill a doctor for following his oath.
Oh, no? I shot that boy when he tried to get away, and I shoot you just as...
Don't be a fool. I'm a doctor. Since there's nothing more I can do here, I got to be available to other patients. I've been away too long.
Oh, what are we arguing about? Sooner we shoot him, the better.
What kind of a man are you, anyways? Don't you know I'm the only doctor within 100 miles of Dodge?
Right now, it's one too many.
Now, wait a minute. I'm kind of thinking the doc's right. He ain't like an ordinary man. But doctor, well, it's almost like he ain't quite human somehow.
He's human enough to tell what he knows that hard-head marshal they got in Dodge. Then we'll have him on our tail. We'll never get our 20,000. Well, I figure it's us or the doc.
I'm not interested in what you figure, mister. Right this minute, there may be some woman having a baby and needing me real bad. There may be several folk needing me for help.
He's right. We can't kill him.
I can't.
You'll do what I say and nothing else, here?
Oh.
Doc, listen to me. If I let you go, will you promise not to tell about anybody you recognized here?
And if I don't?
And doctor or no doctor, I'll kill you myself.
Yeah, I suppose you would. All right. I'm here as a doctor,
And nothing else. I promise.
Word of honor, Doc?
That's my word of honor.
Okay, get out. One other thing, Doc.
What?
You break your word. You tell anybody where this place is or who you saw here, and we'll get to you. We'll kill you no matter where you try to hide.
I gave him my word, didn't I?
Sure, but don't forget what I said anyway. Don't forget for 1 minute. We'll kill you or die trying.
That's quite a story, Doc.
And you played it right smart, if you ask me. Who were they, Doc? Well, tell us.
Well, I only recognized one of them, Chester, besides the man they'd shot.
So you said. Have you thought of his name
No, Chester, you don't understand. I gave my word I wouldn't tell.
yet? Yes, but that was just so you could get away.
Well, they shot me for sure otherwise, but still I gave my word. It don't matter how or why.
But, Doc, they're just a bunch of killers.
I know.
Leave him alone, Chester.
But, Mr. Dillon... Yes, sir.
Matt,
Yeah, Doc.
wouldn't you do the same if you were in my boots?
That'd be a hard choice, Doc, but... Yeah, I suppose I would.
Why, any man would. Leastwise, any man of honor would.
I guess I wasn't really thinking about it that way.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get some sleep. Matt, that was a good boy they murdered. I hope they hang for it. Oh, Dad blasted him.
How are we ever going to find him, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. We don't even know who they killed.
It's funny we haven't heard about it.
Maybe nobody's missed him yet.
Just think. Doc could lead us straight to him right now.
Well, that isn't making the Doc happy, Chester.
No, sir, it sure isn't.
I'm going over to the Texas Trail, Chester. I'll be back later.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Sam, bring me over a bottle and a glass, will you?
Sure.
Hello, Matt.
Oh, hi, Kitty.
You want some help for that bottle?
Yeah, sure. I'm only going to have one. You can finish it. Sit down.
Oh, my reputation's bad enough without my trying to get around carrying about a bit of whiskey in me.
There you be. Oh, thank you, Sam. There you are, Kitty. Well, here's to luck.
Yeah, I could use some. Oh, you didn't come here to drink a bottle of rye, Matt. What's on your mind?
Well, Kitty, I was sort of wondering if maybe you'd heard any talk about anybody being missing lately.
Missing? Who?
Well, that's just the point. I don't know who.
Well, you're sure not on much of a trail, are you, Matt?
Well, a man was shot and he's dead. And I don't know who he was or who did it or where. All I know is that it happened.
Well, I'll be darned. Well, Matt, I don't know a thing I've heard that'd help. I'm sorry.
Oh, it was just a chance.
You know, it's not often a man gets shot around here without everybody knowing about it.
Well, I'm glad for that much anyway. Well, thanks, Kitty.
Well, good luck, Matt.
Yeah, take it easy with that bottle.
Yeah, I'll save it for you.
So long.
See you, Matt.
Doc's been asleep for 6 straight hours, Mr. Dillon. He sure must have been tired.
Yeah. Here, Chester, take these letters down to the depot for me, will you? They got to be in Washington next week.
Santa Fe pulls out in an hour, sir. I'll put 'em right in the mail car.
Marshal? Why, Jake Worth. Why, you haven't come into Dodge in the last 6 months that I know of.
I'm here now, Marshal.
Oh? Trouble, Jake?
I'd call it that.
Well?
You know that cottonwood, the big one down at Brandy Bend?
Yeah?
There's a hole cut down by the roots at the north side of it. I put a sack in that hole this morning. It's got $20,000 in it.
That's a lot of money, Jake, even for you.
It isn't if Hank gets back all right.
Hank? That's your youngest boy, isn't it, Jake?
Yeah, 18 last month.
Yeah. And that's ransom money. Your boy's been kidnapped, huh?
He didn't show up the other night, Marshal. Next morning, I found a note tacked on the corral. Said to leave the money or they'd kill him.
Oh, come on, Jake. We'll try to get there before they pick up the money.
No, Marshal, I won't take any chances. They'd shoot him sure if we did that.
You should have told me before you left the money. You should have come here first, you know.
You didn't hear what I said, Marshal. I won't take the chance. All I want now is for you to watch for anybody who turns up rich around here.
Jake, I want you to listen to me.
Now, you listen to me, Marshal. Nobody is going to do a thing till Hank's back safe on the ranch. Not one dang thing.
Jake, if they killed Hank, you'd want him hung, wouldn't you?
I'll hang him myself if it comes to that. I'll hunt him down like wolves.
All right, then let's go. Let's get on to Brandy Bend and wait for him.
No. I already told you no.
Hank's dead, Jake.
Huh?
They already shot him. And he's dead.
What are you talking about? Where is he?
I don't know.
And how come you know he's dead?
I can't tell you.
Marshal, I've had about enough of this.
We're wasting time here. Come on, Jake. I'll tell you what I can on the way to the river.
You better, by heaven, or one of us ain't never going to get to the river.
Jake Worth was known as a hard, hot-tempered man, but he was straight as they come. He'd made one fortune in Texas cattle and another in buffalo hides, and now all he wanted was his ranch and his 3 sons to work it with him. The Worths were good men. They didn't cause any trouble, and they worked hard. It was hard to tell Jake, but without mentioning Doc, I said what I could. And when we reached the Arkansas, we hid our horses in a clump of bush and worked our way on foot up to the big cottonwood. And I stood up and walked out into the open.
What are you doing, Marshal? You gone crazy?
Come on, Jake. No use to hide now.
Oh. That's him there, isn't it? That's Hank?
I'm afraid so, Jake.
And they killed him. They killed him all right. He was a good boy. Had his whole life to live yet. Why'd they do it? I gave him the money. Why'd they do it?
I'm sorry, Jake.
Doc's been asleep for 6 straight hours, Mr. Dillon. He sure must have been tired.
Yeah.
Story on the way down here. But I want the truth now. Every bit of it.
That's all I know, Jake. Hank tried to break and one of them shot him. But we'll get him.
I'll take care of myself soon as you tell me who they are.
I don't know who they are.
Don't lie to me, Marshal. You know a lot you're not telling me. What's going on with you anyway?
I've told you all I can,
That's
Jake.
my boy lying there, Marshal. He's been murdered. And if I didn't know you so well, I'd begin to think maybe you had something to do with it
Now, just
yourself.
a minute, Jake. I know you're upset.
Then why don't you tell me?
Because the man who told me about it had to promise not to name anybody. That's why.
What man? Who is he? I'll get it out of him if I have to cut it out.
Yeah, I know. That's why I can't tell you who he is.
What kind of a lawman are you, anyway?
I've told you all I can, Jake.
No, you haven't. Marshal, I don't believe your story about nobody promising nothing. You know who done it, and you're going to tell me or
Don't try it, Jake. You can't kill me, and you know it.
No, I can't. Me and my boys can.
And I'm giving you 24 hours to name those men, and then we're coming to Dodge. There'll be blood spilt, Marshal.
Jake, I give you my word, I don't know who did it.
I don't believe you.
I'll help you take your boy home now.
No. Go on back to Dodge. I'll manage here.
You're making a bad mistake, Jake.
24 hours, Marshal.
I'll be there.
We'll find you wherever you'll be.
Jake, I want... So long, Jake.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, 300,000 volunteers are needed for the Ground Observer Corps. This spare time activity serves as a vital supplement of the Air Defense Command radar network, which has certain unavoidable blind spots due to the curvature of the Earth. Men and women from teenage up are urged to become ground observers. Get in touch with your nearest Civil Defense Center. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
There was no use arguing with him. The man's grief had destroyed his reason. And the worst of it was, I knew his sons would do whatever Jake told them to do. Unless I could stop it somehow, I'd have to shoot it out with 3 good and perfectly innocent men. For no reason at all. I thought about it all the way back to Dodge, and by the time I got there, I had an idea. I went up to Doc's and talked it over with him.
All right, Matt. I'll do whatever I can.
It might not work, Doc, and you'll be exposing yourself to a lot of danger. Have you thought about that?
I have. I've also been thinking about the men who killed Hank Worth.
Well, we could wait till they start spending their money, or till one of them gets drunk and maybe talks too much somewhere.
We could. But meantime, you and the Worths will have a gunfight. Oh, now, it'd be a terrible thing to let happen.
All right, then, Doc, let's go. I want to get to the ranch before dark.
Yeah, maybe Jake's cooled off by now. Enough not to start shooting on sight anyway.
We'll soon find out. Come on.
You know, Matt, I haven't been out here since Mrs. Worth died. Oh, that must be 4 or 5 years ago. Well, the place sure has changed, hasn't it?
Yeah. I don't see anybody around, do you?
Maybe they saw us first. Maybe they're hid out.
I hope not.
See, Matt, I got an idea. Why don't you take your gun off and hang it around your saddle horn? Then they'll know you come peaceable.
I can't take a chance like that, Doc. Not with Jake in his state. But I won't shoot unless I have to.
He who lives by the sword.
Look, Doc, I'm doing everything I can to avoid this thing. But I'll kill all 3 of them if I have to.
All right, Matt. I understand.
That's far enough, Marshal. Watch him, boys. If he makes a move, shoot.
Yes, sir. Jake, I came here to stop a shooting, not to start one.
You can stop it, Marshal. Just tell me who killed my son.
If I knew I'd be on his trail, Jake.
I'm not sure of that at all. What's Doc doing here?
Tell him, Doc.
I took the bullet out of Hank. He died soon after.
What?
That's right, Jake. Now come down here where we can talk like friends, and I'll explain it to you.
Stay where you are, boys.
Yeah, all right.
All right, Doc, let's hear it.
Well, they got me out of bed, Jake, and they led me out into the country. Hank had been shot in the back, and I extracted the bullet, but it was no use. He'd have died anyway. There were 3 men there, and I recognized one of them.
Who was he?
Well, I had to promise I wouldn't tell, Jake, or they'd have killed me.
That don't matter now.
Now, think about it a minute, Jake. Doc gave him his word. And you're asking him to break it. Now, think about it for a minute.
I'm thinking about my boy, too.
Hank's dead. You can't help him now.
Shot in the back, and the coward who did it's run free.
You want to help get him, Jake?
Don't ask fool questions, Marshal. Of course I want to get him.
Now, then listen to me. Those men told Doc if he talked, they'd kill him.
Yeah, they meant it, too.
All right, so I got an idea now, Jake. We'll spread it around that Doc has identified the killer. The news will reach him soon enough, and meantime, I'm going to lay low. And I'll have Chester tell everybody that I've ridden out after them.
Go on.
Then we'll just wait. 1 or 2 or maybe all 3 of them will come into Dodge to kill Doc some night soon.
You still might get away.
And I'll deputize you and your boys right now, and you can wait for them with us. You'll have to stay hidden like me, of course.
We won't mind that. Not if we get a chance at them, we won't.
All right, good.
Yeah. Funny thing, though.
What?
Man like Doc here, rather than break his word, he'll make himself a target for those killers.
Yeah. Look, Jake, Doc and I are going to go back to Dodge now. I'll see that the story gets started, and in a day or 2, you and your boys can ride in. But separately, though. Otherwise, it might cause talk.
I understand.
And come straight to Doc's.
We'll get there.
For the next few days, Doc never left his office. I figured that'd make him look scared and draw the killers right into our trap. The rest of us sat around in his back room and waited. Chester kept us supplied with food and coffee, but we began to get pretty restless cooped up like that. And by the 5th night, we were being real careful with one another and over polite. But on the 6th night, about midnight, we got our game.
Mr. Dillon, I think it's them.
Where?
They just rode up Front Street, 3 of them. They're tying up outside right now. They acted too deliberate-like for ordinary riders, so I run up the back way to tell you.
Doc, come on in.
What do you want me to do, Mac?
Take cover in here and stay out of sight.
Yeah, whatever you say, Mac.
Let's go downstairs and meet them, Marshal.
No, we might just scatter them that way. Now, listen. One of them will probably stand guard on the street while the other 2 come up here to get Doc. Chester, you and the 2 boys go down the back way. Jake and I'll wait in the Doc's office. But don't jump that man till we go into action up here. Do you understand?
I got it, sir.
All right, then move fast. Come on, Jake.
Now what?
Well, we'll just wait here in the dark.
Good.
I'll fix Doc's blanket on the couch here so they won't think he's in it.
They're on the stairs now.
All right, get back in the corner, Jake, or we'll be shooting each other.
All right.
Quiet now. And don't start shooting till I do.
Doc, wake up, you lying dog.
Just shoot him and get out of here.
What? Wait. He ain't here.
What? Get your hands up. You're under arrest, both of you.
It's a trap.
You all right, Jake?
Got one of them. I'm all right.
Doc? Doc, you can come on out now.
Yeah, all right, Mac.
They're dead. Light the lamp, will you, Doc?
All right. Yes, you bet, Mac. I'll light the lamp. Okay, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, come in, Chester.
Well, we got him, Mr. Dillon. He tried to get away when he heard you up here, but he ran smack into one of the Worth boys. He's dead.
Yeah. Well, I don't know either one of these men. Doc, you can tell us now. Is one of these the man you recognize?
Let me see here. This one here. I remembered later I treated him for a broken nose some time back. I never did know his name, though. He come up on the, up the trail with a herd, I think.
It don't matter now, long as they're all dead.
Oh, well. Bring the other bodies up, Chester. I'll do the autopsies quick, and I'll get them out of here. It's about time I got something out of all this.
Okay, Doc. I'll fetch him.
Well, Jake,
I'm satisfied, Marshal. Me and the boys will be getting back to the ranch now.
Sure.
Marshal,
Yeah?
I doubted you. I'm sorry for that.
Forget it, Jake.
No. No, it's best I remember it. Man shouldn't make mistakes like that.
Well, there was no harm done. The way it worked out.
I'll buy you a drink before we leave, Marshal.
I think I'd like that, Jake. Come on, let's go.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Boehner, with Lawrence Dobkin and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This is Roy Rowan speaking over the CBS Radio Network.
Keeping a customer on hold is no way to hold a customer. So at Eastern, we're using computers to help us to get to your call faster. One new system even makes it possible for a call in New York to be answered in Chicago, Miami, anywhere an agent's available. An industry first. But all of this technology comes down to one thing. It helps us be more helpful to you. Personal service is still the only real difference between airlines. So at Eastern, we have to earn our wings every day.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Must Have One Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. If you ever had a chance to peek into some of the quaint old cookbooks of centuries past, you may have noticed that many of the meat recipes begin with the amusing words, "First catch your fowl." Well, in much the same way, many of the finest dessert recipes today might begin with, "First get some Jell-O," for with Jell-O in your kitchen cupboard, you're all set to make some of the grandest desserts you ever dreamed of. No matter how you serve it, Jell-O will prove the masterpiece of the meal. Perfectly plain in a mold of brilliant color, crimson strawberry, golden lemon, or sea green lime. Cut into shimmering little cubes or whipped up into a beautiful fluffy lightness, or molded in colorful layers. Jell-O is always extra good because it has extra rich flavor. a flavor that rivals the real ripe fruit itself. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O when you buy, because the name Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was I Must Have One More Kiss, 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 played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again we bring you our master of ceremonies, that genial host of Beverly Hills, whose Thanksgiving party last Thursday will never be forgotten.
I'll never forget it.
Quiet, Mary.
A man who spared no expense to ensure the success of this delightful occasion.
Mary, please.
A man whose social gatherings have made him the talk of the film colony.
Thank you, Don.
A host at whose dinners the second cup of coffee is always free, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I'm glad you had such a nice time at my Thanksgiving party. But what did you mean the second cup of coffee was free?
I was only kidding, Jack. Mary was ribbing you, so I thought I'd join in. It was really a grand evening.
Well, thanks, Don. And it's for you, Miss Livingston. That's the last time you'll ever have dinner at my house.
Oh, Jack, don't be so touchy.
Well, who wouldn't be?
Gee, you're getting so sensitive lately. It's simply awful.
Just the same, you're not eating at my house anymore.
Who cares? My ticket is punched out anyway.
My, that's comical. You know, it seems strange, Mary, but you're the only one that gets bored when I invite the gang over. Hey, Phil.
What is it, Jackson?
Did you have a good time at my Thanksgiving party?
Yeah, it's the first time I ever got a hangover from a turkey.
Phil, you don't have to tell me how you got a hangover. You were doing all right long before you came to my house.
What do you mean?
When I opened the front door, you fell in like a body in a murder mystery. Not only that, you brought me a manhole cover. So don't blame it on the turkey, eh, Don?
You're right, Jack. Personally, I thought the turkey had a delicious flavor, although it was a little tough.
Tough? Why, Don, how can you say that? It was as tender as it could be. That turkey wasn't a bit tough.
Go on. It had muscles like Earl Lederman.
Oh, it did. Well, it's too bad it was so virile. Next time, I'll get a turkey that walks around with his wing on his hip. Maybe you'll like that better.
And, oh, boy, the soup you served. You know, Phil, it reminded me of that new picture.
What picture?
The rains came.
Well, I suppose it wasn't a hit. Listen, fellas, if my party was such a big flop, how did it happen to crash the newspapers? It was right on the society page of the Beverly Hills Citizen.
The Beverly Hills Citizen?
Yes, Don, I got it right here. Get this. Here, read it to him, Mary.
Okay. Do you suffer from itchy skin? If so, try...
It's on the other side. Here, give me that. I'll read it. Listen, fellas. Jack Benny entertains. That's the headline. Last Thursday night, at his cozy home on Roxbury Drive, Jack Benny, star of stage, screen, and radio, gave the outstanding party of the social season. Among those present were Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, Mrs. Lucretia Day and her son Denis, Phil Harris, Andy Devine, and Mr. Homer T. Schmink.
Homer T. Schmink? Who was he?
Oh, he was the fellow that delivered the ice cream and wouldn't go home. Go ahead, Mary.
You're reading it.
Oh, yes. Among those unable to attend this scintillating event were Clark Gable and Carol Lombard.
Here they come, folks.
Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck, Tyrone Power and Annabella, the Fred McMurrays, and Mrs. Homer T. Schmink. A good time was had by all. How's that for a write-up?
Let me see that, Jack.
Here you are, Mary. Look at that big print on top. Jack Benny Entertains.
Yeah, and look at that little print at the bottom. ADVT.
ADVT?
Yes, that means an ad, and you paid for it.
It means nothing of the kind.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. ADVT means a paid ad in any newspaper in the country.
Not in this case, Phil.
Then what does it mean?
ADVT means a dinner vit turkey. That's what it means.
Vit turkey?
Yes, vit turkey.
Oh, Jack, you're wonderful.
All right, Mary, I don't care what you say. I consider that a very lovely notice.
It certainly was, Jack. It certainly was, Jack. And you know what I enjoyed most at the party?
What, Don?
The games we played afterwards. Gee, it was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, those games are silly, but it's great when you play the old ones, like spin the bottle, pin the tail on the donkey.
Holy smokes, did we play games?
Yes, Bill, we pinned the tail on you 8 times, and you didn't even feel it. And you know why.
No fooling. Say, Jackson, I meant to ask you something. Who was that cute girl I was dancing with all evening?
Forget it, Phil.
Oh, no. Who was that girl I was dancing with? You know, the one in the ermine wrap.
Phil, I said forget it.
Forget it nothing. She was a cute kid, and I want to call her up.
All right, Phil, that cutie was Carmichael. That's who you were dancing with.
I thought she had a cold nose.
You and Carmy were certainly the life of the party. Oh, hello, Denis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Gee, I had a good time at your house Thursday night. The dinner was swell.
Well, I'm glad you liked it, Denis. And incidentally, you're still new on the program, and I don't want to be bossy or anything, but, you know, we never chew gum during a broadcast. So please throw it away.
I'm not chewing gum.
Now, Denis.
This is a piece of turkey from your Thanksgiving party.
Oh, well, you must have got the only tough piece. Your mother didn't have any trouble, Denis. She had 2 wings and a drumstick. Where is she?
Flat on her back.
Why, Denis, you mean your mother's ill?
There you are. The turkey got her.
Phil, it couldn't have been the turkey.
Well, maybe it was the dressing.
Don, it wasn't the turkey and it wasn't the dressing.
Couldn't have been the butter. We didn't have any.
Listen, Mary, you don't need butter when you have gravy. You can put gravy on the bread.
Supposing you don't like gravy.
Then stay home, for heaven's sake. A big issue over butter and gravy. Now, let's forget about my party.
I don't know what you kids are complaining about. I got a big piece of butter.
Why, certainly. All you had to do was ask for it. Don asked for a piece of butter, and I gave it to him.
He had to burn his finger first.
Well, then what's the argument? Butter is very good on a burn.
I suppose it's no good on bread.
All right! The next time you fellas come to my house, I'm going to have nothing but butter. Just plain butter. A great big hunk of butter.
Should we come formal?
Yeah, come formal. Let's drop it. Now, Denis.
Yes, please?
Let's have your song, please, before I lose my temper, please. You and your please.
You wouldn't talk like that if my mother was here.
No, I wouldn't, eh? Listen, Denis, I'll meet your mother any time, any place, any weight. And that goes for your father, too.
If you can lick Mother, you got a cinch with Pa.
I wouldn't be surprised. Now go ahead with your song. Shall we come formal?
Faithful forever, whatever I do, remember I'm true. Remember that. Faithful forever and thankful for you. I'll keep smiling through. Remember that we may be apart now and then, but I'll hold you in my heart till you're in my arms again. Faithful forever, I promise to be, so always have faith in me. For our love was fated, you were created just for me. And so if ever we're separated, I will be faithful forever. I promise to be, so always
That was Faithful Forever, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by the orchestra, who were still playing I Must Have One More Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. And you both did very well. By the way, Dennis, I'm sorry I spoke so sharply to you a little while ago, but I was rather annoyed, and I took it out on you.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Benny.
You're about the only one around here who shows me any respect. So just keep on being a good boy. That's all I ask. You know, there's a certain formula for getting along with me, Dennis. Be grateful, act polite.
And let Jack save your money.
Nice going, Mary.
Listen, Mary, I've had just about enough of those insults and gags at my expense. If you and Geronimo don't like it Why don't you go out and get your own program?
We've been thinking about that.
Oh, you have?
Sure, there are plenty of jobs for a guy like me.
Oh, there are. Well, Phil, let me ask you something. Have you ever driven your car across the Mojave Desert?
Sure, why?
Well, did you ever notice that just before you start across the desert, right on the edge of it, there's a gas station that says Last Chance?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, 3 years ago, when you got a job on this program, I was that gas station. Just remember that.
What are you talking about? 3 years ago, my band was the hottest thing in town.
Sure it was the hottest thing in town. You were working in a barbecue pit. Sam's Rib Joint. Music while you munch. So don't tell me.
Well, we all have our ups and downs. I'm considered the top band leader today.
Oh, you are, eh?
Right now, I'm at the pinnacle of my career.
Pinnacle. Oh, boy, what a guy. You know, Phil, sometimes when I look at you, all I can do is shake my head. Just shake my head.
You wouldn't if you could stop it.
A good stiff collar will take care of that. And you, Miss Livingston, what I said about Mr. Harris goes for you, too. You're very lucky to be here.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. You were on this program 2 years before you realized I wasn't a floor walker. And take that pencil out of your hair. Boy, am I clicking tonight.
That's your teeth.
Oh, my head shakes and my teeth click. I'm doing quite a rumba above my shoulder. Now get away from me.
Oh, my goodness, Jack, but you're sure cracking the whip tonight.
Quiet, Wilson. I'll give you just 2 seconds to say something about Jell-O.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, be sure to ask him for a package of Jell-O. It comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Well, what are they? Name them.
Yes, sir. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
All right, what do you look for? What do you look for?
Be sure to look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
Okay, now go and sit down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Get moving, buddy.
Yes, Mr. Legree.
Well, snap into it. What are you laughing at?
You remind me of another picture.
Never mind.
The devil is a sissy.
Well, maybe I did lose my head. Play, Phil. Gee, I'm a regular Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. that was East of the Border, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Wait a minute. That was south of the border.
I know, Phil. That was just my way of saying you were off the beam. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Now, hold on, Jack. Perhaps it's none of my business, and I don't want to try to run things around here, but don't you think you ought to calm down a little?
Well?
Don't let everything get your goat.
Well, I guess you're right, Don. Maybe I did fly off the handle tonight, but I'm not going to let it happen again. The next party I give, I won't invite anybody, and there won't be any complaints. I'll just sit there all by myself. Just me. Just plain me.
And a big hunk of butter.
At least I'll be happy. That's not asking too much.
Well, Jack, I just can't hold out any longer. This whole thing was a rib.
A rib?
Yeah, every one of us thought that dinner of yours was marvelous.
No kidding, Jack. The turkey was delicious.
Best I ever tasted.
Oh, it was, eh?
Yeah, the piece I got is swell.
Well, Denis, stop chewing it. Give up already. So you fellas enjoyed the turkey, eh?
We sure did.
Well, kids, I can't hold out any longer either. To show you guys you know nothing about food, that bird I served Thursday night wasn't turkey at all.
It wasn't turkey.
No, it wasn't. It was duck, wild duck. I shot him myself.
Who held him?
Nobody held him. I shot him right out of the air. Mary was with me.
You mean when we were out hunting with Annie Devine?
Yeah, so don't pan the food, fellas, when you don't even know what you're eating.
So you went duck hunting with Annie, huh? Was it fun?
Oh, you should have been there, Don. Jack was a scream.
Never mind.
Boy, what he doesn't know about a gun.
I know plenty about guns, Mary. When I was on the rifle team in Waukegan, they used to call me Bullseye Benny. Bullseye.
I can make it shorter than that.
All right, forget it.
What happened at the duck hunt, Barry?
Well...
It's not important.
Well, Jack and I left Tuesday and stayed overnight at Annie's ranch.
I see.
And about 4 o'clock the next morning, I was down in the kitchen helping Annie's mother get breakfast.
Uh-huh.
Well, anyway, Annie went upstairs to wake up Jack. And pretty soon we heard him hollering, "Hey, Buck, it's 4 o'clock.
Hey, Buck, it's 4 o'clock. Come on, we got to get going.
Hello again. Oh, hello, Andy. What's the matter?
Well, if you want to shoot any ducks, we better get started.
Okay, Andy. I'll be dressed in a minute. Oh, boy, I'm tired.
Gee, Buck, you sure look funny in that nightgown.
What's wrong with my nightgown?
You look like a bride with that long train.
That's not a train. My zipper got caught in the sheet. Where's Mary?
She's downstairs with Ma getting breakfast ready.
What, Mary Livingston up at 4 o'clock in the morning? Oh, boy, I bet she's grouchy.
Oh, no, Buck. She's cheerful as a lark.
Oh, she can't be.
She is, too. I'm telling this story.
Oh.
Well, anyway, Don, Andy came downstairs, and Jack went over to the bunkhouse to wake up Rochester.
Oh, was Rochester with you?
Yeah. Jack thought he'd make a good retriever. So Jack went over to get Rochester, and he had an awful time waking him up. You could hear him yelling at the top of his voice.
Rochester. Hey, Rochester. Come on, Rochester. Rochester, we got to get going. Rochester, wake up.
What time is it, sugar?
It's 4 o'clock and it's me. Now get up.
Can't I sleep a little longer?
No, you can't. The ducks are waiting for us.
Boss, anything that waits for me at 4 o'clock in the morning better pull up a chair and relax.
Don't be silly, Rochester. How can a duck pull up a chair?
Sit down, boss, and we'll discuss it.
Never mind. Now, you get up out of that bed and make it snappy. Come on.
It's dark outside.
Now, quit stalling. I'll give you just 3 to get up. 1, 2, 3. Rochester, if you don't get up right away, you're going to miss breakfast.
I'm going to score on lunch, too.
All right, very well. I'm going into breakfast right now. And for your information, Rochester, we're having pork chops.
Central Avenue pheasant. Here I come, boys.
I thought so. Now hurry it up.
Well, Don, it was about 5 o'clock when we finished breakfast, and then we started out for the duck pond.
But, Mary, you're not allowed to shoot ducks that early in the morning, are you?
No, Don, we had to wait about an hour, but you could hear them all over the place. There were hundreds of them.
Oh, boy, get a load of those ducks. Give me my gun, Rochester. There's a baby I got my eye on.
Here you are, boys. Hey, wait a minute, Buck. You can't shoot any ducks till 7 o'clock.
Oh, yes, darn it.
Why don't you take a shot at that tree just for practice?
Practice? Don't worry about me, Mary. I've handled a gun before.
Yeah, but it had a cork on the end of it.
I mean a shotgun.
Say, Buck, I meant to tell you that gun I'll let you have has got a powerful kick when it goes off. Better be careful.
Oh. I will, Andy. You're worse than Mary. I got a gun at home just like this, a 12 millimeter.
Millimeter? You mean gauge?
Well, whatever it is, I got one. I know how to handle it.
Just the same, you ought to try it out.
Okay, I'll show you kids some fancy shooting. See that orange hanging on that tree over there? Watch me knock it off.
That's the sun. It just came up.
Well, I'll show you something else. Here's a real trick. Hey, Rochester, put this tin can on your head and hold still.
Now, wait a minute, boss.
Come on, Rochester, put this can on your head and I'll shoot it off. Don't be scared.
That's fine. The sun isn't orange and he tells me not to be scared.
Rochester, it's a very simple trick. I saw a man do it in vaudeville.
Well, vaudeville's dead and I ain't gonna tell it to move over.
Oh, boy, what a baby. Didn't you ever hear the story about William Tell? He shot an apple off his son's head.
Well, get him. I'll wait.
All right, if you don't want to play, don't play. I never saw a guy worry so much. Hey, Andy, come here a minute.
What do you want, Buck?
Hold your cigarette up in the air. I'll shoot it out of your fingers.
Nothing doing, Buck. I gotta unlace my shoes tonight.
Oh, what a game. No one's game to do anything.
Well, if you want to try out the gun, why don't you shoot at that elm tree over there?
All right, I'll bore a hole right through it.
Now, be careful of that gun. It kicks like a mule.
Oh, Andy, let me alone, will you? Now watch, everybody. I'm aiming right for that tree. Suppose I don't know how to hold a gun, eh?
Wait a minute, Buck. Just close one eye.
Oh, that's right.
And take your finger out of your ear.
Mary, don't distract me. All right, here I go. Ready, aim, fire. Ooh.
You missed it, Buck.
Yeah. Pick me up, Andy. You were right about that gun.
Oh, Jack, look at that big flock of ducks over there in that cove. Big fat ones.
Yeah, let's sneak over and hide in the bushes.
Yeah, we'll be all ready for him at 7 o'clock. Now, be quiet, everybody. Say, Andy, how many ducks are we allowed to get? I mean, what's the limit?
10 apiece.
Oh, boy, 20 ducks. Now, remember, Rochester, all the ducks I shoot, you'll have to carry home.
Boss, if a duck flies slow enough for you to hit, he's too old to eat.
Don't worry, you just swim out and get them every time I hit them. Here we are now.
Oh, Jack, look at that cute little duck in the water, and it's sound asleep.
Yeah, I'll wake that baby up in a few minutes.
No, you won't. Look what he's got around his neck.
What?
An alarm clock, and it's set for 7:15.
Oh, don't be silly. Gee, I wish it was time already. I can hardly wait till I start blasting away at them.
Take it easy, Buck.
I will, Andy, but, gee, I'm kind of anxious to get... Oh, darn it.
Buck, I told you not to shoot before 7 o'clock.
I didn't shoot, Andy. I dropped my gun and went off by accident. What's that?
You got a duck, boss. Here it is.
Oh, boy, and I wasn't even aiming at him. Only 9 to go, kids. Wow, this is fun. What a duck.
Gee, it's a beauty, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, it is pretty. Gee.
Look at those eyes.
Yeah, look at those eyes. Gosh, I didn't know ducks had blue eyes. And look at that sad face. Ain't it sad looking? Gee, I didn't mean to kill
What's the matter, Buck?
Nothing, Andy. You look at that poor little duck. Gosh, I don't see how people can kill a little thing like that.
Well, it wasn't your fault, Jack.
I know it wasn't Mary, but gosh, blue eyes. And just think, a minute ago it was alive. Flying through the air, happy and gay. It didn't know it was going to die. Oh, I don't know why I came out here.
Oh, Buck, it was just an accident. You'll get over it.
I won't get over it.
You're not to blame, Jack.
I am, too. I'm a murderer. That's what I am. A murderer. Killer Benny. Come on, Mary, let's go home. Rochester, you stay here with Mr. Devine.
Not me, boss. I can't stand it. I'm going home with you.
All right, Rochester, if you're so sad, put down that duck. So long, Andy.
So long, Buck.
So long.
So you... So you see, Don, that's exactly what happened when Jack went on a hunting trip.
But, Mary, if that's the case, where did Jack get the wild ducks for the dinner?
He bought them in a market, and they weren't any wilder than his.
Well, at least my conscience is clear. I can sleep nights. Play, Phil.
You know, foreign visitors to this country look upon the average American supper table as one of the wonders of the world, and I agree with them. Why, every night of the year, the American table laden with foods that are fit for a king. Yet they're common items in the simplest American menu. Such delicacies, for example, as Jell-O chocolate pudding, a rich, marvelously smooth dessert that's crammed. It has a full, satisfying flavor like the old-fashioned pudding your mother used to make. But Jell-O chocolate pudding is quick and easy. You can serve it in any number of tempting ways, dressed up with whipped cream, chopped nuts, or maraschino cherries. You can make a swell chocolate pie filling with it, or use it for a satin-smooth chocolate sauce. And there's Jell-O butterscotch pudding with its warm, mellow, golden taste. And a Jell-O vanilla pudding, delicate and creamy and extra luscious with fruits or nuts folded in. They're all swell to eat. They're all easy to make. So get Jell-O puddings tomorrow. Chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla. And you'll know why all America is raving about these new desserts.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Jell-O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
On Sports World, professional skiing from Aspen, full contact karate from Tokyo, women's pro surfing from Hawaii, and blackjack from Las Vegas. Next Sunday.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Tyrone Power and Annabella in Blood and Sand. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In Brooklyn, it's baseball. In Spain, it's bullfighting. And bullfighting inspires the same fierce passion in every true Spaniard that baseball inspires only in a fan from Brooklyn. So one of the most popular matadors of modern times was born in Brooklyn. But the fact that a matador flirts with death at every pass of his cape makes the bull ring the most dramatic arena in the world. And the most dramatic story of the bull ring is tonight's play, Blood and Sand. Twice in the memory of most of us, Blood and Sand packed the motion picture theaters of the nation. The first time, the star was a young man named Rudolph Valentino. A few months ago, when 20th Century Fox made the picture again, Tyrone Power threw the matador's cape about his shoulders. And once more, audiences thrilled to this tempestuous drama of life by night and death in the afternoon. Tyrone Power is our star tonight, and with him we present the lovely and charming Annabella. This is a love story. The love story of a boy who fights his way from obscurity to fame, and of a girl whose loyalty never wavers when gold and glory throw a shadow over love. If you saw Blood and Sand on the screen, you'll remember its dramatic use of color. Color is always box office, on screen or off. And where color is concerned, so is Lux Flakes. In filming Reap the Wild Wind recently, I had a company down in Charleston, South Carolina,
where the townspeople obligingly turned back the clock for us about 100 years. We had the costumes, and they wore them in front of the camera. Costumes of the gayest, most elegant days of the Old South. Lovely, but a problem. For costumes do get soiled, and washable color had to be kept fresh for Technicolor cameras. But our problem was easily solved with Lux Flakes. And to give you a rough idea of the size of the job, during Reap the Wild Wind, we used more than 1,000 large boxes of Lux Flakes. An item for the budget, of course, but we actually saved money by guarding the color values of the costumes. And now for the romance and excitement of Spain, as the curtain rises on the first act of Blood and Sand, starring Tyrone Power as Juan Gallardo and Annabella as Carmen. In the town of Sevilla, some 30 years ago, a Spanish boy prayed to La Macarena, patron saint of the bullfighter. It was a strange sort of prayer, half entreating, half boastful.
My father was El Gallardo. My father was a great killer of bulls. And I am his son, Juan Gallardo. Someday I, too, will be a great killer of bulls, for the bull who can harm me has never been born. Someday I will be the first matador of all Spain. I will make the church bells ring, and the people shall point me out and call my name. Juan Gallardo. Juan Gallardo, the greatest torero in the world.
From poverty and hunger in Sevilla, the young Gallardo went out into the world. In the bull rings of Madrid, he learned his trade. In the outlying provinces, he practiced it, until at last his name is mentioned in an article by the great critic, Curro, mentioned with contempt.
And here is Juan Gallardo, a newcomer, a flat-footed novillero from Sevilla, taking money under false pretenses. He has nothing to recommend him but a certain stupid animal courage that makes his work in the ring look more like suicide than battle. He's definitely fifth rate.
Now young Gallardo is returning to Sevilla. With his 4 companions of the bull ring, he sits in the crowded coach looking at a newspaper. But he looks only at the pictures. For Juan Gallardo has never learned to read. Suddenly he sees his own face. The picture of himself, smiling with bravado, hair curled in the best tradition of the bullfighter, dressed in the loudest of cheap clothing. With a cry, he jumps from his seat.
Manolo, Pulga, Pablo, come here, quick.
What's the matter?
Pablo, look, the newspaper. There's my picture in the newspaper.
Let me see, Juan.
What does it say?
It's your picture, no doubt of it. It looks just like you, Juan.
Yes, and look there. That must be my name. There's something written underneath. Read it to me, Pablo. Read it.
Read it? You know I can't read, Juan, any more than you can.
I've got to know what it says. Hey, you over there.
Huh? Oh, you mean me, senor?
Yes, you. Come here. You know how to read?
Oh, yes, senor.
Good. Now read that. Below that picture there. Read it to me.
This is an article by the great critic, Curro.
Curro? Now, what does he say?
Well, in it he praises the merits of various novilleros, including one Gallardo.
Juan Gallardo? That's me. Now, what does he say about me?
Well, he says...
Read it.
Si, senor. He says, easily the most promising of the season's newcomers is Juan Gallardo, the Sevilla novillero.
Ah, good. Go on.
He says his work in the ring is classic, pure and perfect, bullfighting of an absolute integrity. Sevilla should be proud of its son, whose name will one day cover it with undying luster.
Amigo, I thank you.
Senor, don't mention it. Don't mention it.
Well, my friend, did you hear that? What do you think, Pablo?
The sun comes at last from behind the clouds.
I tell you, praise some Curro spells contract. This is the beginning of history. Eh, Manolo?
Why?
After all, it's only one man's opinion. What's wrong, Manolo? Praise from Curro doesn't please you, eh?
I didn't hear my name mentioned, or Pablo's or Pulga's or Carlos, for that matter. We work too, you know. Because we're only the quadrillas. For 10 years we've worked with you, and what has it brought us? My pockets are empty.
Mine aren't. But then you don't make as much as I do.
Your pockets are bulging with pesetas right now.
4,000 to be exact. Not a bad season, Manolo. Someday I'll make twice as much in one afternoon.
Sevilla!
Juan, we're here. Sevilla. Get the luggage.
Juan, look out there.
What's all that crowd? It's an ovation. An ovation for me? And the news is spread to Sevilla.
Come on. Juan, you'll have to make a speech.
Oh, I can't. What'll I say?
Whatever comes to you. Here he is, friends. The great Juan Gallardo.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. I don't know what to say except...
Hey, where are you going? Here he is. The great Juan Gallardo, the greatest torero. Come back.
Pablo, stop.
Crowd doesn't seem very interested, Juan. Not in you, anyway.
Somebody near the coach. See? Well, maybe they haven't seen the paper yet, eh? Come on, Pablo.
Juanillo.
It's your mother, Juan.
Juanillo. Oh, Juanillo mío.
Oh, Madrecita.
Juanillo mío. Let me see you. Oh, it has been so long.
I told you I'd come back, Madrecita. Rich and famous.
Look at me. Let me touch your face. Oh.
From now on, it's a new life, Madrecita. No more work for you. No more scrubbing of floors.
Juanillo.
Pablo, give me that package. That one.
Juanillo mío.
Here, Madrecita. I brought something for you. A little present. I have presents for everyone. I want you to invite all my old friends tonight. A party in my honor. We'll get food and wine and... Oh, here. Here, Madrecita. For you.
Oh. Oh, Juanillo.
It's a mantilla. Real lace.
Real lace? For me?
And why not? All the great ladies have lace mantillas.
Juanillo.
Have a good time, everybody. Well, what have we got here? The two longest faces in Spain. Why aren't you two dancing?
Your sister will not dance, Juan.
Why not? Encarnacion, why don't you dance with Antonio?
I don't feel like dancing.
Oh, what's wrong? Antonio, you tell me.
Your sister and I have been engaged now for 4 years. Each year we've been planning to get married, and now we should be married.
Well, that's all right. What's stopping you?
Antonio's been let out of the saddlery shop.
How much will it take to open a shop of your own, Antonio?
Well, I should say, not less than 2,000 pesetas.
It's all settled. You're in business.
I mean, what do you mean you will...
Of course. It's a wedding present. And I hope the first one's a boy.
Oh, Juanillo.
Juan, I can't thank you.
I'll make an announcement.
Oh, yes.
Stop the music. Stop the music there. Senores. I have an important announcement to make. The marriage of my sister Encarnacion to Antonio Lopez, which will take place as soon as possible. And in honor of this occasion, I wish to present a few gifts I have brought from Madrid. Here's one for Lorenzo Rodriguez, Angelina Marcos, Senora Mayarda, Elena, Fernando, Mateo, Enrique, Humberto. And that's all.
No, there's one more package. Who is that for?
No, please. Please, I'm sorry, but this last gift is a secret. It's for somebody who's not here yet. Music there, music.
Oh, yes, music.
Juanillo,
Yes, Madrecita?
the last gift, the great secret. Who is it for?
I can't tell even you, Madrecita.
Then I will tell you. If it is for Carmen Espinosa, she still lives at the ranch outside the town.
Thank you, Madrecita. Good night.
Don't be too late, Juanillo.
Excuse me, senor.
I'm in a hurry just now, my friend.
Please, just a word. I've had the devil's own time lately. A few centimos, senor. Anything at all, anything.
Come over here to the light. I thought I recognized you. You are Garabato.
Correct, amigo. The great Garabato, the greatest matador of them all. I regret to say I'm still alive.
I thought you'd retired, gone to the country and bought a ranch.
I left the ring as I came into it, without a centimo.
You remember me? Juan Gallardo. I live here.
Gallardo? Of course. You are in the ring now, too. Have things been going good for you?
Oh, I've had a good season. I look forward to a better one.
I suppose your quadrilla...
Yes, it's full up just now.
But I've had a lot of experience. My whole life's been spent in the ring. I know all the critics.
I'm sorry.
Then perhaps you could use a servant, a sword handler, a dresser.
Very well.
Why not? Come and see me in the morning.
Senor.
Here. Get some food.
Oh, senor, I thank you. I kiss your hand, senor.
Good night, Garabato. In the morning, then.
In the morning. Thank you, senor.
Carmen. Carmen. Come to the window. Carmen.
Who is it? Who is down there?
Carmen. It's Juan. It's Juan Gallardo.
Oh, Juan! Juaneo! Come in the house. I'll be right down. Oh, Juan.
Carmencita.
You're here. You've come back at last. Oh, Juan.
Didn't I tell you I would? Didn't I promise? And you promised something, too.
To wait for you. I remember.
All the way on the train from Madrid, I kept thinking and worrying. Perhaps she's tired waiting.
Oh, no.
Perhaps she's gone away.
Oh, no, no.
Perhaps she's even forgotten me.
Oh, you couldn't possibly think that.
I even thought... Do you know the very first thing I asked my mother when I got home? Pedro Espinosa's little girl, I said, with the skinny legs and the funny face. Has she by any chance been married yet? Oh, I can't get over it. I never dreamed you'd grow up to be so very nice to look at.
Did you think of me often?
Every day of my life.
Then why did you never write to me?
Right? Well, maybe it's silly, but I didn't want to write until I could sign my first letter to you, Juan Gallardo, Matador de Toros.
Oh, then you are not the great matador yet.
No, but I've done pretty well. Not bad at all. Guess what I cleared this season? Over 4,000 pesetas.
4,000?
And that's nothing to what I'll make later when I've been recognized. Not that I've been entirely overlooked now, mind you. Not at all. Let's take a look at that. My first press notice. And by Curo, mind you.
Curo?
The greatest critic of them all. Pretty nice, don't you think?
Juan, have you read this?
Of course.
And you like it?
Well, I think it's wonderful. And by Curo. Read it.
I have read it.
No, read it aloud.
Juan, I know why you never wrote to me. It's because you haven't learned to write or read. Is that it?
Read what it says.
What for? I just...
Read it.
Very well. And here is a newcomer. A flat-footed Novillero from Sevilla. Taking money under false pretenses.
What? Go on.
He has nothing to recommend him but a certain stupid animal courage, which makes his work in the ring look more like suicide than battle. He is... Juan, when will we be married?
There's more. Read it.
He's definitely fifth rate. Juan, when will we be married?
Read the rest. I want to hear the rest.
It's useless to predict the future for him. He will probably be killed in the ring long before he advances from Novillero to Matador. Oh, Juanillo.
Well, I guess I came back a little too early. Give me the clipping.
Juanillo, why don't you throw it away and forget about it?
No, I'll keep it. And someday I'll make Curo eat his words. Someday I'll come back to you with a whole trunk full of clippings. And when you marry me, you'll marry the first torero in Spain. Not the second or the third, but the first, the greatest. I'll make the church bells ring for me. I'll go now, Carmen.
Juanillo, what's in the package there?
Why, it's nothing.
What is it, Juanillo?
No, it's just something I thought I was going...
Going to me? Let me see.
No, Carmen, don't open it, please. It's nothing, really.
I want to see.
But I tell you, it's nothing at all.
Juanillo, it's a dress. A wedding dress. Oh, how beautiful it is. How beautiful it is.
I got it in the finest shop in Madrid. I want the best wedding dress you have. Price is no object, I told them. It cost 500 pesetas.
Juanillo, when will we be married?
Juan Gallardo. Have you seen him in the ring? Wonderful. He's just a novillero yet, but everyone is saying that Juan
Gallardo. Everyone's talking about Juan Gallardo. In Salamanca last week, they went mad.
Juan Gallardo, the most promising matador of the century. We predict a brilliant future. Juan Gallardo!
Juan Gallardo! Juan Gallardo! Juan Gallardo!
can see Gallardo now. He's being dressed for the ring. You'll see him when he comes out.
Oh, just open the door, just a little bit.
No, get back.
What is he going to wear today?
Senora, I'm his brother-in-law, not his personal dresser. He has 100 different costumes for the ring, 100 swords, 100 capes.
What is it like in there, Antonio?
My friend, it is like an emperor holding court. Gallardo sits on his throne being dressed, and in front of him all the critics in Sevilla. Curro is there. Curro, the greatest of them all. Juanillo at last Sevilla has a matador. The first matador in Spain. A saint, the first man of the world. I, Curro, say it.
Thank you, Senor Curro.
And I, Curro, tell you this, that the day Gallardo here was born, there was salt in the air. A great quantity of salt. You should have seen him at the corrida of the Feast of the Annunciacion. He was so near the bull, next day Garabato spent hours picking the bull's hairs out of Juan's clothes. I, Curro, tell you that I could not believe my own eyes.
But you did believe them, Curro, the day you saw me fight as a novillero in Madrid.
In Madrid?
3 years ago. You wrote a piece in the paper about me. My first press notice.
Really?
Yes. You said I was definitely fifth rate.
Oh, yes, I remember. But the next time I saw you in the ring, you were a different man. Something must have happened to you.
Yes, something did happen. I got married.
Ah, he got married.
Yes, those were the lean days, when I fought both bulls and hunger at the same time. Curro, have you ever been hungry?
Never, but I've frequently been thirsty.
I can tell you this. The gore of hunger is worse than the horns of a bull. My friends have said to me, Juanillo, life's been very magnificent to you. How does it feel way up there on top of the ladder? Then I think of all the good things that have come to me. And there's one thing that stands out above everything else. I can buy all the food my belly can hold, and all my friends' bellies, and I don't have to ask the price of anything anymore.
Juanillo.
What is it, Pablo?
Juanillo, I am ready for the grave. I've just come from the drawing of the bulls. We drew a couple of the meanest-looking beasts I've ever seen. Sluggish, treacherous.
What difference? A bull's a bull. They're all alike to Juanillo. All safe.
Senor Curro, there's no such thing as a safe bull. Juanillo, these two are monsters with lightning in their horns.
The cow has not been born yet that can give birth to the bull that can hurt me.
Nevertheless, I think you should rest before this fight.
An excellent idea. We'd better be going, gentlemen. Good luck, Juanillo.
Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you.
Garabato? Yes?
It's hot in here.
Yes, one always sweats the big drop in the morning of an afternoon. They used to crowd into my room, too, when I was dressing, like a funeral before one's dead.
Garabato, I wouldn't admit this to anybody else in the world, but always when I'm dressing like this, there's a feel of rust in my throat. The taste of death. Fear. But it's gone when I step into the arena. The minute I hear the music and the yell of the crowd, everything's all right again.
Yes, I know. It was always that way with me.
May I come in now?
I've been waiting for you. That's all, Garabato.
Si, senor.
Well, Juanillo, how do you feel today?
Good as bread. And you?
I wish it were this time tomorrow.
Carmencita, you've got to learn not to worry.
Please, let me worry just a little. It makes me feel better.
You wouldn't worry if you could have heard what Curro just said about me. At last Sevilla has a matador, he said. Where's my Montera?
Here it is.
The greatest matador in history, Curro said. The first man of the world. That makes you the first lady. There. How do I look?
Look in the mirror.
You're my mirror. How do I look?
Like a little boy, all dressed up for a party.
Somehow I feel it'll be a great afternoon. I wish you could be there with me.
I'm always with you, Juan.
Carmen, what do you do with yourself when I'm in the ring?
First I pray. To la Macarena. I pray to keep you safe from harm.
Oh, Carmen, see.
Then I go and sit by the window and count the seconds. Every one is an hour. When the sun begins to go down, I look up the street, and there is no Juan. So I stop breathing. And then the sun goes down, and it's dark, and my heart stops beating. And then I hear cheers, and I see people running, and I know it's Juan coming home. My breath comes back, and my heart stops beating again like a drum.
Chiquita, you're the only true one in the world.
Kiss me, Juanillo. Now go. La Macarena, Lady of Hope, bring him back to me. Please, bring my Juanillo back to me.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars, Tyrone Power and Annabella, back to the microphone for Act 2 of Blood and Sand. Now we have a special announcement for women who like to save money. The record-breaking offer that makes thrifty Lux Flakes thriftier than ever. A bargain that you can't afford to miss. Listen to this. Now, for a limited time only, you can get a big box of Lux Flakes for just 15 cents. Just ask your dealer for the 2-package Lux Flakes thrift offer, which is one big box for only 15 cents when you buy one at the usual price. Think of it. 2 big boxes of Lux Flakes at a special low price, which makes it thriftier than ever for you to use New Quick Lux for all your fine laundry. And dishes, too. There is only a limited supply of this special thrift offer available, and most dealers are featuring it. An attractive bargain price. Every woman loves a bargain, especially at this time when prices on many items are advancing. So you can be sure the limited amount of this special offer will be sold out quickly. First thing tomorrow, go to your dealer and get your 2-package thrift offer of Lux Flakes. One big box for only 15 cents, one box at the usual price. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Blood and Sand, starring Tyrone Power as Juan Gallardo and Annabella as Carmen. Just off the arena is a tiny chapel where the matadors come to pray before entering the ring. Juan Gallardo is there, kneeling, his head bowed, his lips moving silently. The anteroom of the chapel is lined with people, gathered to steal a glance at the great matador. Among them is the critic Curo and a woman called Doña Sol de Mura.
Ah, you're lucky to be here, Doña Sol. I, Curo, tell you that this afternoon you'll see history made.
Really? And what am I to see that is so wonderful?
Since you've been away, Doña Sol, a new star has risen. His name is Juan Gallardo.
Gallardo. I think I've heard the name. I should like to meet him.
Make room, please. A Gallardo is coming out. Juanillo, here.
Yes?
Doña Sol, permit me to present the great Gallardo.
Senora.
I have been promised something unforgettable this afternoon, Juan Gallardo. I'm sure you will not disappoint me.
I'll try not to, Senora.
Good luck, Juan Gallardo.
Beautiful, isn't she?
What did you say her name was?
Doña Sol de Mura. Very rich. Ah, the things I could tell you of that one, Juanillo. If the bull ring is death in the afternoon, she is death in the evening.
Juanillo? Yeah, waiting. I'm ready, Pablo.
Juanillo, your breakfast. Wake up. Do you always dream of bullfighting?
No. No, most of the time I dream of you. Kiss me.
Juanillo.
Now, where are the newspapers?
I'll go get them in a moment. They were wonderful. All Sevilla is running with your name this morning. Now eat your breakfast.
I'm hungry.
To whom did you dedicate the bull?
Oh, some Gachi.
Who?
I don't know. I never saw her before.
Then why did you dedicate it to her?
Well, she was with a party of swells. It pays to be in with those kind of people. She threw me some flowers.
I hate her. Was she pretty?
Not bad.
Prettier than me?
That's impossible.
I don't hate her anymore. Do you know, You came home last night without your montera.
Oh, did I?
What became of it?
I must have left it at the cafe. Come in. Oh, well, Galbarro?
The messenger just came with this note for you.
Oh, give it to me. And go get the newspapers.
Si, senor.
Here, Carmen. You read it for me.
You sure you want me to?
I can't read it myself. Who's it from?
Dona Sol de Mura.
Oh. Well, what does it say?
Senor Juan Gallardo, Matador de Toros. Thank you for dedicating the first bull to me yesterday. If you want back the montera you threw me, you may have it by calling for it tonight at 8. The address is number 4 Plaza de Alfaro. Your montera.
Oh, yes. Yes, now it comes back to me. I threw the gachima I had, and she refused to part with it.
She seems willing now.
If she thinks I'm going to call for it, she'll grow old waiting.
Why shouldn't you call for it? She must be somebody of importance if she lives in the Plaza de Alfaro. What does she look like?
Oh, I don't remember. Just a woman.
Well, if she's just a woman, then why don't you want to go?
Don't argue about it. I'm not going.
You're not? I'm glad.
Glad? But you were just saying...
As long as you don't want to go, you can go. Umberto, more wine for Senor Gallardo.
It's very good wine, Doña Sol.
Thank you.
Tell me, what kind of soup was that we had?
Turtle soup.
Have you never eaten turtle soup before? Never. It tastes good, but not as good as gazpacho. Ever eat that, Captain Martinez?
No, I don't think so.
I was raised on it.
Really? How is it made?
Well, you take biscuit, oil, vinegar, onions, and garlic. You take crumbs of bread and fry them in a pan. You throw them all in a pot, gazpacho.
Sounds lovely.
Try it sometime.
I will.
Doña Sol likes to try everything once.
Yes, Vicente. If I were a man, I'd try bullfighting. There's nothing more exciting. It's like a dance, a lovely dance, most intricate. And death so near.
Yeah, this is fine meat, Doña Sol. What is it?
Pheasant.
I could eat a dozen of them. When I retire, I'll raise pheasants and bulls.
Senor, may I ask what brand of perfume you use?
Oh, I forget the name, Captain, but it's the most expensive there is.
Certainly the strongest. But since you spend most of your time with horses and bulls...
I like the smell of horses and bulls, Vicente.
Yes, so I see. Well, if we're going to hear Gully, we'd better be starting. Senor Gallardo, I hope you'll join us.
Where are you going?
Tito Gully, a friend of Doña Sol's, is giving a concert. I have an extra ticket if you'd care to go.
Thank you, not me.
I'm afraid I'll have to beg out, too. One of my nasty headaches.
Good night, my dear. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you. Please explain to Tito. He'll understand.
Of course he will. We all do.
I'll say good night, too.
Oh, no. You mustn't leave me, Senor Gallardo. Wait for me on the terrace.
Very well. Good night, Captain Martinez.
Good night. I'm so sorry about your headache, Doña Sol. I'm sure you'll take something for it, won't you?
Yes, of course, Vicente.
Well, good night. Or is it goodbye?
Vicente, why do you say that?
In the Army, we learned many signal calls, including retreat. Here, you may want your ring back?
Thank you, Vicente. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Senor Gallardo.
I'm out here. Oh, how's your headache?
Better, thank you. Please sit down.
Thank you. I must say, Senora, that was the best dinner I've ever eaten.
It's the least I can give you for an afternoon of great emotion. You followed your star yesterday. You were inspired.
Who wouldn't be inspired? I had seen you. I wasn't bad, though, was I?
Mm-hmm. Would you like to play chess?
Oh, thanks, no. I'm much too comfortable. Matter of fact, I don't know how to play chess. Matter of fact, I'm the most ignorant man in the world, except with bulls. I'm glad you decided not to go to that concert.
So am I. Perhaps we can have a concert of our own.
Oh, you play something?
The guitar, a little. You like music?
Some music, yes. The first music I remember was the clanging of the bells that hung from the necks of the cabestros that led the herd. I used to like the singing of the vaqueros on the ranch of your uncle, the Marquis. And I like the music of the gypsies at the Café La Veronica.
The gypsies. Yes, I like their love songs. Only a gypsy knows how to play a love song.
Carmen, where are you?
Juan, I've been so worried.
Oh, Chiquita, I brought something for you. A necklace. Look.
Juanillo.
Do you like it?
Juanillo, I can tell you how beautiful it is. It's too gorgeous for words.
I looked all over Sevilla for it. I wanted to give you something especially fine. The best that money could buy.
But why? What's happened? Why did you get this for me?
Because, Carita, because you're the only true one in the world.
Lately. He's falling off. A month ago, he was the greatest. And last Sunday, like another year.
He's not the same. He doesn't work. All he thinks of is clothes and good manners. Good manners? What does a bullfighter need with good manners?
What happens to a matador? One day he is great, and the next day, nothing.
Are you talking of Gallardo? My friend, I, Curo, tell you that Gallardo's star is waning. Why, he'll not even leave Sevilla anymore.
But why?
Why? Ask Doña Sol.
Oh, a good race, Juanillo.
You ride like the wind on your toe.
But you always catch me. Juan, what are you thinking of?
Nothing. I don't know. When I'm with you, I forget everything else. When I'm not with you, I can't think of anything else.
What did you think the first time you saw me?
The first time I saw you, I thought to myself, this is why it's great to fight bulls, so that she can be amused.
And the next time?
The next time, I thought of the roses in the garden of the Alcázar. Not as if you had them on, but as if they were flowing in your veins. I can't express myself very well.
You're learning, Juanillo. You're learning. Down the hill, Juanillo.
I know what's the matter with Juan. I'm his sister, and I know. And you are his wife, and you know nothing.
I don't want to discuss it.
If you want to know why he spends all his time at the Plaza Alfaro, it's because he has nothing to keep him at home. Maybe if you'd give him a son or two.
Encarnacion, be quiet. You have no right to say such things. Let her speak, Madrecita. She can say anything she likes about me. But I won't hear a word against Juan. Not a word.
If he'd only take my advice, you'd think he'd have some gratitude after all I've done for him.
Andres, what have you done for him, Antonio?
What's he done for me?
Everything. He set you up in business. He let you live in his house.
Who says it's his house? He and his fine gestures buys a house and doesn't pay for it. Mark my words, one fine morning we'll all be thrown out. He's no good in the ring anymore. Afraid of a scratch. It might interfere with his evening.
He neglects his family, his friends, makes a spectacle of himself.
A lazy, drunken, worthless...
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! You aren't fit to mention his name. He gave you everything you have. He supports you and your children. And behind his back, you sneer at him and criticize him. Speak at him like vultures. Get out of my sight! Get out! Do you hear? Get out!
She's mad. Come, Antonio, quickly. She's mad.
I cannot stand it, Madrecita. I cannot stand it anymore.
Carmencita.
I can't stay anymore in this house. I'm going away.
No, Carmencita. You will stay no matter what. You will stay with Juan until the end.
The end?
Carmen, tell me. All those days when Juan goes to the ring, to whom do you pray?
To Our Lady of Hope, La Macarena.
What do you ask, La Macarena?
Ask her to plead with God, to watch over our Juan, to keep him safe from any hurt.
So I used to pray. But now I pray for something different.
What do you ask for?
I pray to God to let my son be gored in the ring.
No!
Not to die, but to be hurt.
Oh, Madrecita.
So he may cheat the end which every torero meets. That's what I pray for. And I pray to him not to send you a son, for he will only grow up to torment you and let you die every Sunday afternoon. Just as you are dying now.
Madrecita. Madrecita. lady of hope, please watch over my husband, Juan. And if you see fit, dear lady, place in his heart a wish to retire from the bull ring. And one thing more, Macarena, and this is what I really came to see you about. I don't want to hurt Juan, but I've got to do something. I can't go on living like this. Dear Macarena, help me. Please, help me. Tell me what to do about that woman.
Now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Tyrone Power and Annabella in Act 3 of Blood and Sand. Well, it's getting on toward the end of October. Moving day is just an unpleasant memory. The curtains are up in the new home and books are back on the shelves. And all over America, there are women settling into the new life of a new community. Some, and I wonder how many, find it disappointing and difficult, wondering why people just don't seem to be as friendly as they might be. Well, it's natural, perhaps, to put the blame on others. But how often are these unfriendly neighbors thinking things like this?
Too bad about that nice little woman who's moved in next door. She seems so attractive, too. I'd like to be more friendly, but really. Well, it's her own fault, but then I don't suppose she realizes what's wrong.
That's the unfortunate part of it, Sally. We just don't realize when we ourselves offend.
That's why it's so foolish to take any chances with something as important as daintiness. You see, the things we wear, underthings particularly, absorb perspiration. Unless we take care to Lux underthings after every wearing, dresses, blouses, and sweaters often, well, how can anyone be sure of freshness?
Yes, that daily Lux care is a thing no wise girl neglects. It's easy because new Quick Lux is so fast. It's safe care for pretty washables because Lux Flakes are so gentle, have no harmful alkali to fade colors or injure fabrics. It's thrifty, too, because a little Lux goes so far. Gives you so many rich suds from just a few flakes. And its care experts advise. More makers of fine washables advise Lux Flakes than advise all other soaps put together. So, to keep washables new-looking longer, to guard daintiness, too, stick to America's favorite care for nice things, new Quick Lux Flakes. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Curtain rises on the third act of Blood and Sand. The star of Juan Gallardo is waning fast, and the great torero who made the church bells ring is pointed at with scorn and laughter. In desperation, Carmen has come to plead with the woman, Doña Sol. They stand facing each other quietly. Doña Sol is smiling.
Do be seated, Senora Gallardo. Is there anything I can offer you?
Yes, my husband.
Oh?
Please believe me. I came here without anger. I'm not here to judge. I can understand your being interested in my husband. He's the first man in Spain, and naturally all women run after him.
Naturally.
I understand his interest in you, too, especially now when I look at you and see how beautiful you are.
Thank you.
Perhaps it's my fault. Perhaps if I were more beautiful, more educated, and of a better family.
I know of your family. Your father works for my uncle, I believe, on the ranch.
Yes. All my life I've heard about you.
What have you heard?
Shall I be frank?
Si.
I've heard you've been all over the world, that you speak many languages, and known many men. I've had only one man. Maybe that's why I want so much to keep him.
Tell me, have you discussed this matter with Juan?
No.
Why not?
It would hurt him.
Just a minute, please.
Aha, Dora.
Yes?
Come here.
In a moment.
Run when I call, you hear? Run.
I always run when you call.
Carmen.
Well? Why don't you say something, Senora? I feel sorry for her.
Why did you have to do that? Why?
Garabato! Garabato!
Garabato is not here. Will you have your breakfast now, my son?
Oh, good morning, little mother.
Good afternoon, my son.
Where's Garabato?
He's gone.
Gone?
You let him go last night, don't you remember?
Oh, yes, we had an argument. Something he did. What was it?
He asked for his wages. You haven't paid him in months, and he had an offer from Manolo.
Manolo. The great matador, Manolo. A member of my quadrilla.
No more, my son. Pablo is the only one left.
I picked Garabato out of the gutter when he was a beggar and nobody else would have him. And now he's gone. Why wasn't he paid? Why didn't Antonio attend to it?
I don't know. The only people who come to the house these days are tradesmen with unpaid bills.
I don't understand it. The more money I make, the less I seem to have it. It melts away before I ever see it.
Yes. You can't build on sand, my son.
Madrecita, is there any word from Carmen?
She's still at the ranch. I saw her last week.
You saw her? Why didn't you tell me? Is she well, Madrecita?
She's as well as she could be. Why did you let her go, Juan? Why didn't you make her stay?
She had a right to leave, and she left. That's all there is to it.
Did you want her to leave?
No.
Do you still love her?
Oh, yes.
And the other one?
That's quite another thing.
Juan, listen.
No.
Listen, my son.
Stop it! Why don't you leave me alone instead of interfering and criticizing me? Let me alone!
Yes, my son.
Oh, Madrecita. Forgive me, Madrecita.
Senor. Sit down. The best table for Senor Gallardo. The best I have.
On your soul, what would you like?
Champagne?
Champagne.
Si, champagne.
A nice place. I'm glad we came. Is this where the bullfighters come after the ring? It's very... Juan, what are you staring at me for?
I'm trying to figure out what sort of a woman you are.
Yes?
The trouble is, you're not one woman, but many. And never the same.
Well, one changes, you know.
Yes. Why didn't you come to see me in the ring last Sunday?
I had a headache.
A headache?
Yes. Is that so strange?
No. I remember another time. A headache. The night I came to your house. It was Captain Martinez then.
Compañero, good evening.
Good evening, Manolo.
May I sit down? Permit me to introduce myself, senor. I'm Manolo de Palma. I shall have the pleasure soon of appearing in the ring here in Seville.
How nice. I shall look forward to it. I understand Juan will be in the same corrida.
Yes, it'll be the first time we've appeared together. You'll have a chance to compare our styles. To work all together differently. How have you been, amigo?
I've been well, thank you.
And your mother?
She's well, too.
And your little wife. I hear she's gone off to the ranch with her father.
That's no concern of yours. Get out.
That's hardly the way to treat an old friend, Juanillo. Senora, would you like to dance?
Yes. Yes, I'd love to.
We came here to talk, Doña Sol.
And I prefer to dance. With...
Manolo.
Manolo.
Come, senor.
Champagne, senor and senora.
Champagne. Champagne.
Senor.
Senor Gallardo. Now, let me alone, Pablo. There's plenty of time.
You should be leaving for the ring right now. Here, you'll need some perfume.
You fool! Don't douse me with that stinking stuff.
I only did it to kill the smell of rum on your breath.
Well, thank you to mind your own business. I know what you're up to, Pablo. If you're looking for an excuse to quit me, just say so.
I'm not going to quit you, Juanillo. But it isn't right just the same to fill yourself with rum on the day of a fight.
Well, it steadies my nerves.
You will need steady nerves today. I've seen the bulls. We've drawn a bad one.
It's not the bulls. It's the crowd. They're waiting for me with claws.
The crowd is forgetful, Juanillo, like a woman. And fickle like a woman. And cruel like a woman.
Shut your mouth.
But this time you can't blame the crowd. You're not giving them anything.
Well, I've had bad luck. The bulls have been much bigger.
They only seem bigger because when you face them, you're afraid. You were born to very little like the rest of us. But one thing you had that was real and pure.
You were a born killer of bulls. But she took that away from you. Now when you face the bull with a sword, you're drained, you're empty. There's nothing left of you but fear.
Be quiet.
You've got a gun, haven't you? Why don't you bring it to the ring with you and kill the beast with a bullet?
Be quiet! Now get out! Get out!
Yes, Juanillo.
And don't come back, do you hear? Don't come back! Stay out of my sight!
Juanillo.
Afraid. I'm not afraid. I fear nothing. The bull hasn't been born who can harm me.
Juanillo, you had better rest.
Madrecita, what are you doing? Get up.
I'm cleaning the floor, Juanillo. It is well to keep in practice.
Get up. Get up. Suppose somebody should see you.
There's nobody left in this house to see me but you.
I don't like you to be on your knees like that.
Nothing wrong with being on my knees. That's how I pray. That's how I work. This house was clean when we moved into it. Let it be clean when we move out.
What's all this talk about moving out?
Juan, when you were little, you would not listen to me. When you listen to me now.
Well, what do you want?
I want you to leave the bull ring.
Leave the bull ring? When I'm at the top?
I've been through all this before. When you reach the top, you begin to slip. There's only one way you can possibly go, and that's down.
Oh, Madrecita, you talk like all the rest. Just because I've had a few poor afternoons, a little bad luck, you think I'm through. But you're wrong, and so are they all. I'm just as good as I ever was, and better because I know more.
Juanillo, what's wrong with your hand?
My hand?
You're shaking, my son.
It's nothing. It's always like this on the morning of an afternoon.
Juanillo, are you ready? Juanillo.
I am ready. Pablo, thank you for being here. And forgive me for what I said to you.
Would I let you go into the ring alone? Have you prayed, Juanillo?
Yes, for many things.
Come then. They are waiting.
Juanillo.
Carmen, what are you doing here?
I'm always here, whenever you fight.
You mean all these weeks since you left me?
I never left you, Juan. I've only been waiting for you. Waiting for the sickness to pass.
Only a minute ago I was praying to see you. I believe in miracles now.
I love you, Juan. I always will.
Carmencita.
I'm so glad you are wearing your white suit today. It's the one I like the best. You look so nice in it. So... Oh, Juan. Juanillo.
It was a sickness, and it has passed. And when I feel you in my arms like this, I'm born again. I'm strong now. I can do anything. You'll see. They'll see out there. Everybody. I'll show them.
Juanillo, I'll wait for you here.
Senora Gallardo, there is a seat for you in the arena.
No. I will stay here, Garabato. I said I would wait for him.
He is in the ring now. You can see him from here, Senora. He is making history this afternoon.
Macarena, Our Lady of Hope, watch over him.
He is making history this afternoon.
Bring him back to me. Please, bring him back to me.
He kneels before the bull. He kneels. I tell you, he is arrogance itself. Juanillo! Bravo!
He's everything I have, dear lady. He's my life.
Now he turns his back. He turns his back on the bull. Juanillo, be careful! Juanillo, look out!
Garabato, what is it? What happened?
He turned his back. He turned his back. Oh, senora, senora.
Indulgiat tibi Dominus quid per visum deliciste. Amen.
Thank you, Padre.
The doctor will be here in a moment, my son.
Tell him he needn't hurry.
Juanillo.
Oh, Carmencita. I wish you could have seen me out there. I really wasn't bad.
I heard. They cheered. Oh, what are you?
This is nothing. I'll be up on my feet before you know it.
Yes, Juanillo.
And Carmen, I'm going to leave the ring. There'll be money to take care of my mother, with enough left over for us to buy a farm. Just a little patch somewhere in the country. And you can teach me how to read and write.
Oh, Juanillo, dear, does it hurt very much?
Hurt? Hurt Juan Gallardo? The bull isn't born. That can't...
Juanillo.
Carmencita. You're the only true one in the world.
Padre.
My child, you must be brave as he was. You must ask our Lord of great power to give you courage.
No, Padre. I don't need courage. I have his. I'll always have it.
In a moment, our stars will return for their curtain calls. Meantime, let's listen in a minute in a house around the corner. Jane is showing her sister some stockings she bought today.
Phew. Buying stockings certainly puts a hole in the budget nowadays. These will have to last me a long, long time.
Better knock on wood, hadn't you, Jane?
Well, I'll do that, too. But somehow I think luxing 'em every night will do more good.
Yes, with lovely stockings more precious than ever, it's more important than ever to get better wear from every pair. And Jane has the right idea. Don't trust to luck. Trust to Lux. You see, it's not just luck that helps some girls get better wear from their stockings than others do. Barring accidents, of course, the wear you get depends upon the care you give them. And New Quick Lux is care experts advise. Over 90% of the makers of all kinds of stockings, rayon, cotton, wool, as well as silk and nylon, over 90% advise Lux Flakes. There's no harmful alkali in Lux. And, of course, no cake soap rubbing to weaken delicate fibers. Naturally, lovely stockings don't go into holes or run so quickly. They'll wear better, look new and lovely longer. Be sure to Lux them after every wearing, so perspiration doesn't remain in the threads to injure them. Get a big box of Lux Flakes first thing tomorrow morning, and give all your stockings this quick, thrifty, safe care. New Quick Lux comes in the same familiar package, costs you no more, and one big box will do your stockings every night for months. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The picadors and the matadors have been left behind in some Spanish arena. Now we welcome back to this microphone Tyrone Power and his charming wife and co-star, Annabella.
Thank you, sir.
It's always a pleasure to come back to the Lux Theater.
You've both been away too long, Annabella. Before we forget about bullfighting entirely, Tyrone, perhaps the audience would appreciate a few definitions. Most Americans are confused by the banderilleros, picadors, and matadors, for instance. Which one corresponds to the quarterback?
Well, I guess you could say that the banderilleros and picadors run interference for the matador.
So the bull will be good and mad when the matador comes out.
Incidentally, no good bullfighter has ever called a toreador in Spain. That's a French word popularized by the opera Carmen.
However, I'm sure Americans will continue to prefer Joe Louis, football, ice hockey, water polo, and other politer forms of mayhem.
What's the play going to be here next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next week, Annabella, Youth is King. Because our play is the 20th Century Fox picture, Her First Beau. And our stars are Jane Withers and Jackie Cooper. You'll admit, I'm sure, that Her First Beau is a dramatic moment in the life of any girl. So if you'd like to live over again a few years of your own youth, listen to Jane Withers and Jackie Cooper in Her First Beau with Edith Fellows next Monday night.
I know that's a play everyone will enjoy, C.B. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Good night. And 3 rousing vivas for each of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jane Withers and Jackie Cooper with Edith Fellows in Her First Beau. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Friends, put a big circle around Wednesday on your calendar. That's to remind you to be sure to listen to radio's fast-moving, gripping program, Big Town, featuring that dynamic star of stage, screen, and radio, Edward G. Robinson, with Ona Munson. You'll be thrilled by Mr. Robinson's stirring performance as Steve Wilson, editor of the Illustrated Press, in this exciting story of one man's fight for justice and humanity in the great American tradition. So I recommend that you listen next Wednesday evening to Big Town. See your local paper for time and station. Ladies and gentlemen, every school child in this land knows that liberty belongs to him, to his country. You can help to keep the torch burning by enlisting your dollars for defense. Buy United States defense bonds and stamps. Any post office, bank, or savings and loan association will help you. Buy and keep on buying defense bonds and stamps. Tyrone Power appeared tonight through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios and will soon be seen on the screen in A Yank in the RAF. Heard in tonight's play were Kathleen Fitz as Doña Sol, Bea Benaderet as Juan's mother, Gail Gordon as Pablo, Jeff Corey as Garabato, Lou Merrill as Curro, and Ann Stone, Eric Rolfe, Paul Dubov, Howard McNear, Bruce Payne, Elsa Brand, Nick Toms, Lester Sharp, and Walter Tetley. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Next Monday evening, the Lux Radio Theater presents Jane Withers and Jackie Cooper in Her First Beau with Edith Fellows. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick, and this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
College Chaos with brothers
and sisters.
They're the wild and zany guys and girls of Crandall College.
Come on in, girls. Don't touch anything that doesn't touch him.
Look at that babe. See the season premiere of Brothers and Sisters following Super Bowl 13.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in the screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
It's a good lunch, honey, but I just can't eat.
You're worried about those reports of a strange man hanging around the school, aren't you?
Well, aren't you? If anything happened to Elizabeth...
Oh, Dave, you're letting yourself get excited about something that's past and gone. The police checked the school area yesterday and found no trace of a stranger.
And what about the man Patsy Hill saw this morning?
She says she thinks she saw. I think her parents made a mistake in warning her about him. The poor little tyke will be imagining strangers for weeks.
All the same. I wonder if we should talk to Elizabeth about him.
No, I don't think so, Dave. It'll only scare her. Anyway, I always pick her up at school.
I guess you're right, honey. But I still think some precautions ought to be taken. If the sheriff won't do anything about it, I'm going to.
Oh, Dave, Cal's doing all he possibly...
I don't see how you can be so unconcerned. You happen to have a little girl 8 years old, you know.
Yes, dear, I do know. Oh, I suppose you think Cal ought to close down the school and put a police guard around it.
A police guard isn't a bad idea.
Where are you going?
To call George Owens. Maybe we'll just take a walk over to East Street and the school on our way back to the office.
Oh, Dave, you're ridiculous. Well, take your walk if you like. Just don't bring the stranger home for dinner if you do meet up with him. I'm going to do the dishes.
Say, boys and girls, do you ever wonder what you would do if a strange man stopped you on the street? Maybe you've learned your manners real well and you think it would be right to act as friendly and helpful to him as you can. Well, if that's what you think, you'd be dead wrong. There are men in the world who are sick in a way that makes them want to hurt boys and girls. But these men are cowards, and no brave youngster would be afraid of them. Sometimes a man like this will pretend he wants a boy or girl to show him the way to another street. Or he may try to make friends by offering young people candy or money or a ride in his car. If someday a man should stop you, the right thing to do is to have nothing to do with him and to hurry right home. Almost always that'll be enough to show him you're not fooled by him. But if he should keep on pestering you, tell him that you're going straight for a policeman. Above all, don't go anywhere with him for any reason. If little Elizabeth Johnson had known what you know about strangers, her mother and father wouldn't have had the nightmare experience they did have. And we wouldn't have this story in quite the same way today. Now let's go back to the Johnson home and see what happened. I call this story Elizabeth and the Stranger.
No, Sandy. Go on now. You can't come in here.
Elizabeth, I told you to come in the back door. I just waxed the hall floor, dear.
Oh, sorry, Mother. Mother, I laid a trail in the garden just like I did at camp. You want to see it?
Listen here, young lady. One trail I don't want to see is your footprints all over that new wax. When will you learn to pay attention?
Well, the wax was all dry. I couldn't even smell it. You see, Mother, you can see my trail out of the window. You put one stone on top of another all along the way to show the trail.
It does look like it took a lot of work.
Oh, no, it was fun. You see, if the trail turns to the right, you put another stone to the right side of the two stones. And if it turns to the left, you put a stone to the left of the two stones. You see how I made it turn?
Yes, well, that's a good thing to know. Here, honey, will you hang up the dish towels for me? Carol will be over to take care of you, and I won't even be ready to go.
Carol told me she gets tired looking after me every Saturday afternoon.
Well, we all get tired of doing regular jobs, but that's how she earns her pocket money.
Here's your shopping list.
Thanks, honey. Now, let's see if we need any sugar. Oh, that's Carol, honey. Will you run around to the front and ask her to come in the back door, please?
Oak.
Don't slam the door. Oh, when will she learn? Oh, let's see here now. I've got enough sugar. I know I don't need any potatoes. I guess that's everything.
And I'm going to make a grass trail next. Carol, would you show me how to tie the bunches of grass so they don't fall over?
Sure. Oh, hello, Mrs. Johnson.
Hi, Carol. I'm all set to go. Don't let any flies in the house if you can help it. There's milk in the refrigerator, and I think there's some pie in there left over from dinner. Elizabeth will show you where it is.
What time do you think you'll be back, Mrs. Johnson?
Oh, about the same time, Carol. Why?
Well, I'm going on an overnight hike tonight, and I'm starting when I leave here. My gear's all packed.
All alone?
Sure. My mom told me I could as soon as I got my senior woodsman badge at camp, and I got it last week.
Aren't you just a little afraid?
Oh, no. My dad and I have gone fishing together ever since I was small. I've been in the woods alone lots of times. I'm just going to the edge of the forest anyhow. It's perfectly safe there.
Well, it's nice you're getting to go, I guess. You've got Elizabeth just as crazy about camp as you are.
She's going to show me how to make a grass trail, Mother.
Where's my purse? Oh, there it is. Good. Well, have fun, children.
Bye, Mrs. Johnson.
Bye-bye, Mother.
See you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Mrs. Johnson. Thanks for the pie.
Oh, you're welcome, Carol. Thank you for coming. Have a nice time on your overnight hike.
I will.
I'm going out to pick up my stone trail, Mother.
Well, good, dear. But you won't need your sweater. It's still quite warm out.
Oak.
Oh, Elizabeth, thanks for setting the table, honey. That was very thoughtful of you.
Carol helped too, Mother.
Well. Oh, let's see here. I wonder if there's anything in the paper about a man loitering around a school ground. Huh. I don't see anything. That's good. Dave gets all worried about the smallest rumor.
There's nothing like a before-dinner nap to improve the appetite. This working on Saturdays is no fun.
When will the new job be done, honey?
A couple of weeks, I hope. Then we can go away some weekend. I'll bet Elizabeth would love to see her grandpa's farm.
Oh, Dave, that would be wonderful.
Say, where is Her Royal Highness? I haven't seen her since I've been home.
I think she's in the garden, dear.
You think? I told you to be sure she wasn't running around the streets.
Oh, Dave, now, there's nothing to worry about.
I'm going to have a look. Well, she's not in the garden.
Well, then she must be out front. I'll check. Elizabeth! Elizabeth! I don't see her, Dave. I'll take a walk down the block. She's probably playing with one of the children.
I'll look upstairs.
Oh, but she's outside, Dave.
Well, she could have come in without you hearing her.
Dave, I can't find her.
What?
Did you look all over the house?
Yes, all over. I kept thinking I'd find her curled up asleep somewhere.
Well, Dave, what are we going to do?
Call up Carol. Maybe she went over there. Anyway, Carol knows more about Elizabeth than we do half the time. She might have some good ideas.
Dave, Carol isn't home. She told me her mother gave her permission to go out on a hike.
Was that man around? Is she crazy?
Oh, now look, Dave, that man has gone. There was nothing, not one word in the paper about it.
Betty, you've got to understand. That stranger is around. The playground supervisor was in the office only this afternoon, and she told us she called Cal right after lunch about a man who was trying to give the kids candy canes.
Oh, Dave, I thought it was just a scare. We've got to find Elizabeth.
Thanks for coming so quickly, guys.
At your service, Cal. Yes, sir. Well, what's on your mind?
We've had a few reports the last couple of days of a guy hanging around the school kids. We've kept an eye on the school since Thursday without noticing anything irregular, though.
Well, fellas like that are quick to vanish when they see a policeman strolling around.
Right. Well, anyway, I took the man off the beat today, seeing it's Saturday, and sure enough...
A holiday for the kids, but no holiday for the stranger, huh?
Apparently not, Henry. The playground supervisor called me up about 1 o'clock to report she had stopped a man from giving some kids candy and offering them rides in his car.
That's for good. Where do we fit in, Cal?
There's a youngster by the name of Carol Peterson who's gone out alone on an overnight hike out in the preserve at the edge of the woods.
She's in quite a jam. Preserve jam?
She's 14, Bill, and has had a lot of camping experience, so her mother was confident that she'd be all right. But now that this man is still hanging around, we'd like to have her safe at home. Her mother just called a while ago to ask our advice.
Boy, finding a girl in the forest is like finding a needle in a haystack.
It shouldn't be too hard, Henry. She wouldn't have gone too far in, and her mother thinks she knows where she might be. Excuse me a minute. Police station, sheriff speaking. Oh, yeah, Dave, what's wrong? Oh, now, just be calm. What time did she go out? Okay, have you checked all her friends' homes? Sure. Sure, Dave, of course we will. Okay, I'll be right over to your place. Yeah, right away. Bye. That was Dave Johnson, Bill, reporting the disappearance of his little girl. We've got to get over there, and fast.
You think this stranger has anything to do with it?
They're sure of it. And to tell you the truth, I don't like the sound of it either. Here, I'll just mark the area on the map here where Carol Peterson should be. Right about over in there, Bill. If you fellows will take care of this, I'll concentrate on the Johnson child.
Boy, this doesn't look good.
You're right, pal. Come on, we got to find Carol Peterson before that stranger does.
It's a good thing I wore these shoes, Carol. My sandals will be worn out by now.
Elizabeth, I've been thinking. You didn't bring anything with you, not even a sweater. Are you sure your mom said you could come?
Don't you want me?
Sure I do, Elizabeth, but how come your mom didn't send any gear with you?
I told her you would have everything. Sing me that hike song again, Carol. I'll do the tramp part, huh?
Okay.
Tramp, 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 happy when I'm high. Tramp, 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 tramp.
What's that?
What?
I thought I heard someone behind us.
Nope, I didn't hear anything. But I sure am getting awfully tired.
Me too. Let's rest.
Let's make camp right here. It looks pretty good.
It really does. I better see if there's any water around.
I'd better look, too. I'll go this way, Carol.
Okay, and I'll look over here by this clump of bushes. Elizabeth, I found a brook.
Oh, let's see. Oh, it's so big.
I know, and I've never seen it before either. I wonder where we are.
You said this was where your father took you fishing?
I thought it was.
Don't you know where we are, Carol?
Well, if we go back the way we came, we'll come to something I remember. We saw that caved-in pit, remember?
But that was when we were just starting out.
Come on, Elizabeth. We'll have to go back a little ways before it gets dark.
I'm scared. What if we got lost?
Don't worry. I'll find the way back. Come on.
Well, I guess this is as far as the old Fibber will take us.
Now, this looks like the place on the map, all right.
I sure hope that young'un is sitting under the nearest pine tree. My old dogs are barking already. Cal said he didn't think she'd go too far in. All out, into the line. It's getting cold already. Good thing I brought my jacket.
Yeah, like Grey Wolf would say, old fires burn cold.
What are you talking about? Old fires? I don't see any traces of fires around here. Do you, Bill? Bill? No, Stumpy, I guess I don't. But I do see something strange.
Yeah, tire tracks going over this way.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, a car can't go in the forest. It must be parked close by.
There's a clump of trees right over there, and the tracks seem to lead to it. Come on, let's have a look. Well, what do you know? A car, sure enough. Isn't even locked. Anything in the glove compartment?
Let's give a look. No, it's empty, Bill. Hey, the license plates are out of state.
You think it might belong to that stranger? What would he want out here? I don't know. Maybe he has a camp in the forest. Let's move, fellows. I thought my dogs were barking before. They're a-howling now. I sure hope there ain't a full moon out tonight.
Now, this sure is a long hike for a little girl. Hey, it's soon going to be dark.
I know. Wait. I see something bright down in that hollow. Yep. I see it, too. Come on, let's hustle. Henry, looks like Carol Peterson, but she's unconscious. I'm going down after her. You stay up here and give me a hand climbing up.
Okay, I'll wait right here.
She must have slipped on the way down into the ravine. All set, Henry. The hill is slippery and steep. I'm going to put her over my shoulder.
Okay, I'm ready.
I can't quite reach your hand. I'm slipping back.
Wait a minute. I'll lie down. Now, reach for me.
All right, good idea. All right, now pull.
Okay. Only a few more steps.
That was a climb. She's a sturdy little girl. Looks to me like we should scoot her to a doctor just as fast as we can. There's a bad bump on her head. You're right, Stumpy. I checked her to see if she had any broken bones. I think her ankle might be sprained. Well, come on. Let's quit beating the gums and start hitting the trail.
Yeah, you and I can make a chair with our arms. We can carry her.
Now go on ahead and clear away anything in the path. Good. The faster we get her to a bed, the better. It's getting dark.
Why doesn't that phone ring? It's getting dark.
Oh, darling, Cal said he'd call us as soon as he had any word.
Well, he ought to call anyway.
He said if he didn't find her within an hour more, he'd organize a search party.
We ought to have done that right away. Oh, Betty, we should have warned her about the man.
It's my fault.
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, Mrs. Peterson. Sure, just a second. Betty, it's Mrs. Peterson.
Oh. Hello, Sue. Oh, no. Is she hurt badly?
Hurt? Is it Elizabeth?
No, dear. It's not Elizabeth. It's Carol. No, Sue. Dave thought you meant Elizabeth. No, we haven't. Oh, Sue, I'm going crazy waiting. Are you going to the hospital now? Oh, sure I will. It'll only take a minute. I'll be right over. Bye.
What happened to Carol?
The forest rangers found her in the preserve. She'd fallen down a ravine and was unconscious. They took her to the hospital.
What next?
Charlie's out of town, and Sue wants me to drive her over to the hospital.
But we might need the car.
Oh, Dave, it's only for a few minutes. I want to.
Well, hurry, Betty. How you can go running around when Elizabeth...
Oh, darling, it's something to do. The suspense is unbearable. I'll be right back, dear. Now that I've seen that Carol's all right, I have to go home, Sue. I hope she wakes soon.
The doctor said it was just a slight case of shock. Thank you again so much. I know what it cost you to leave your telephone when you haven't heard.
Mom.
Oh, Carol, I'm right here, dear. Mommy's right beside you.
Carol, I'm so glad you're all right. I'll see you again. I have to go now.
Is Elizabeth all right?
We haven't heard yet, dear. Elizabeth? How did you know she's missing?
She told me that you said she could come. Don't be mad, Mrs. Johnson.
Mad? Carol, was Elizabeth with you?
Carol, dear, do you mean Elizabeth went with you? Yes, and, well, we got lost, and then we lost each other, and I fell down.
Then she's still in the forest. Oh, my baby.
I left word for Bill to see me at your home, Dave.
Fine. I only hope he gets here soon.
He's taking such a long time.
Well, he was on his way back to the station when I tried to contact him again. So I'll have to turn around and come back here as soon as he gets there. All that takes time.
She set the table so I wouldn't call her in before supper. I wouldn't let her wear a sweater outside. Oh, she must be...
I had a message to call here, ma'am.
Yes, come in, please.
Oh, Bill, thanks for coming back.
Henry's out in the car with Stumpy. I think the man you're looking for is hiding out in the preserve.
What?
No.
Bill, there was another little girl with Carol Peterson today. These are her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, Bill Jefferson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Now, don't get upset, Mrs. Johnson. She can't be far from where we found Carol Peterson. We'll get her home in no time at all.
We better get going, Bill.
I want to come. She won't know any of you, my poor baby.
Should I take our car, Cal, and meet you at the preserve?
You know where we're going in, Mr. Johnson?
No.
That's all right, Bill. I'll take him with me and park by the car you found.
Good. It won't be long, Mrs. Johnson. I'll see you there, Cal.
Are you lost, little girl? Don't be afraid of me. I won't hurt you. It's all right. It's all right.
I can't find Carol. She went to see if the trail got any steeper. Have you seen another girl?
No, only you.
Do you know the way out?
Of course I do. You're all right now. I'll take you home, little girl. Just come with me.
My mother's going to be awfully mad at me. She doesn't know I'm here.
Oh, my. Never mind. She'll be glad to see you. Here, have a candy bar. I'll bet you're hungry.
I thought I heard a child calling.
She must be close by. We just passed the ravine where we found Carol. We did? Well, call me weak eyes. I didn't see it. It's hard to see, Stumpy. It's getting so dark. Well, let's call again.
Elizabeth!
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 You two are giving me a sore throat. Stumpy, shine your light over there. Huh? Oh, sure. I can't figure it out. She would have been wandering around in a circle. Can't be too far.
He should hear us calling.
I know. I was sure I heard her a little while ago. What did you stop for, Bill?
No, what do you see?
Look. On that bush. A candy bar wrapper. Bill, are you sure you're all right? I may be wrong, but I have an idea our stranger friend is around.
Well, lots of campers throw paper in the forest.
This is the second wrapper I've seen like this. Stuck low in a bush. A child would put it there.
Well, it does look like a fresh wrapper, all right.
Hey, get it? The little girl didn't have any food with her. Keep flashing those lights around. Come on, Henry. Let's call some more.
Elizabeth!
Elizabeth!
Listen, I think I hear something. Someone's calling me. Oh, come on.
I don't hear anything. If you go back that way, you'll never get home.
But I hear it. Listen. I'm here. I'm
Be
here.
quiet, you. Stop your crazy yelling.
You don't want them to find me. You aren't taking me home.
Wait. I hear it.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Hey, jumping toes. It's her. It's about time. I was beginning to wonder.
Hey, Bill, there's someone else running through the forest.
Now what? Turn off your light. Shh, quiet. Just a minute, you. What's the hurry?
Let me go. Let me go. I ain't done
Why are
nothing.
you running?
It's a free world, ain't it?
No, just listen here, mister. We're rangers, and we got some mighty interesting questions to ask you.
You can't do nothing to me. I ain't done nothing.
Stumpy, take the big light and see if Elizabeth is around here. Yes, sir. This flashlight is as good as the Pied Piper's flute any day. I just bet I bring back a little girl with it. Elizabeth! Elizabeth!
I'm here.
I didn't know I was that good. Here, honey. Here. I won't hurt you. We're rangers.
I want my mother.
Here, honey. Your mother is waiting for you in the car just outside of the forest. You'll be home in no time at all. The Pied Piper will lead the the way. Follow the flashlight. Here, Elizabeth. I'll carry you. Up you go.
Come on, mister. Leave me alone. I can walk by myself.
Carol.
She's with her mother, honey. We found her a while ago.
He didn't want me to find you. Why didn't he?
He's got a lot of questions to answer down at the sheriff's office.
You ain't got nothing on me. I ain't done nothing.
We'll let the sheriff decide that. Open clearing up ahead, folks.
Oh.
Elizabeth! Elizabeth!
Mommy!
Elizabeth more than learned her lesson, and when the stranger was faced with attempted kidnapping charges, he learned a lesson too. In fact, when the whole story got around Knotty Pine, all the youngsters were reminded about the right way to act with strangers. Hope you were too. See you next week for more adventure with
Institute in Chicago.
Resources we have at United States Steel are skilled people, so we do our best to care for them. Our safety program is one of the most effective in America and is a model throughout the world. We provide comprehensive training programs. Our in-plant medical program is one of the most complete in American industry. Putting people first helps keep our company first. Skilled people. At United States Steel, they're one of our strengths.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Jimmy Cash, Paul Whiteman, and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it seems there's great excitement at the Burns home this morning. George is being considered for public office.
George, it's so thrilling. I just can't believe it. You, my own husband, a member of the school board of Beverly Hills.
Oh, well, really, Gracie, it's nothing, honestly.
Oh, but it is. It's marvelous. The school board will take only brilliant, outstanding men.
I know, but it was just luck they picked me. Might have been any one of a dozen other brilliant, outstanding men.
Oh, just wait till my mother hears the news. That blockhead who married Gracie, she always called you.
Oh, well, I forgive her.
Oh, believe me, she'll have to change her tune.
Yeah, I guess so.
From now on, she'll have to call you that blockhead who's on the school board.
Yeah, but don't forget I'm not elected yet, Gracie. Miss Pringle, the head of the board, said it's between me and this fellow Hutch.
Oh, Mr. Hutch hasn't got a chance. I've heard around town that he never got past the 5th grade in school.
Really?
Sure. And your personality will easily make up for the 2 grades he has on you.
Well, I hope so. I wouldn't mind being a member of that board.
Oh, well, that'll only be the start. Who knows where you may go from there? The governor's chair, maybe.
Oh, Gracie, don't be silly. The odds were 6-5 against it.
Oh, but how wonderful if you did get to be the governor. I've always wanted to be a governess.
We'd live in a mansion, wouldn't we?
Oh, sure. And from the governor's mansion, who knows? You might even Even?
What?
Well, it just wouldn't surprise me if the next time there's a meeting in Washington, it'll be Winston and George.
Oh, no. That's impossible. I think. Well, anyway...
Oh, I'll answer it, dear. You sit here and rest your presidential timber.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman. How are you this morning?
Magnificent, Mrs. Burns. Simply magnificent. I had a great big heaping dish of Popsy Wopsy for breakfast. It gave me so much energy, I'm about to burst.
Well, I hope you don't. I just swept up the porch.
My, you look happy this morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, yes. I'm happy because my husband is going into politics.
I'll never forget my own political career in college.
Oh, really? What were you running for?
Cheerleader. I was unanimously elected when they saw I had the old pep and ginger. Would you like to hear the yell that won for me?
Oh, I'd love to.
All right, here it is. Hit 'em hard. That's what wins. Poke 'em in the eye. Kick 'em in the shins. Adam team. Fight, fight, fight.
Oh, Mr. Postman, that just must have inspired the team.
Oh, yes. When the boys heard me do that, they just felt like going out and dying.
Oh, I'll bet they did.
Yes, indeed. Oh, my goodness, I got so carried away with my collegiate memories, I almost forgot. Here's a letter for your husband.
Thank you. Oh, it's from the school board. He'll be anxious to get this.
Well, I'll be going.
Goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Let's pause for a moment. We'll return to the Burns and Allen Show right after these messages.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com. And now, let's rejoin George and Gracie in the Burns and Allen Show.
Oh, George!
Yes, dear?
Here's a letter for you. Shall I open it?
Gracie, you should never open my mail.
Why not?
Why not? Because it might cause trouble. Suppose you opened a letter and it was from a girl who said that she was madly in love with me.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Don't get hysterical. Stop it.
Oh, you have such a wonderful sense of humor, George.
Yes. Okay, you can open the letter.
Oh, George, it's from Miss Pringle, the school board president. She's going to call on us this afternoon.
I might have known. That snoopy old maid wants to check up on me. I wonder what I should talk about.
We'll talk about children. Say to her, I'm just crazy about children, Miss Pringle. How many have you got?
But, Gracie, I said she was an old maid.
Oh, don't mention that. It might hurt her feelings.
Now, I wouldn't want to insult her.
Oh, I know. Miss Pringle is kind of intellectual. Why don't you talk about books?
Gee, I haven't read much recently.
I know, and it's a shame. You used to be a great reader. Well, on our honeymoon, I could hardly tear you away from a book.
That's not true, Gracie.
Yes, it is. Every night you'd pick up a book as soon as Mother and I started to play checkers.
That was some honeymoon. Believe me, our next honeymoon will be for 2.
Well, all right. But Mother and I will sure miss you.
Yeah.
Hiya, people.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Oh, guess what, Bill? George is going into politics.
Really?
Sure. He'll be going around the neighborhood kissing all the babies and passing out his cigars to all the men.
Well, gee, the women will be the only happy ones left, huh?
Very, very funny, Bill. Look, I'm only being considered for a place on the school board.
Oh, so that's it. Well, listen, George, if you get on the school board, promise me that you'll do something about those idiotic readers they make my kid brother study.
What do you mean?
I see the dog. The dog is Rover. Rover is a good dog. Now, isn't that ridiculous?
Well, what should they give kids to read?
Something like this. I see the soap. The soap is Swan. Swan is a good soap. Now, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Well, sure, Swan is not only a good soap, it's terrific. In fact, Swan is a great wartime buy because it's actually 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, the soap for bathing the baby, for the dishes, and for your light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
Bill, if I get on the school board, I'm not going to change the readers, even if your kid brother fails.
Oh, well, he won't fail. You see, I'm going out with his teacher. I hold her hand. She gives Johnny a passing grade of 75. Put my arm around her. She gives Johnny an 80. Yesterday, the kid came home with 100.
Say, Bill.
Yes?
How'd you swing that?
Gave the teacher a bar of Swan to wash her dishes.
Oh, no.
Listen, you can't beat Swan for washing dishes, and it's perfect for laundering your finer things, too. Because Swan not only gives you loads and loads of suds, but it's so mild it always helps keep your hands soft and lovely.
Oh, Bill, won't it be wonderful when George goes onward and upward in politics and finally gets to be president?
Oh, you got it all planned out.
Oh, sure. I can just picture our home life. George will be in the living room of the White House passing laws, and I'll be in the kitchen dipping chocolates.
You'll be dipping chocolate?
Yes, sir. It was a nice sideline for Martha Washington, so why shouldn't I do it, too?
The possibility of George running in the school board election is not the kind of news Gracie can keep to herself. She's on the telephone now telling her girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell.
Well, yes, Tootsie, it is wonderful, but we're afraid Miss Pringle might prefer George's rival, Mr. Hutch, because he's a family man. Well, it would help George if we had children, Tootsie. Then he could understand their thinking and try to bring his mind up to the level of theirs. Oh, no, I don't think it would take him long. What? Oh, there's someone at the back door, Tootsie. I'll call you later. Goodbye. Oh, it's a little boy. Hello, little boy.
Hello. Would you like to buy some lemonade?
Well, is it good?
Sure, it's good. I made it myself. Mr. Beasley at the store gave me the lemons because they were rotten.
Oh, my goodness. That lemonade must taste terrible.
Well, Emery likes it.
Who's Emery, your brother?
I don't think so. He's a frog. Would you like to see him?
Well, yes. Where is he?
In the lemonade.
Oh, a frog in the lemonade. That's awful.
Oh, don't worry. He can swim like a fish.
Well, I don't think I care for any lemonade, thank you. Now, you better run along home and... Say, wait a minute. I have an idea. What's your name?
Wilbur. I'm named after my pop.
Well, Wilbur, you look like a handsome, intelligent little boy.
I like you. You're silly.
Oh, thank you very much, and the same to you. Wilbur, how would you like to be my little son for this afternoon?
Ooh, I like that.
Oh, good. There's a lady coming over here today, and I want you to call me Mama in front of her. And when my husband comes in, I want you to call him Daddy.
How will I know him? What's he look like?
George? Well, he's sort of, he's rather, he's hard to describe. But anyway, remember to call him Daddy.
Okay.
Oh, it's Mama's darling. Wilbur, this is somebody I want you to meet.
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, no, this isn't Daddy. This is my little son, Herman.
Oh, gee, he's cute. I'd rather have him than my baby brother.
You would?
Yeah. Gee, you were smart. You sent the baby back and kept the stork.
Oh, no. Herman isn't a stork. He's a duck. The stork has long legs like Gary Cooper. Herman has legs like his daddy, George. Haven't you, Herman? Herman, there's a child present. And I want you to be very nice to Wilbur because he's going to be Mama's new little son.
What?
I said this is Mama's new little son. Oh, Herman Burns, you're jealous, aren't you? Oh, you are too. But if you'll stop crying, Mama will do something nice for you. Yes, really. She'll let you go out in her rose garden and dig some of those nice big worms. Oh. But Herman, don't forget to give half of them to Wilbur. Oh, Herman, shame on you.
Gee, little ducky, I like you. Let's be pals.
Oh, Herman. Oh, Wilbur, please excuse Herman. He's been cross all day. I guess he got up on the wrong side of George's hat this morning.
Oh.
Now, you better run home and ask your father if it's all right for you to be my little boy.
Okay, but Pop won't mind. Now, if he can get somebody to take Mama, he'll really be happy.
Well, I took care of that. I'll bet no other wife in the world fixes things for her husband like I fix them for George.
Oh, Gracie, I thought I'd wear a dark suit to impress Miss Pringle. Does it look all right?
Oh, lovely. And, George, I know something else that's going to impress Miss Pringle.
What?
You're going to be a father.
A father?
Uh-huh. Surprise.
Surprise. Gracie, are you sure?
Well, it's practically certain.
Well, when do you expect it?
This afternoon.
This afternoon?
Uh-huh.
But why didn't you tell me sooner?
Well, it just occurred to me 5 minutes ago.
Well, gee, it's awfully sudden, but I'm tickled to death. Imagine having a child.
Oh, I thought you'd be pleased. And to think we wouldn't have had the little fellow if it hadn't been for lemonade.
Lemonade? You don't say.
Yes, it was lemonade that brought little Wilbur to us.
Wilbur?
Yes, that's our child. He's named after his father.
His father?
Yes. You see, Wilbur is a little boy who's going to pretend he's our son, so Miss Pringle will be impressed.
Oh, so that's it.
Yes, that's... Why, George, you didn't think... Oh, you're cute.
Well, Wilbur got his father's permission to pose as George and Gracie's son. And now we find the Burnses awaiting the arrival of Miss Pringle, the head of the school board.
Now, George, you've got to be very nice to Miss Pringle if you want that job on the school board.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be nice to her.
Remember that she's an old maid, so ask her if she's found anybody under a bed lately.
Yes, I'll be sure to do that.
Yeah, and tell her how well you know children. Explain that you know much more about a child than the average person because your own mother had one.
Yes, my father had one, too.
Oh, really? Oh, well, that's all the better.
Oh, sure. Say, by the way, where is Wilbur?
He's upstairs getting dressed. I wanted him to look really nice, so he's putting on your gray flannel shorts.
My gray flannels aren't shorts.
They are now, dear.
Oh, fine. Well, I hope the little brat behaves himself. I told him to be polite to old Mooseface. And I also...
Oh, there she is now. I'll answer it, dear.
Mrs. Burns?
Yes?
I'm Patience Pringle.
Oh, come right in, Miss Pringle. This is Mr. Burns, my husband. Or, as he'll soon be known, George Burns, the educator.
How do you do, Miss Pringle?
How do you do? I came here, Mr. Burns.
May I hang up your hat?
No, thank you. I came here to inquire...
Your cane?
That's an umbrella. I don't carry a cane.
Oh, isn't she wonderful, George? At her age, she doesn't use a cane.
Just how old do you think I am, Mrs. Burns?
Well, I don't know, but you certainly do look young for it.
Gracie, I'd like to talk to Miss Pringle.
Oh, go right ahead, dear. As long as you talk to women like Miss Pringle, I'll never be jealous.
Well,
I mean, the reason I wouldn't be jealous of you is because you're so nice. Not because you're so unattractive.
Gracie, Miss Pringle came here to talk about the school board.
Oh, yes. Well, my husband has some marvelous ideas on education, Miss Pringle.
Yes, indeed, some wonderful ideas.
Well, for instance, he wants to do away with history altogether.
Yes, huh?
George says, why should children study the life of Alexander the Great just because he invented the telephone?
Look, Miss Pringle.
Mr. Burns, it is becoming apparent that you're not the man for our school board.
But, Miss...
I'll be right back. Hiya, George. Did you get on the school board?
Oh, no, I'm sunk, Bill. Miss Pringle is here, and Gracie has killed any chance I ever had.
Oh, well, don't worry. I'll put her back in a good humor. I've got a way with old maids.
Are you sure you can handle it?
Look, George, you know Carson, the cabinet maker?
Yes.
I get a 10% cut on every Hope chest he sells. Lead me to her.
Well, okay, come on. Miss Pringle, may I present Mr. Goodwin?
How do you do?
Well, not Miss Pringle, the president of the school board.
Yes.
Oh, no, you're hardly old enough to be out of school yourself.
Oh, Mr. Goodwin, I've been out of school for, several years.
Well, how can it be Miss Pringle? How can such an attractive woman be unmarried?
Well...
Oh, I know. You don't want people to call you a child bride.
Nice going, Bill.
Miss Pringle, I wonder if you'd allow me the pleasure of taking you out sometime. We might hit a few of the night spots, huh?
Well, it might be arranged.
Oh, well. Tell me, Miss Pringle, do you like bubble water?
Well, perhaps a little.
Oh, great. We'll drop a bar Swan in our finger bowl.
Swan?
Yes, that's Swan, the new white floating soap that's 4 swell soaps in one. It's a soap for dishes, for light laundry, a baby soap, and a toilet soap. How about it, Miss Pringle? Shall we fill our pockets with Swan and make a night of it?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Goodwin. People might say I was robbing the cradle.
Oh, no, Pringy. You wouldn't be robbing the cradle. No, there'd be plenty of Swan left for bathing the babies. And, say, did you know that Swan is purer than finest Castiles? And Swan's extra mildness is just what the doctor ordered for baby's bath. Because it is extra mild, it's not only great for baby, it's great for anybody's complexion. And remember, you can break Swan in two.
Bill, what about me?
Well, you can too, George. Even a weakling can break Swan in two. Use one half for dishes and light laundry and the other half for your tub or shower, or for bathing the baby.
Bill, I thought you were going to put in a good word for me.
Oh, I am, George. Miss Pringle, I understand you're looking for a man to be on the school board.
That's right.
Well, I know just the man. He's brilliant and charming.
Thanks, Bill.
He's had a wonderful education.
Thanks.
And he's an outstanding leader in the community.
Really? Well, who is he?
Me. But unfortunately, I can't accept the job, so why not take George?
Thanks, chum.
Oh, you're welcome, pal. Call on me anytime. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, Mr. Burns, if that charming Mr. Goodwin says you're the man for our school board, the matter's closed. I will see that you're appointed immediately.
Well, thanks very much, Miss Pringle.
Oh, isn't that marvelous, George? Miss Pringle, you couldn't have made a wiser choice than my husband. And just so you'll be sure of it, I want you to meet our son. George, call Wilbur.
Look, Gracie, the whole thing is settled. Don't you think
Oh, Wilbur!
Yes, Mama?
Miss Pringle, this is Wilbur.
How do you do, Sonny?
I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Pringle.
Well, what a polite little boy.
Sure. Ain't you the old moose face my daddy told me to be polite to?
Moose face? Oh, Wilbur, shame on you. A moose has horns growing out of its head. Now, did you see the difference?
Miss Pringle, let me explain.
I have never been so insulted in my entire life.
Oh, now, Miss Pringle, I'm sure you have.
I am leaving here this instant.
But look, Miss Pringle.
I will recommend Mr. Hutch for the school board. And as for you, Mr. Burns, I hope the next board you sit on gives you a splinter. Good day.
Well, I hope you're satisfied, Gracie. Just when everything was going fine, you had to drag that kid in here, and that silly, ugly, idiotic dope of a kid.
Gee, what you must say behind my back.
Well, don't you worry, George. We'll find some other way of getting you on the school board.
A fat chance.
Well, we will. You know what I always say? More cats than one are away skinning.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of the nice weather.
Oh, maybe Miss Pringle has changed her mind. Come in.
Hello, folks. My name is Hutch.
Oh, my former rival of the school board, huh?
That's right. I just saw Miss Pringle outside, and she told me the news. Tough luck, old man.
Tough luck. I'd be on the board right now if it wasn't for this kid here.
Oh, that's so? Well, nice work, Wilbur. Come on home, son.
Okay, Pop.
Gracie, did you hear that? Wilbur's his kid.
Why, George, you're as white as a sheet. Here, drink this.
Thanks. Ooh, this stuff is horrible. What is it?
Lemonade.
Lemonade?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Why buy some foreign beer when there's Pittsburgh's own Iron City? We not only make our beer in Pittsburgh, we make our homes here.
Pittsburgh Wine Brewery! Show 'em where you live!
Let's go, Pittsburgh. Show 'em where you live.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet.
Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, looked up as Michael Axford entered his office.
Well, Axford, how did you make out at Norman Maywood's office? Did he see you?
Reed, you'll have to go a long ways to get anything on Maywood, to my way of thinking.
Be poor feet. Never mind your feet. Tell me what Maywood had to say. The investigation by the Internal Revenue seems to have left him in the clear.
But that it did. But with all the big deals that guy's been pulling off, I still think he's putting one over on him somehow.
You're not the only one who thinks so, Axford.
You're right about that, Reed. The Clarion's got ideas about Maywood, too.
Yes?
I know it for a fact. Do you happen to know a guy by the name of Larry Stacy?
The name's familiar.
Well, Stacy was a reporter for the Clarion. A good one, too. I understood about 3 weeks ago he quit and left town.
Well, what's that got to do with Maywood? I want to know what you found
Hold
out.
your horses, Reed. I'm coming to that. You see, I went to Maywood's office to get an interview. When I got there, I had to talk first to a girl who was sitting in the outer office.
I'm quite sure Mr. Maywood won't see you. But if you care to, you may speak to his confidential secretary, Mr. Stacy Lawrence.
Okay. Then let me talk to Mr. Lawrence.
Go right through that door over there, sir.
Sure, thanks. The girl out there told... Suffering snakes, Larry Stacy. What are you doing in here?
The name is Stacy Lawrence, and I'm confidential secretary to Mr. Norman Maywood.
Say, now, I don't get it.
Sit down, Mike, and take a load off those big, flat feet of yours.
What is this, anyhow? Sure, it must be some kind of a gag or something.
Nope, no gag. I'm out for the same thing you are. Only little Larry Stacy used his brains to get a story. For the past 3 weeks, I've been Maywood's right-hand man.
What made you think you could be a secretary after being a newspaper reporter?
What's that about being a newspaper reporter, Mr. Lawrence?
Oh, Mr. Maywood, this is Mr. Axford, a reporter from the Daily Sentinel. I was just telling him that it wouldn't be possible for you to see him.
Quite right, Mr. Lawrence. Get rid of him and then come into my office.
Yes, sir, I'll be in shortly. Mr. Axford is just leaving.
Good.
Hey, what do you mean by saying I'm leaving?
Well, better run along, Mike. Mr. Maywood just doesn't like reporters.
Oh, is that so now? Well, maybe if I was to tell Maywood that you used to be...
Take it easy, Mike. Look, I talked myself into this job temporarily, and with a few recommendations the boss got for me, see?
Yeah, but
now, wait a
telling...
minute. I stand a good chance of getting a lot of dope on Maywood in a job like this, and I don't want you to spoil it for me.
Huh. Why should I stand by and let you get a beat for the Clarion if there is anything wrong about Maywood? It's every man for himself, says I.
Sure,
and I'm here
sure, but listen. If I do find out anything, I'll let you in on the dope. And the Sentinel will have it as well as the Clarion. Get it?
Well, I ain't one to stand by and see the Daily Sentinel scoop by the Clarion.
Oh, stop being a dope. I'll get in touch with you before I give the story to my paper, see? Then we can both get the story in at the same time. It's our big chance to get the goods on Maywood if he is holding out in the Treasury Department. T-men. Well, what do you say, Mike?
Well, okay, Larry. But if you double-cross me, so help me, I'll...
Oh, now, Mike, you know me better than that. Haven't I always been a good pal when it came to sharing a story? Haven't I?
It seems to me I can remember when you pulled a fast one on me and you didn't...
There you go. Acting like a big heel over something that's past and gone. Why, we ace reporters have to work together these days, Mike. Times have changed. The world is moving.
All right. You needn't go making a speech about it. I'll keep me mouth shut on condition that you let me in on the dope you uncover about Maywood.
Sure, Mike, sure. You can count on your old pal, Larry Stacy. Now, you run along. I have to go in and talk to the boss. I'll get in touch with you just as soon as I learn something. Oh, we newspaper men have to work together these days, Mike.
Yes, sir. So, you see, Reed, though I didn't get an interview with Maywood, I did get to make a deal with Stacy.
Larry Stacy must be smart. I hope he keeps his promise about getting in touch with you. Do you really expect him to?
Oh, sure. Him and me are pals now, Reed.
Maybe so. But don't sit by and wait for Stacy to break the case, Axford. Go over and talk to the ex-Mrs. Maywood, Norman Maywood's divorced wife. She lives at the Big Crest Apartments.
Sure, I'll do that. But I don't see what she can tell us that she hasn't already said, Reed. She's the one who sicked the Internal Revenue men on Maywood in the first place.
I know. But she might say something that she hasn't said before. Interview her anyway.
Okay, if you say so, Reed. I'll go right on over there now.
Keep me posted, Axford.
That I will, Reed. So long.
A short time later, Axford was talking to Mrs. Maywood in the living room of her apartment.
I came over, ma'am, to find out what you think of the outcome of the investigation you had started against Mr. Maywood.
I see. Well, several weeks ago, I stated that I believed my former husband was holding out war profit funds to evade tax payments. Frankly, in spite of the fact that his books and accounts seem to cover otherwise, I still think as I did before.
Sure, but you haven't any proof. And just thinking don't mean anything, Mrs. Maywood.
Perhaps not, but Norman Maywood is a very smart man.
Mama, Nurse says I can't take Pandy with me to the park, and I want to.
Peggy, how many times must I tell you not to come in here when Mother's talking to someone?
Hey, now, little girl, that's sure a great big teddy bear you got in your arms. Almost as big as yourself, that it is.
This isn't a teddy bear, mister. It's a panda.
Oh, so that's what it is, huh?
Uh-huh. My daddy sent it to me. Could I take Pandy with me, Mama? Can I?
Say, may I, darling?
Well, may I then?
Yes, take it with you, child. Now run along, Mother's busy.
I'll tell Nurse she said I can take Pandy with me. Goodbye, mister.
Goodbye, little girl. Sure, now she's a pretty little thing. And cute, too. Lugging that great big panda thing in her arms like that.
I can't get it away from her. It's the first toy Norman Maywood sent her since our divorce. Sent it to her about a month ago, right out of a clear blue sky.
Is that so?
Yes. I've been puzzled ever since, wondering whatever put the idea into his head. Never seemed to have much affection for little Peggy.
Sure, now, and that's too bad. Such a nice little thing she is, too.
Money is all he thinks about. And I'll never stop believing that he has plenty of that hidden away somewhere. Well, I'm afraid there's nothing more I can say, Mr. Axford. I really must bring this interview to a close. I have another appointment.
Oh, sure. Well, thank you, ma'am. It was nice of you to see me. I'll be getting back to the Sentinel now. Thanks again.
Not at all. Good afternoon, Mr. Axford.
Later that afternoon, Larry Stacy received a phone call from Axford.
Look, Axford, don't call me here at Maywood's offices. You'll spoil all my plans.
Now, was that any way to talk to a pal, I'd like to know? I just called to ask if you
I
had
know,
any...
I know. Have I found out anything yet? Listen, Mike, you were here only a few hours ago, and I told you then that I'd...
Okay, Sherlock. If you don't want to cooperate, then maybe I won't tell you a thing or two I might have found out this afternoon.
Oh, don't hand me that, Mike. You've probably been warming a chair in the press room at cops' headquarters. I will tell you this much, though. I went with Maywood to the bank a while ago. There isn't a thing in his safe deposit box except some papers.
But maybe he's got some jack stored away in his office safe, Larry.
No, go. I've had a look in there, too. He's low on dough right now, and he'll have to reach for some from somewhere pretty quick.
That's about time he was showing his hand. Why don't you meet me at Pop Hooker's joint for a cup of coffee, and we'll compare notes, Larry?
Okay, if it'll make you feel better. I'll see you there at 5. The old man's already left.
All right. I'll be waiting. So long.
Bye.
Very interesting, Mr. Lawrence.
Hey, what the...
Or should I say, Mr. Larry Stacy of the Clarion.
Oh, Mr. Maywood, you startled me for a moment. You see,
Skip the explanation, Stacy. This is one of my investigators. Joe, meet the man you've been investigating for me. Larry Stacy.
Hi, wise guy. Hey, what is this?
You must have thought I was quite gullible, Stacy, to take you on as confidential secretary without knowing everything about you. I've enjoyed watching you snoop.
So you know who I am. So what?
So it's time to do something about it. Joe, you'll take him with you. You'll know what to do.
Now, look, Maywood. If you think for 1 minute this mug can pull anything and get away with it, you're crazy. The Clarion knows where I am and why.
The Clarion will have a story tomorrow about a confidential secretary who disappeared from here with company funds. Or maybe I'd better give the story to the Daily Sentinel.
Why, you...
Hold it, newshound.
Oh. Handy with a gun, eh, Mug?
Plenty handy, as you'll find out later. Take him with you, Joe.
I'm not going anyplace with that gorilla.
Why, Joe?
This will settle him.
You won't give me any more trouble for a while, boss. Good. Get him out of here by the back way. Tomorrow I'll phone the police and report that my secretary, Stacy Lawrence, has disappeared with a large sum of the company money. That'll take care of Larry Stacy of the Clarion.
Early the following afternoon, Britt Reed was busy in his office going over the mail with his secretary, Lenore Case.
You can answer this one, Miss Case. Explain why I can't keep the date.
All right, Mr. Reed. Axford was raving last night because some friend of his stood him up on a date. Somebody named Stacy.
Stacy's a Clarion reporter. I warned Axford not to count on friendship to get a story. Stacy will scoop the Sentinel if it's possible.
Reed, I just got from cops' headquarters. Something's happened.
Oh, calm yourself, Axford, before you break a blood vessel.
Casey, there's plenty to get excited about. That there is.
What's happened?
Well, now, I'll tell you, Reed. This morning I was down at cops' headquarters. I was talking to Sarge when the phone rang.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Burke speaking. Who? Mr. Norman Maywood, you say?
Maywood, is it? What's he got in you?
Shut up, Axford. Sorry, Mr. Maywood. Now, what were you saying? He went off with a lot of company money, eh? What's his name? I see. I'll have someone come right over. Goodbye.
What you want, Sarge?
None of your business, Axford. I got to see the inspector right away.
Well, hold on a minute, Sarge. I got a reason for asking what that guy was calling for. Cross me heart. If you'll only
What's your
tell
reason?
Maywood's the guy the Internal Revenue men were investigating on a tip-off that he was evading tax payments on a lot of dough.
Don't be a nitwit. Do you think I'm on the force and don't know these things?
But look, Sarge, we think Maywood's hid a lot of dough away, see? So as to have it tax-free. You know how the rackets he got his fingers in and all. Tell me what he said.
Okay, I'll tell you. Maywood says his confidential secretary, a guy by the name of Stacy Lawrence, beat it with a lot of company dough, and he... Hey, where are you going?
Something snakes. I gotta tell Reed about that right away. See you later.
Axford, come back here and tell me what you know. Of all the ungrateful lugs I ever met, you're the worst.
So I rushed right out and came over to tell you about it, Reed.
So what?
Hold on, Miss Case. Axford, do you mean
What
that...
I mean is that the guy Stacy Lawrence that Maywood reported missing is Larry Stacy, the Clarion reporter who was trying to get evidence against Maywood.
After Axford brought the news of Larry Stacy's disappearance, Britt Reed questioned him carefully. Axford told about his visit to Mrs. Maywood's apartment. Dusk had fallen when Britt left the office and went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, was waiting. The two men discussed the events leading up to Stacy's disappearance.
If Internal Revenue men investigate Maywood, would they think he cheat government, perhaps?
Yes, Cato. Maywood's known to have his fingers in a lot of questionable ventures. His tax return was so low, they decided he was hoarding excess profits. But
the inspections show everything in order, no doubt.
Yes.
But you not think that?
No. I agree with Axford that there's something fishy about the whole thing. Maywood's accusation of Stacy, for instance.
If only there's some way to prove Maywood hid away a large sum of money from T-men.
Maybe there is a way to make Maywood show his hand.
Will you think of plan, Mr. Britt?
Oh, nothing definite. But there's one thing I'd like to do, Cato.
What's that?
I'd like to pay a visit to the ex-Mrs. Maywood's apartment and have a look around.
That not be difficult for Green Hornet.
Right. But first we'll pay a visit to a toy shop, Cato.
Toy shop?
Yes.
Will Green Hornet get into a toy shop and steal something, perhaps?
Not exactly steal, Cato. The money will be left on the counter.
What you get from shop?
A large doll will do.
A doll?
Yes. And then the Green Hornet will pay a visit to Mrs. Maywood's apartment.
We go now?
Yes. The sooner the better. Let's get going.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Stopping in the rear of a darkened toy shop, Britt Reed left Cato and the Black Beauty and disappeared into the shadows. In a short time, he reappeared and entered the car.
You get doll, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. Nice big one, too. Now I won't feel bad about taking a panda from a little girl.
What you expect to do with a panda?
If things work out, Cato, it should be the means of bringing Maywood to court. Step on it. Drive to the Big Trust Apartments. Come on. The Black Beauty will be safe here in the dark alley.
How you expect to get to little girl?
I questioned Axford enough so as to get a general idea where the nursery is located. The apartment's on the first floor, so he shouldn't have much trouble. You come with me.
Moving silently to the side of the building, the two men moved along under the windows of the Maywood apartment until they reached those that were unlighted.
The girl's in bed by this time. I'm reasonably sure she's in the room just above us. You wait here while I go through the window.
Yes, sir.
With almost effortless movements, Britt Reed pulled himself up, and with the aid of a long, thin steel instrument, soon disengaged the window catch. Then he raised the window and pulled himself over the sill.
Here's flashlight. Also doll.
Right. The little girl's in bed across the room from me, and she has the panda beside her. Wait there. Now, if I can get her arm away from that.
Who are you? Why are you here?
Be very quiet, and I'll tell you. I'll light the lamp beside your bed. There. What's your name?
Peggy. What's yours? Are you a robber?
Well, not exactly. Look here, Peggy. See what I brought?
Oh, what a pretty doll. May I have it?
I'll give it to you if you let me have that panda.
I don't want to give Pandy to you. Did Mama say you could come here?
No. I came just to see you, Peggy.
Why do you have that black thing in your face? And why is that bug on it?
I'm just playing a game with you, Peggy. You're not afraid, are you?
Should I be?
No, of course not. Here, take the dog.
But I don't want you to take Pandy away. Is this real hair?
Yes. She's yours to keep. May I look at the panda now?
Well, all right. Here.
Yeah, just as I thought.
What are you saying?
Listen, Peggy. Let me take Pandy for a nice, long ride. And tomorrow, you'll get him back. How about it?
All right. You're funny, mister.
I'm going now. But remember, this is a game. Now, there's something you must do.
What?
Well, when I leave through the window, I want you to call for your mother real loud. Tell her the Green Hornet was here. Will you do that?
Uh-huh. What's the Green Hornet, mister?
You ask your mother. She'll tell you. Now, don't forget. Call your mother and tell her what I told you. That the Green Hornet was here and took your panda.
All right.
Goodbye now. I'm leaving.
Goodbye, mister. Take care of Pandy.
You hurry up now. Yes. I hope the girl does what I told her.
Mommy! Mommy, come here! Quick! Mommy!
That'll do it. Yes. Now we've got to hurry before Maywood hears about what happened. Let's get back to the Black Beauty and fast.
A short time later, Britt Reed and Cato sat in the Black Beauty just outside the stately residence of Norman Maywood. Soon they saw the headlights of a car coming down the driveway from the house.
See lights? Car coming out now, Mr. Britt.
That's sure to be Maywood, Cato.
What make you think he'd drive to place where reporter is?
I figured he'd hear the broadcast on the radio or get a phone call about the Hornet taking the panda from his daughter. He'd go out to contact the reporter to find out if he had arranged for the Hornet to steal the toy. There he comes. This is it, Cato. Now we'll follow Maywood and see where he leads us. Let's go.
Half an hour later, Maywood stood over the trussed-up figure of Larry Stacy as he lay on a cot in the back room of an old farmhouse.
Stacy, I want to know just what sort of a deal you made with the Green Hornet. Where was he supposed to meet you with that panda?
I don't know what you're talking about, big boy, so cut out the shouting.
Want me to work on him, boss? I'll get the information from him, Joe. I've got to get that panda back.
What's all this panda business anyway?
As if you didn't know. I don't know how you found out about it, but I do know you made a deal with the Hornet to steal it from my little daughter.
You bore me, loudmouth. Go away and let me rest in peace, will you?
You'll rest in peace when Joe gets through with you. Now, if you want to make it easy for yourself, you'll tell me where to contact that crook you paid to get that toy panda.
Okay. Maybe I will tell you at that. Do I get out of here if I do?
Well, yes. Yes, of course. Now, where was he to meet you and deliver the panda?
Right in back of the Clarion building. 10 o'clock tonight. Okay, now untie me.
Thanks for the information. Now, Joe, you know what to do with him.
Sure. First, I suck him like this. Oh! Then I take my rod and don't move, Booger.
The Green Hornet.
Hey, what the...
Well, you brought the panda. Now we can make a deal. I'll pay double whatever Stacy offered you, Hornet.
No deal, sucker. You can take this.
No.
Hey, no, it's a gas gun. Hey, look out for the gorilla's gun.
Shut up, you, or no, you won't.
Hey, he almost clipped me. Knock him down, Hornet.
And how? No. 2 down.
Hey. Oh, now, look, Hornet, there. After all, I'm tied up, see? I can give you a nice write-up in the Clarion, too. I'm a reporter.
Reporter, eh? Don't like him. You can have a bit of this, too.
Oh, don't be a heel. Let me go.
Why, you damn reporter. Reporters are keen-eyed. Couldn't take any chances. Now to look into this.
What you ripped back of toy panda for?
Look here.
So, that's why you go for panda.
Yes. I'll leave this here with a little note. Did you phone the police?
Yes, sir, from nearby gas station. They be coming. We hurry.
Yes, we... Let they come now. Let's go on fast.
Look at here, will you? Hey, look, Sarge. That's that panda thing the Hannah took from the Maywood kid. And there's a note on it.
Let's see what it says. This belongs to Maywood. Look in the opening in the back. Yeah. It's ripped open in the back.
Glory be, look here. Suffering snakes, $1,000 bills.
Sure. Maywood hid him in this stuffed panda, then sent it to his kid. The Internal Revenue man will be glad to hear about this.
Look, there's Larry Stacy.
Where'd he go?
Both of them's right here, Larry. Sarge will take care of them.
Oh, I mean the Green Hornet, you dope.
So he was here, too?
Sure he was. Ain't that a hornet seal on that note you knit with?
Sure, so it is. Hey, I gotta get to a phone right away.
Hey, wait. Ask for it, you double-crossing two-timing ape. Just because I'm all tied up...
Don't worry, Larry. I'll call the clearing for you right after I phone the Sentinel. So long.
Well, of all the... And after I promised him I'd share the news with him if I got it first. Now he goes to scoop me.
No. Now tell the truth, Larry. Would you give an Axford a chance if you had gotten it first?
Well, you win, Sarge. Friendship ends when it comes to getting in the news first. Oh, well, I can write a feature article on my personal meeting with the Green Hornet. And I'm not kidding. There's one guy who's really got what it takes. And how?
Green Hornet, it's the carrot. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Dr. Lux Street,
These exciting dramas are sent to you each Saturday at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious.
No matter what TV news you watch, catch Nova for sports on 11 Alive.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the railroad first stretched its gleaming rails into the western United States, civilization was brought to the frontier. But the fight for law and order was not won. Train holdups took the place of stage holdups. The outlaws were more than a match for the local sheriffs and might never have been brought to justice without the help of the masked rider of the plains. It was that great champion of justice who put an end to crime in the new territory. It was he, more than any other man, who made the winning of the West possible. Return with us now to those thrilling days when adventure lay at the end of every trail. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's going to be trouble in Redstone. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The Union Pacific, pride of the West, was roaring across the open stretches where vast ranches separated the small crossroads communities. Then, as the line of cars and the great iron horse neared the town of Redstone...
I'll get him. Line up there, all of you. What is this? Shut your mouth. Line up there. Train robbers.
They was hid there.
Hurry up, get moving. All right, boys, let them have it. Don't leave any survivors. Get that last one. Stay on it. Take it.
Set me out a drink, barkeep. Dad ratted I needed after leaving the posse to try to locate them train robbers.
Right, Sheriff.
Go on, tell some more, Sheriff. How do you know there was 3 men?
One of the guards lived long enough to tell me that much, but he didn't get no description to amount to anything. Dad ratted Steve. Now I know the law made a mistake on the last train holdup.
How's that, Sheriff?
You remember Steve? We suspicioned Bill Andrews because he worked for the Union Pacific and was fired and sore at the railroad. He was sent to jail on what's called circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, his kid brother's been took in by the schoolmarm.
But now, being as this second robbery was done the same way, it sort of shows that Bill warn't the guilty one.
Sheriff, maybe I should tell you.
What's that?
Bill Andrews busted out in the jail at Pine Flats.
Busted out?
Yeah, the night before the robbery.
Why didn't you say so, Steve? Why, hang it all, then that's the man we want. I'm going to search the schoolmarm's ranch and yours as well, being you're the nearest to it. It's likely that Bill Andrews will hide out near the kid. You might look your ranch over yourself. All them old buildings on it.
I sure enough will. I ain't worked my place much, and there's some of the buildings that don't get looked into from one year to the next.
Just so. There's a sizable reward for these train robbers, and now I got something to work on. Have a drink, Steve. A drink on me. Barkeep, set out a drink for Steve, and one for the stranger, too.
Sure thing, Sheriff.
What's your name, stranger?
You wouldn't be interested, Sheriff. I'm not planning to stay around here long.
I says, what's your name?
What's the difference?
Why, doggone your hide. Stand still and let me get a close look at you.
I heard what you said about that train robbery.
Never mind that. Stop backing off. I want to see your face close up.
Stand still when the sheriff says to.
Thunderation. You got some sort of disguise and coloring on your face.
One of Bill Andrews' gang.
Raise your hand.
Drill him.
Not so fast. Don't shoot in here. Stand back. That goes for you men, too. Keep your hands high. Reach for guns, and I'll blow them out of your hand. You, Steve, whatever your name is, keep them up.
That's as good as a confession.
Is it? Well, you'll need more proof than that, Sheriff.
Someone get him. Shoot him. Don't let him get loose.
I'm not one of your train robbers. I'm not going to stay around here to get framed by the real robbers. You stay right where you are until you've heard me right away.
The stranger passed through the swinging doors. Then, with lightning speed, he jammed the guns in leather, whirled, and leaped astride a powerful white stallion.
Come on, boy!
Men streamed from the cafe, shouting after the hard-riding figure. Guns barked and bullets zoomed past the rider's head.
Get along, old fellow! Come on there! Get up!
But soon the stranger was out of reach of gunfire. As he rode, leaning low in the saddle, he took a sharp turn to the north and broke into a clump of cottonwoods. Then he reined up at a small, well-concealed camp.
Oh, there, boy! Oh.
An Indian rose to meet him.
Hurry, Tonto. My mask. My own hat and shirt.
What happened?
I was suspected of being one of the train robbers.
With his shirt changed, the stranger put his battered black hat into a saddlebag. The Indian handed him a white sombrero, and then...
Here's Scout.
The Indian's paint horse, already saddled and bridled, trotted forward, while the stranger fastened a black mask across his eyes. He stood there for one brief instant. the familiar figure of the western plains, the masked rider whose deeds of daring in the name of justice were known throughout the length and breadth of 7 states. Swinging to the saddle, he shouted that familiar cry, "Hi-yo, Silver! Away!" Once more, the Lone Ranger raced into action, ready to risk his own life in the cause of justice. Come on, Silver! Bill Andrews was hidden in a small shack on Steve Logan's ranch. Hearing the clatter of approaching hoofs, he thought it was Steve and one of his men returning.
I wonder if he's got some news.
Steady now, Silver, old boy.
Silver? That ain't the name of Steve's horse. I better take a look through the cracks in the wall. Wish I had a shooting range. Stand where you are.
Take it easy, Bill. I know you're not armed.
Masked? What in place?
Steve is on his way here. You've got to get away.
Who are you?
I happen to be one man who believed you're not guilty of those train robberies.
Those? There was only one.
There was a second one last night.
Last night?
Yes. Just a little while after Steve Logan helped you break out of jail and brought you here.
But who are you?
That doesn't matter. Steve told the sheriff you'd escaped from jail. That fact, combined with last night's robbery, made the sheriff dead sure you're the leader of the train's robbers.
I ain't, I
Why
tell
did
you.
Steve help you get free? To prove your innocence by being free to find the real crooks?
Yes, and you ain't going to stop me.
No, I'm going to help you. Didn't it occur to you that as long as you were alive, there was a chance the real crooks could be found? But once you're dead, the case will be marked closed. But come on with me.
I ain't leaving here. Where's Steve?
Steve is on his way here right now, and I think he's coming to kill you.
That ain't so. He's my friend.
Your friend? And why did he tell the sheriff you were free? Why did he tell you to stay here in hiding instead of making your getaway? Now, are you coming, or shall I rope you and drag you with me?
I ain't coming.
Very well. We can't wait till Steve Logan gets here.
You
Take
wait.
him, Tonto.
Tonto, get him. Hey, let me go. Blast you.
There's no use putting up a fight. We're just wasting good time, Bill. I'll get a rope on him, Tonto.
Let me go.
Hold him. There. That'll hold you for the time.
Steve will kill you for this.
You'll just wait till we get to camp and have time to talk. I'll tell you who I think the real train robbers are. I'll tell you how we can make them show their hands. Yep. Hand them up here, Tonto.
You say you think you know who they are?
We've been checking hoof marks and footprints, Bill. Now wait till we get to camp. Come on,
Get him up, Scout.
I tell you, Jake, it'll be as easy as falling off a log.
Didn't the sheriff want to know how you know that Andrews was out of jail?
No, he didn't ask.
Who? Who?
Now, get your gun and go drill Andrews.
All right, soon enough.
You do as I tell you.
All right, Steve. Go on.
I'll wait here and see that you do the job right. Maybe I ought to drill Jake while he's doing it. Let the sheriff have them both and not have to split no reward.
Steve, he ain't here.
Ain't there? What do you mean he ain't?
Well, he ain't.
Come on, boy.
Oh, there.
Now, let me see.
I told you we should have roped him.
You fool. I'll go to rope him and not have him suspect something funny going on.
Well, now he's gone.
Well, I got a blame good idea where we can find him.
You told him to wait right here, Steve.
Sure. But he's likely gone to see his kid brother over to the schoolmarm's place. We'll go there. Come on.
Get up there.
Meanwhile, at Jane's ranch, 15-year-old Jackie stood before the schoolteacher and made a declaration.
You don't have no right to pry into my affairs, Miss Winters, and I don't have to answer your questions.
As long as you live in this house, you're going to behave yourself and do what you're told. Now answer me, Jack Andrews. Where did you go last night?
I won't tell.
You will tell. You slipped out of your room after you went to bed, and you were gone for over 2 hours.
I won't tell a thing.
We'll get back to this discussion later on. I see the sheriff stopping out front. I wonder what he's doing here.
Howdy, ma'am.
Hello, Sheriff.
I figured on having a talk with Jack there.
Oh.
How about it, Jack? You know anything you think I ought to be told?
No, sir.
What's he done?
Where was you last night, Jack?
Why, I was right here. I went to bed at the usual time.
Is that the case, ma'am?
Yes, Jack went to bed at the usual time, Sheriff. What's the trouble?
Did you stay in bed, son, or did you get up and sneak out?
Well, Sheriff, what a ridiculous question. Why should he sneak out after turning in?
That don't answer my question none. Jack, when your brother was took away, he left what cash he had with you. Is that so?
Yes, sir, he did.
I suppose you still got that cash.
Well,
It's none of your business, Sheriff. Unless you tell why you ask these things, I'll not permit Jackie to answer any more of your questions.
Maybe you'd better know the truth of things, ma'am. I'm hunting train robbers and killers. They took the lives of 3 men on the Union Pacific last night and got away with cash.
Again?
Yep, again. And Bill Andrews busted out in jail just a little while afore.
Jackie, you know anything about that?
Let me tell you first, son, that whatever you answer, I don't know if it's true or not. Now, why don't you help the law and tell me where Bill's hiding now?
I don't know.
You deny seeing him last night?
I ain't saying anything. And you can do what you want with me.
Maybe this will sort of refresh your memory. I understand that a message was brought to you a few days back telling you to take Bill's cash and leave it where he'd go first to look for it. Did you do that?
Jack, you can't make me talk.
I'll make you talk. I tried to be square with you, but you choose to be a stubborn little schemer that's trying to shield a killer. Well,
One moment, Sheriff.
Well?
How could Jack have done what you say if he didn't leave this house all night?
He did leave it.
Wouldn't I be more likely to know that than you?
You sure of what you say?
Of course I am. He's just a boy, and the way you come here and question him is enough to frighten a grown man. Now get out of here and go on about your business. There are killers around here. Go and find them and leave Jackie alone.
Why didn't you say in the first place he hadn't left the house? Dad rat it. Someone has made a mistake.
Miss Winters, that was swell of you.
Oh, Jackie, I didn't really fib. The sheriff thought I said that you were here all night. Now, look, Jackie, I don't think Bill's guilty at all.
I know he ain't. Bill wouldn't do that.
You must tell me the truth, Jackie, otherwise I can't help you. You did leave the house last night.
Yes,
Did you meet your brother?
No, I didn't.
What did you do?
Well, I was sent word that he was going to get free. I did get a message like the sheriff said. It told me to put Bill's cash where he could get it. I put it in a hollow tree we both know of. That's where Bill meant for me to put it.
But, Jackie, don't you see, if you tell the sheriff that, it would prove that Bill didn't rob the train. If he had, he wouldn't have needed to put you in danger to get his cash. He wouldn't have needed that cash.
I won't tell the sheriff anything. He'd make me tell who brought me the message from Bill. I won't double-cross Bill's friends that helped him get loose.
You won't, huh?
Sheriff.
I had a hunch I might hear something if I listened outside.
Sheriff, wait a minute. Listen,
He ain't told you all he knows. Now, young'un, remember you're old enough to jail, and I'll jail you for aiding and hiding a killer from the law. You better talk fast and tell all you know.
I won't tell a thing.
You'll talk or go to jail. Where's Bill hiding?
I don't know.
Jack, you've got to tell him.
I tell you, I don't know, and no one can make me tell. Now, if you want to jail me, go ahead and do it.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. While the sheriff tried to get information from Jackie Andrews, Steve Logan and his right-hand man, Jake, rode toward Jane Winter's home.
The best thing for us to do, Jake, is to let the sheriff have plenty of proof that Bill's the one stuck up the train last night.
But the kid, what about him?
The kid helped him. The kid was one of the 3 crooks, and that stranger in the cafe was the 3rd. How's that sound?
Good enough. But won't the kid tell who's fetching that message from Bill?
What's his word again ours? Besides, I got the evidence all planted.
Looks like the sheriff's horse outside Jane Winter's place.
Yeah, that's his roan, all right. Reckon he's there already.
I just wish Bill hadn't got loose. That's the thing that's bothering me. Reckon his suspicions are a true state of things?
Oh, don't see how he could. Oh, there.
Oh.
Yeah, sheriff's in there all right enough.
Yeah.
I can't tell you what you want to know. I didn't see Bill.
Listen, Jake, before we go in.
You lied about not being out in this house last night. You're lying when you say you don't know where Bill's hid.
Now, let's go inside.
I told you all I'm going.
We want to speak to the sheriff.
Well, Steve, did you learn anything?
I reckon we did, Sheriff. I searched my place like you said and found that Bill Andrews had been hiding out there.
Where's he now?
He got away. I reckon that stranger we seen in the cafe must have met him. But he's the one that stuck up the train all right. I found this.
New folding money.
Yeah. He overlooked these bills. I found them with some of his discarded boots in the shack where he hid.
By ginger.
That's the sort of cash that was stole from the train. And the boots we found was Bill Andrews all right because a lot of the boys had seen him wearing them.
Bill didn't rob that train. Why are you putting the blame on him after helping him to get free?
Me helping him? Well, that's a good one.
You did so. It was one of your own men that brought me that note from Bill.
Is that the truth?
Sheriff, I'm surprised that you think such a thing of me. If I'd helped him escape, do you think I'd fetch this information to you?
I reckon not.
Sheriff, he did too. What's more, if he's got any of the stolen cash from the train, he's the one that robbed it. Can't you see that?
That's foolish talk. Sheriff, the chances are that the kid here was the third one of the train robbers.
Why, you want
That's so. There was three of them. That stranger, Bill, and Jackie. You admit being out in this house last night.
He admits that?
Yeah.
I told you where I went. I took Bill's savings to the hiding place just as the note Red Fenton brought from Bill told me to do.
What hiding place?
A hollow tree. The chances are you already know about it. Fenton's likely told you.
Sheriff, ain't it likely that Bill has hid some of the stolen cash in that tree?
Maybe so.
He didn't steal the cash.
You show us where that tree is, Jackie. I want to have a look in it.
I'll show you. And I'll show you that there ain't a dollar of stolen cash in it.
Jackie led the sheriff, Steve Logan, and Jake to the hiding place in the trunk of a hollow tree.
There it is. I didn't go out to rob no train last night, and I didn't see Bill. I just slipped his own savings in there.
Well, just have a look. Come on, boy.
Can you reach down far enough, Sheriff?
Yeah, and there's something here.
There is?
Then it's Bill's savings. He ain't come to get us yet.
Like fun, this is Bill's savings. This is new folding money.
How'd that get there?
Easy enough. Your brother and you hid it there.
We did not. That's more of Steve Logan's doing. He robbed that train, and he's trying to frame me and Bill.
That's too thin, Jackie. I'll have to take you along to the jail.
And I'm willing to bet that when you find Bill Andrews, you'll find that stranger with the white horse at the same time. There's your three train robbers, and I'm claiming part of the reward.
Sheriff, you can't believe him.
Come on, kid. It's jail for you. It's a lucky thing you're so young, or you get what your brother and the other man will get when we locate him. You'd hang.
Jackie was taken to jail. Everyone in town was given a description of the stranger the sheriff had seen in the cafe and told of the reward that was offered for his capture. No one, however, paid any attention to the Indian who moved from one group of excited men to another, gathering facts to take back to the small camp in the cottonwoods. When the Lone Ranger and Bill Andrews heard what Tonto reported, the masked man said,
"That proves beyond a doubt that Steve Logan is the thief.
That dirty double-crossing polecat posed as my friend while he schemed my death.
He planted that money in your old boots, and in that hiding place, he has the rest of the stolen cash.
And he's got to be made to give it up. Let me out in these ropes. Let me go and face that skunk.
Just a minute, Bill. How far do you think you'd get? The sheriff's already convinced that you and your brother were in on the robbery. Nothing you could say would change his mind.
Maybe not, but I'd have the pleasure of drilling lead through Steve Logan's double-crossing hide.
That wouldn't help your brother any.
And to think I put Jackie in this spot just because I thought Logan was a friend and could be trusted.
Are you convinced now that I'm a friend?
If it hadn't been for you, I'd either be in jail or dead.
Will you help me prove that Steve is guilty?
How can you prove it? He knows it. As long as he don't confess, the law can't prove nothing.
Will you help me try to prove the truth?
What's your scheme?
You'll have to do just what I tell you, Bill, and do it without question, regardless of how foolish it may seem to you.
What is it?
Tonto, cut the rope so Bill will be free to go.
Tonto, fix him. There. Now you turn this way now.
There. Can you reach him?
There.
Good enough. Gosh, it's great to be rid of them ropes.
Rub your wrist a little. Those ropes were pretty tight. We had to be sure you didn't get loose.
I know. I was blame fool enough to think you was the one that was aiming to get me. Well, I know different now. You just tell me what to do, mister, and count on that same being done.
Tonight, as soon as it gets dark, Bill, I want you to go to the schoolteacher's house and borrow a couple of horses and a buckboard.
Yeah?
Steve Logan doesn't know where you've disappeared. Still look on him as your friend.
The ornery snake?
You'll have to conceal your real feelings, Bill, because you've got to go to his place with the buckboard. You've got to ask for his help.
I'll do my best to hide how I feel about him.
There may be some risk. You may need a gun. I'm going to let you take one. But I want your promise that you will not use it, except if it's necessary to save your life.
All right.
I want you to promise not to shoot to kill. This gun, Bill, has never shot a man except to wound him. No one has died from a bullet fired by this weapon.
All right, mister. I'll see that you won't have any cause to notch the handle.
You ask Steve Logan to help you get out of the country with a buckboard. You'll have a lot of your property on it that you'll load up from your old home.
I savvy. I'll get to see Jane Winters just as soon as you give the word.
Following the Lone Ranger's instructions, Bill Andrews took the buckboard by the shortest route to Steve Logan's ranch. Dismounting quickly, he rapped on the door and...
Bill Andrews,
what are you doing here? Steve, I sent you away this afternoon. I couldn't put you in a danger having me found here.
Where you been?
In hiding. I waited till dark, then I got a buckboard and a couple of horses. I stopped at my old place and got the rest of my clothes. Now I'm ready to hightail it.
Oh, you ain't seen the kid, brother?
No. My best move is to get clear of this part of the country.
Not stay around and try and locate the real crooks?
No, I ain't nothing to work on. I appreciate all you've done for me, Steve. But there's one thing more I gotta ask you. I've got cash to pay you for some grub.
Grub?
Yeah. I don't dare try to buy none at the stores near here, and I'll have to have food. If you could pack some on my buckboard, I could travel by night and high daytimes, and travel for weeks without showing myself.
Reckon I can fix you up, Bill.
Gosh, thanks.
You and Jake stay here. I'll go see about stocking your rig. Where is it, out back?
Yeah.
Good enough. Take care of him, Jake.
I sure will.
Hey, Red.
Ain't that Bill Andrews that's come in?
Yeah, and he's figuring on me to let him have grub so as he can make his getaway. Playing right into my hands.
What are you figuring on doing?
Planting a little more of the stolen cash. Some of the first robbery that's already been listed with the sheriff.
Then what?
Then letting him get off my ranch and on the trail, and then shooting him.
Seems like you're giving away an awful lot of cash, Steve.
We gotta do it, Red. We gotta have evidence aplenty against Bill Andrews. The sheriff would never believe the story that we drilled him, making him escape, if he went without some of the stolen cash.
Well, that's so.
Here, take this box. I'll put a couple of cans of grub in it to weight it down. I'll put these in.
I got 'em.
I will hide some of the cash in there, and some more grub, and put it on the buckboard.
Steve Logan packed the supplies carefully. Then, with Red's help, he loaded the boxes on the buckboard.
Yeah, that'll do. It's a smart move to sacrifice part of the cash to make the case against him complete. Now, Red, saddle up and get for the sheriff.
Right.
You'll likely find him around town if he ain't watching Jane Winters' place. Look there first.
Good enough, Steve. I'll find him.
Now to get him started on a trail. You're all set, Bill, and the sooner you start, the better.
That suits me.
Forget paying for the victuals. You're right welcome to them.
Gosh, Steve, thanks.
Come on. Me and Jake will see you started on your way.
Good enough. Get up there.
Rein up, Bill.
What's the matter?
Rein up a minute.
Whoa, over there, over there.
Whoa. Reckon me and Jake will turn back here, Bill. You're on the trail now.
Yep. I'm on the trail, all right, Steve. The right trail.
What do you mean by putting it that way?
The trail of the train robbers. Heist your hands.
What the?
Raise them, you too, Jake.
Have you gone loco?
I was loco, thinking you was my friends, but I ain't now.
I'll shoot you. Oh, my head.
Try it again, Stephen. I'll blow your head off instead of your gun away.
Get up.
What's this?
You take over now, Bill.
Sheriff, I just located this outlaw.
We get the guns.
What's the meaning of this?
This time your smooth talk won't get you out of trouble, Steve.
The masked man made me watch every move you made. We seen you through the window when you loaded the cash in that box. We seen you pack the box on the buckboard.
Wait, that cash?
That was stolen cash. We waited till you left the house to see the rest of it in your hiding place and make sure.
Your friend Red is already on his way to jail with the deputy.
And I knowed all along that you double-crossed me to cover your own robberies. I just wish I had a different shooting iron. I swear I'd drill you.
You'd better give me that one, Bill, before you shoot again.
Thanks. Thanks for the lend of it, Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger? Is that?
I opened the gun, Sheriff, and seen silver bullets in it.
And that accounts for the persuading ways he had. Dad rat it, mister. I'm right honored to have been your prisoner while you let me see the true facts come out.
Sheriff, can't you take these crooks in the buckboard?
Sure. Why, Bill?
I want to borrow Steve Logan's horse and saddle. I got to ride and get my kid brother out in the jail, and I got to take him to Jane Winters and tell him the great news.
Go ahead.
Get off that saddle. Let go of me. There. Yep. Thanks, Lone Ranger. Thanks, no end. Get up.
now you'll start up your ranch again, and it's most too good to be true.
And you, Jane. You and Jack are the only ones that never lost faith in it.
You're loco, Bill Andrews. What about that mess, man?
That's so. The two of you and the Lone Ranger. I reckon with three friends like that, I was richer than I'd have been if I had stuck up those trains.
Come on, Silver, old boy! There's adventure on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
In 1935, IBM introduced the first successful electric typewriter. Easy on the fingers.
In the 1940s, IBM invented a proportional spacing typewriter. It gave typing the look of printing.
In 1961, IBM announced this interchangeable typing element. You change type styles like that.
In 1969, the first magnetic card typewriter. No more tedious erasing or retyping.
Today, IBM innovations continue to make office work more productive and more pleasant. Innovations like electronic filing, editing, inkjet printing. The point is, IBM meets the needs of its customers with constant innovation for the past 40 years, today and tomorrow.
IBM, helping put information to work for people.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Here he is, the one, the only.
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win $2,000. And there's even a chance somebody might leave here with $10,000. If any of our couples say the secret word, the duck will come down and pay him an extra $100. The word tonight is on.
A carrier at sea is the greatest show on earth. The ship, the stage. The crew, the player.
Loveless and Kent Moore are waiting to talk to you now, Groucho. So, folks, you can please and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word, and you each get an extra $50. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Kent Moore and Sue Loveless, eh? Sue, you're much too attractive to remain loveless. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are. End the conversation. What does your husband do for a living?
He's a police officer.
Double end of conversation. How long have you been married to this policeman, Bad?
2 years. 3 years.
Don't you remember?
Well, it's confusing at times. We have 6 children.
You have 6 children?
Yes.
You said you know how to get the most out of your green stamps.
Well, it's very easy to explain.
Well, would you explain this mathematical phenomenon?
Yes. When we were married, my husband had 3 children, and I had 3. It made 6.
Oh. Sue, do the 6 kids keep you pretty busy?
Well, yes,
or do you have much time for other hobbies?
Well, they keep me pretty busy, but I still have time to work. I'm a waitress over at the Red Barn in Panorama City.
Oh. Well, do you have to work?
Yes, I do. We ran up a pretty big bill last summer, and I've been trying to pay it off.
Oh? What happened?
It all started when Kenneth woke up at about 4 o'clock in the morning with a tummy ache, and it turned out to be appendicitis.
This is one of your kids?
Yes, this is my oldest little girl.
Your oldest? How old is she?
She's almost 10. Mm-hmm. 9 days later, Carol Dean woke up, and she had a tummy ache, and it was appendicitis, too. And then 9 days after that, Esther got up, and she was sick, and it was appendicitis, too.
How old was Esther?
Well, she's almost 10, too.
10 to what? Well, how did the other 3 kids feel about it? Didn't they all feel kind of left out if they didn't have appendicitis?
Well, no, because 4 hours after Esther went into surgery, Judy was sick with the tummy ache, too, and she had hers out. And then the next night, Carol Mignon got real sick, and she went in and she had an appendectomy also.
5 out of 6 kids had their appendix out at the same time?
Yes.
I don't know what that doctor does for a living, but he sure makes a fortune on the side. Well, is this true? I mean, this sounds incredible, this whole thing. Eh?
Yes, it is.
Actually happened?
It actually happened.
Where was your husband, do? Was he much help during this crisis?
Well, he was fine until he went in for his appendectomy.
He had his out next?
Yes. We left the hospital around midnight, and he was back in the hospital at 4:20 the next morning.
Your family has had more opening nights than the whole history of the Theater Guild in New York. Well, is there any more to this story? And if there is, hurry up and finish it, because I'm getting a strange feeling in my stomach.
Well, Sunday afternoon, my babysitter came in, and she came to see if I needed her to babysit. Of course, I didn't, because everybody was in the hospital.
In the hospital, huh? That's a good idea, having all the kids there together. You save a buck for the evening, on a babysitter.
So, her boyfriend told me that she hadn't been feeling very well, and I called her parents, and I talked to them, and at 6 o'clock she was in for an appendectomy.
Well, then she could take care of the kids anyway.
Right.
How about the 6th kid? What's holding it up? Hasn't it got an appendix?
Well, she has one, and it's been a little rough on her because every time she gets a tummy ache, of course, she either goes to the hospital or to the doctor's office.
But it isn't an appendix.
No, she's different.
Have you spoken to her about this?
She's spoken to us about it.
I think she's got a right to complain. Now, let's get the figures straight. How many operations were involved, and how many days did they take?
Well, in our family, there were 6, and it took 21 days.
Well, did you ever find out what caused all these appendectomies?
No, it just all boiled down to freak coincidence.
You ought to write a book about your experiences. And don't put in anything in the first part of the book.
Right.
Tell the whole story at the end in the appendix. Can you imagine what would have happened to us if the secret word this week had been appendix? We'd have been wiped out. Well, let's find out your story. What kind of a job have you got, Mr. Moore?
I don't have a job. I'm in business for myself.
Well, what do you do? What is your racket? What is the profession are you in?
I'm a gasoline distributor. I have the franchise for Hancock Gasoline in the east end of the San Fernando Valley and La Cañada and around there.
Why do you keep raising the prices?
That's the raising the price of crude that does it. I have no control over it.
I see.
Unfortunately.
But you're not unwilling to raise them, though.
Oh, no.
Well, we're always interested in success stories. Let's have yours. What is your formula for success?
Well, that's pretty hard to explain.
Well, you don't have to explain it to me. I want you to explain it to the tax department. Well, go ahead and explain it.
First,
talk slow, because this is a very difficult cigar to light.
First, there are two kinds of people in the world.
Yeah. Live and dead. So far, we've got nothing.
I didn't mean that specifically. What I meant was there are two kinds of fellows who... one likes to work for himself. He likes to be in business for himself and be his own boss and take the gambles and the danger that goes with private enterprise of his own. And then there are fellows who prefer to work for a corporation. And I don't deprecate that at all, but it isn't for me.
Well, did you know Private Enterprise? He was in the same regiment with me during the last...
No, I haven't had that pleasure.
No, he was quite a war hero. Well, do you do anything else besides make money?
Well, yes. I work with the associations. I'm president of the California Petroleum Marketers Council.
He looks like real money, this guy, doesn't he?
And for the period of 18 years, I have taught salesmanship at USC one night a week. And, of course, during the war, we missed a few semesters. Of course, we didn't have quite enough students, but aside from that, it's been 18 years.
Well, that's where Private Enterprise was there doing that. Well, how do you go about teaching salesmanship? What is the best technique? Do you use a club or a revolver? Or...
Well, no.
Innate persuasiveness.
No.
You tell them jokes or something?
Well, yes. What you try to do is to bring the academic and the practical and mix them together. And to sugarcoat the educational pill, you occasionally tell a...
Oh, this is a smoothie, this guy.
You occasionally tell a humorous, illustrative anecdote.
Well, could you give us an example of a humorous, illustrious anecdote?
Actually, that's university talk for jokes.
Yeah.
And
you don't like to use the right words for anything.
Well,
you have a whole series of sidesteppers that you use. Well, give us a joke, huh?
Well, it has to be apropos, and at the university, we don't tell stories just to be funny, but we tell them so that they're apropos. Now, many fellows...
Who is apropos? Do you mean the poet? Do you mean...
Well, that's a French word, and I hope it means what I think it does.
Oh. I'm sure it does, but let's get on with it.
One story... that
Edgar Allan apropos.
One story is about, go back, many salesmen are afraid to sell other salesmen, and they're afraid to sell sales managers. And when I'm talking about that, I bring in the story about the chap who had a hunting dog, and his name was Salesman, and a wonderful hunting dog. Whenever you go out with this hunting dog, you get birds. And one fellow reserved him for 3 seasons and always got birds, but the 4th season he came out, took this dog out, and didn't get anything. And he came back very irate to the owner, and he said, "The dog is no good. He's lazy. He just won't work." And the owner said, "I blame myself." He says, "I blame myself. You know, that dog's named Salesman, and he's been doing so good for so many seasons, I figured I'd give him a little raise in prestige and title, and so I began calling him Sales Manager. Now all he wants to do is sit around and bark at the other dogs." Another one...
Is that the whole joke? No wonder you had such a small class at your school. They were all willing to enlist. Well, I hate to break up this conversation. I'd like to hear a few more jokes, but the time has come to play your bet. How'd you like that joke? And Sue, who knows? Maybe you can win enough to treat all your customers to an appendectomy. Would you like that?
That would be real nice.
Okay. You select the general information. I'll ask you some questions. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. Have you got your appendix?
I'm afraid I have.
Would you like it clipped? All right, here we go. General information is your category. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. How often is the regular United States Census taken? Talk it over.
I don't know, do you? 10. I think. We think it's 10.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
And you have 1 right, 3 more right, and you'll have $1,000.
To what religious sect did William Penn belong?
You know? We think it's the Quaker.
Quaker Oats, that's right.
2 more right, and you'll have $1,000.
What one word did Poe's Raven say?
We think nevermore.
Nevermore is right. Say, you're getting up in the world here.
You're almost there. The next one right, and you'll have $1,000.
Foundations for the United Nations were laid in 1944 at a conference near Washington, D.C. What was the name of this conference?
Dumbarton Oak.
Oh, you're a smart guy. This fellow's right.
Corner roll right, you have $1,000.
Now, you won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or you can come back later and try to win double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. Go over there and sit down. You sit on his lap and think it over. And thanks for being on the show.
$100 stamp-sized copies of your favorite photograph. Gum for sealing the cards, invitations, letters, albums, you name it. 100 photo stamps, only $3. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. It's easy. Just send your name, address, and $3 check or money order to Treasure Chest, Box 1312, San Juan. Picture you mail may be color or black and white, any size up to 5 by 7. Copies are black and white. That's Treasure Chest, P.O. Box 1312, San Juan, Puerto Rico, 00902. Delivery 2 to 3 weeks. Your original photo returned with shipment.
Mrs. Valentina Penberthy and Mr. Youp Wooters are waiting to talk to you,
Stop
Groucho.
yodeling, you fella.
I'm not sure of that either. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the ticket word, and you take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Let's see. Valentina Penberthy and Jupe Wooters. Is that the right way you pronounce it, Jupe?
Yope.
Yope.
Just Yope.
That's right. Give him enough Yope and he'll hang himself.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe, you.
Yope, are you a cowboy?
No, I'm from Holland.
Well, couldn't you be a cowboy in Holland?
No, not easy. There aren't many cows over there, I guess.
Now, you're Yo Penworthy, is that right?
No, Valentina Penworthy.
Oh, you're Oh, I see. Now I got it straight, huh? Where are you from, Valentina?
From the southern France.
So, are you married? How long have you been married?
Quite a few years.
You don't want to say, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any children?
Two boys.
How old are these kids?
33 and 44.
Well, in that case, you've been married at least 45 years, huh? You've been married a long time. What system do you use to keep the partnership together?
Try to keep my husband healthy, first of all.
You try to keep him healthy?
When I cook, I never throw the vegetable waters away. They're full of vitamins and minerals. I just don't throw them away.
You keep the vegetable water and throw your husband away, is that it? Well, how does this keep your husband healthy? Do you put it in his bathtub and let him soak in the vegetable water?
No, I cook with that water. I use that water in my cooking because it has all the vitamins and the minerals. And I always start his meals with a big green salad.
You do? Well, in addition to hitting the old carrot water, do you do anything else to keep physically fit?
I like to take... I like very much fresh air, and I like to take deep breaths.
You like to breathe, huh?
Breathe.
Well, that's enough.
Deep breaths.
Doesn't everybody... Well, show us what you mean, Valentina.
Well, this is the way I breathe. I take time in breathing. I do.
Yeah. Well, we've got all night here, huh?
Can you do it that way? I take time in breathing.
You know, one more deep breath like that and you're liable to suck me right down your throat.
It won't be that
Well, Yope, let's get back to you. You say you're from Holland? Where exactly in Holland?
Well, I'm from Nunspeet. It was about this size.
You say you're Nunspeet or what?
Nunspeet.
Huh?
That size. You move to the Hague.
Oh, no. Let's start all over
again.
You say you're a Nutsburg and you move to the Hague. What sort of work do you do, Yope?
I'm a photographer.
You're a photographer?
Cartographer.
Cartographer? What is that? Is it something you put before the horse?
No.
You put the cartographer before the horse?
No, not in this case. They're mess making.
You're meth making?
Yeah, drawing net.
What is a meth? Is that what you call that stuff you find in the bottom of your pockets?
No, not that. Maybe
They
you
used
drive
to call
when
it
you car,
slugs,
you know.
huh?
You drive in your car, you know. When you're in the car.
You drive when you're in your car?
And then you can drive
the
on
top
the
up,
net.
yeah.
Sure.
We're having quite a conversation. Now,
You get the point anyway.
let's start all over again. What'd you say your name was? Now, what is meth?
Meth? I draw meth.
Oh,
So,
math.
Math.
Oh, math.
That's how I pronounce it wrong.
Huh?
Math. Okay.
Oh, math.
Math. All right.
You said meth. I didn't know what you meant.
Well, a map in Dutch is something like that, you know. You get a map around your ears. Je slaat me de face, you say over here. You got the cook in your gezicht.
Not me. I usually wear earmuffs when it's cold, huh? I may put them on here tonight, huh? Are you for Heirat, Joop?
For Heirat?
Yeah.
No. Oh, ja, voor Heirat. Ja, but not in that name.
Sind Sie das nicht?
Ja.
Sind Sie das? Gerade bei Deutschland, nicht?
Ja. Too close.
Ja, too close to Deutschland?
Yeah. So once in a while, eh?
Well, the western part or the eastern part where you're too close? My großvater kommt from Holland. Ja, kannst Plattdeutsch snacken? Kannst du Plattdeutsch snacken? No, but that's low German Plattdeutsch. Verstehst du das nicht? Now, in Plattdeutsch, you say, like, Mother, when are we going to have lunch? In Plattdeutsch, you'd say, Moeder, we praten met middags. Verstehen Sie das, Joop? Ja, verstehen Sie. Ja, das ist Low German. Das ist right by the Holland border da.
No.
Yeah, we used to have a Holland border in our house once.
Yeah, but did you know what it is?
We had it all out. We only would pay $6 a week. Yeah, we threw him out right on his map. Now, let's understand. Are you Mrs. Joop?
No.
Well, you're not Mr. Joop. That's Mr. Joop. Well, Joop, have you and your wife had any exciting experiences since you've been in L.A., such as crossing the freeway on foot?
Well, we didn't cross only the freeway on foot. We crossed here this continent 3 times from coast to coast.
You crossed the continent from coast to coast?
3 times we were over stumps. All hitchhiking.
And what, hitchhiking? You
Yeah.
walked?
Yeah, we walked at least 600 miles from the 20,000
You
miles.
mean you traveled all over by thumb?
Yeah. From
Those Dutch
Vancouver,
thumbs can do
Cleveland.
anything, you know.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Last one I heard about plugged up a dike.
Yeah, that's the whole story.
Is that true?
I haven't heard over here the first time in my life. Never heard it in Holland.
You never heard it in Holland?
No. Then let me read something in this.
It sounds pretty silly, doesn't it, huh? Well, you're a charming couple, and it's been an experience talking to you. However, the time has come for you to win some money. So let's get ready to play You Bet Your Life. You know how to play this game, huh?
Yes.
One answer between you.
I watch you always.
You do, huh? All right, you selected spelling. I'll keep giving you words to spell until you either get 4 in a row right or 2 in a row wrong. Now get together on a single answer. Ready? Spell the word alloy, meaning a combination of metals.
Alloy. A-L-L-O-Y.
Give me again.
A-L-L-O-Y.
That's right. Did you know that?
Yes. You have one right.
I figure if he knows it, anybody will know.
You have one right, 3 more right, and you'll have $1,000.
Spell the word appearance, like the way you look tonight.
A-P-P-E-A-R-A-N-C-E.
You're halfway to $1,000.
Spell the word saccharine, meaning sweet, sugary.
Saccharine.
Saccharine.
S-A-C-H-A-R-R-I-N-E.
No,
What do you mean? Saccharine? Oh, you repeat the word, please. Please repeat.
Saccharine.
Saccharine. S-A-C-H-A. Saccharine.
I know, but you spelled it incorrectly, and we can't give you 2 chances at the same word. It isn't fair to Yope.
Okay.
Well, you're not off yet. You see, you only have one wrong. Don't get the next one wrong, however.
Just be calm. Spell the word. What's that? Saccharine. S-A-C-C-H-A-R-I-N-E. See, I know it because I have it in front of me. If I had it in back of me, I wouldn't know anything. Spell the word parallel, meaning to lie even everywhere.
Please repeat it.
Parallel.
Parallel.
Yeah.
P-A-R-A-L-L-E-L. Parallel.
Again?
P-A-R-A-L-L-E-L.
That's right.
All right, we're back on the right track now.
3 more right and you'll have $1,000.
Spell the word aquarium, where you keep fish.
A-Q-U-A-R-I-U-M.
Absolutely right.
2 more right and you'll have $1,000.
Spell the word recollect, meaning to recall, remember.
R-E-C-O-L-L-E-C-T.
You have won the money.
No, you haven't.
No, you're pretty near one.
I'm sorry, but you only got 3 right. The next one is it.
Spell the word instrument like a violin.
Instrument. I-N-S-T-R-U-M-E-N-T.
That is very good, and I'm glad you won. Now, wait a minute. Yope, you did a wonderful job.
Yeah, thank you. I expected it.
You only won $1,000. Now, you can keep it and quit, or you can come back at the end of the show and try to double your money. You may even get a crack at $10,000. So go over there and sit down and think it over. No matter what decision you come to, thanks for being on the show.
It's a pleasure meeting you.
Arrivederci.
Now, in just one moment, we'll find out if either or both of our couples will try for the big money. Groucho, both of our couples are going to try for the big money. So, once again tonight, we're going to have 2 big questions. First, here are Sue Lovelace and Kent Moore, all set to try for $2,000 or $10,000.
You decide to go for the big question. Remember, if you miss it, you wind up with a total of $500. Are you still going to go for the big money?
Yes.
One of you pick a number from 1 to 10. The other one spin the wheel. If any number besides the one you pick comes up, the question is worth $2,000. However, if your number comes up, this question is worth $10,000. And you, what number have you chosen? You say 4, you spin the wheel. Give it a spin. A real ladylike spin. Your number was 4 and it landed on 3, so this question is worth $2,000 if you win. Ready? A popular picture in many American homes is the horse fair. For $2,000, tell me the name of the French artist who painted this and numerous other popular studies of horses. Talk it over. What is the answer you've decided upon?
We'll guess on Picasso.
No, it's Rosa Bonheur. B-O-N-H-E-U-R. It's a very famous breed. You had it in school. I don't know whether you did. I'm sorry you missed it, but anyway, you wind up with $500. That isn't so bad. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thanks for being with us, Mark.
Now, here are Valentina Penberthy and Yope Wooters, all set to take their chance on the big money. So come on back out here, folks.
Now, you've decided to go for the big question. Remember, if you miss it, you wind up with a total of $500. Are you still going to go for the big money?
No, we could try it anyway.
Now, one of you pick a number from 1 to 10, and the other one spin the wheel. If any number besides the one you pick comes up, this question is worth $2,000. However, if your number comes up, this question is worth $10,000. All right, now what number do you want? You say 9, you spin the wheel. Give it a good spin. Anyway. Your number was 9 and it landed on 5, so the question is worth $2,000 or $500 if you lose. The brilliant natural gifts of Alexander the Great were developed under the tutelage of a famous Greek philosopher. For $2,000, who was Alexander's great teacher? Talk it over. What is the answer you've decided on?
Sophocles.
No, you're close. It's Aristotle. Sorry you missed, but you wind up with $500. That isn't too bad. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us.
See exciting regional action followed by the #1 ranked Fighting Irish of Notre Dame against Maryland next Saturday.